What? Oh my gosh. One time I was playing and it was an EGC qualifier because I just wanted to try it out. And I picked Rus. And I don't know why. I've never played Rus in my life. At this point, I was like a low diamond 1, barely diamond, scraping the barrel of diamond. And I was like, I can beat this guy because he was also in diamond. And I did not. Turns out if you're a diamond English player, it doesn't mean you're a diamond Rus player. So fun facts all around. So no, I know the feeling. But I know you fell from much higher places than a diamond. So guys, luckily Cisco here is the man who has the knowledge. He's the higher ranked player. We've got our expert here. And after Cisco, we have another expert joining us. We have Winston joining us. So today, it's going to be action-packed with knowledge and me. Very nice. So Cisco, on our screen, we do see your beautiful face here with all your beautiful ports, but we also see the first pick of the map and the civs. Do you have any big thoughts on these?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I had something on my Windows. It just like blew up, and so it spoke over you. I'm so sorry about that.
It's okay. I asked, what do you think about this matchup, Mongols versus English? Now, as an English player, I struggle with this, but I know I'm not supposed to. How do you feel about the English versus Mongols matchup? Are we going to be seeing...
So I would say for the longest time, especially leading up to, like, I would say mid last year, the English Mongol matchup was the bane of my existence as the English player.
Okay.
But that's just because the players that I've played against were always really good at containing me in my base and then being able to trade behind it.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely feel like, in a big sense, the Mongol player is the person who kind of dictates what's going to happen, and if the English player is even able to leave their base right away. I know most recently I had seen Don Artie play Viper X on, it was Cliffside, and that was a very interesting matchup because Viper went for a greedy opening instead of trying to be aggressive in the early feudal age, so like minute 4 to minute 5. And so as a result, Don was able to get a very fast age up and play extremely aggressive, and it ended up working to his favor. Viper wasn't able to get any trade and have no map control, and then Don was just able to just kind of starve him out of resources from there. So I think it really depends on the Mongol player. They ultimately dictate the pacing, and then and then from there it's kind of on the English player to figure out a good response to everything.
Now, with the buffs that we saw, I don't know, how closely have you read the patch notes?
So I'm familiar with the addition of the Khan Hunters, which I think is a big deal, especially because now Mongols is kind of a slept-on range civ. As far as versus English, I'm not going to lie to you, I'm not 100% convinced, but that's just because of the English longbow. And the English longbow having, you know, an insane amount of range. And I imagine it would be something like if you were playing versus Ottomans and the Khan Hunters kind of like that pseudo meta where it enables the range backline from the Mongols to have that additional range. So it's like, if I were in Senpai's shoes, I would definitely be trying to target down that Khan Hunter every time if I encountered it.
Okay.
Just so that way it's easier for him to kind of micro back the longbows instead of having to worry about a potential extra shot or two from KJJ's Mongols.
Oh yeah, I can definitely agree with that. I think as an English player myself, the Mongols have always been tough for me already, and I think with that extra bit of range that you're going to have as the Mongol player, I think it's going to be an even harder matchup. So he definitely did not get lucky with the pick here. So I'm a little bit worried here for these sirs, but yesterday we got quite good performance from both of these players. Currently, I believe there are seed 7 and 8 in this event. Let me just double check my facts before I start spewing them. And this is probably the closest matchup that we have out of all of this. So, this is seeds 8 and 9. Now, the player today that does take this one will probably have to play against B after this. So this is not going to be an easy one, but we know B has been all over the place. So, and both of these players, where do you see them ranking? Do you think that there's an opportunity for a B destruction, or are they going to have a hard time?
I don't necessarily believe that there will be 100% B destruction. I could see either player giving not necessarily a run for his money, but more so making him at least work for the win. So I definitely think it'll be a very entertaining match to watch.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Now, guys, we are having a little bit of trouble hopping into this one, I see. I don't know if the game has started. I just want to quickly confirm with our admin if the game has started or not, because from what I can see, it doesn't look to be the case. And if it is not...
Started.
It started. Okay, I think they just forgot to put Observer on in that case. Which is, you know, it happens. This is a brand new game, and these players are very much new tournament players. That's a joke. That's a joke. These two, they're in big trouble. So in the meantime, well, they're not really in big trouble. There's no big trouble there.
Is on.
So what we will do is... Okay, Ops is on. Then why aren't we able to see this? Oh my god. Let me go see. I just need to find them then. Apologies, guys. This is the problem when you don't have everyone as a friend. Okay. I need to figure them out. We'll find them. We'll find them soon, boys. Give me one moment. Ah! Yes. They are not in trouble. I'm in trouble because I assumed that they were much different with the start time, and they were actually not. They're ready to roll in. And guys, our first match is going to be Hill and Dale with Cisco ready to take the steering wheel and correct all my facts as I am trying to give them to all of you. Now, Cisco, let's roll on in. Okay, so in the top side of the map, we have the beautiful, beautiful Mongol player. I say beautiful because Mongols, wonderful civilization to look at. I love the fact, like, every single unit that they've added as well, it just fits so perfectly in with the aesthetic. But aside from that, we do have the usual wood chopping. Now, yesterday, we did see someone going for a pasture instead of doing the usual tower rush. And again, I think against English, you're probably not going to want to go and tower rush your opponent. So, Ziska, give me some insight. Is this even a thing someone would consider?
I think if you tower rush English, you're definitely citing a death warrant just for that one particular villager. In some experience, I've seen people do Sable opening into early horsemen, but I don't necessarily agree that it's always what you need to do as Mongols. Being greedy is definitely okay here in this situation, especially because it's Hillendale and all the resources should be relatively close to the English Gatling gun TC.
Yes, they do have a very, very spicy TC, but there's actually a stable being dropped. And now I know you haven't played in the last few months, so I've seen this in a few of my games where people go for the double horseman to deny that second TC that English loves to go for. Now, this is something, I guess, that's the version of the English rush that you want to make sure they don't get done. Now, the horseman is just going to provide that much pressure, and with Mongols, I guess it depends whether the English player responds or if the English player is just going to go be greedy. And Hillendale is a map that's known for its greed. Most people can delay the map. We see a lot of long games on Hillendale. So, if you're English in this case, knowing you're playing against Mongols, do you still go for that 2TC?
I think from the English perspective, it's a lot easier to go for the sub 4 minute or around 4 minute feudal timing of the council hall and having the longbow spear push. I could foresee the 2TC play being a thing if you're able to get some damage or if you're just able to keep them base contained. But as you can see, we see the Abbey of Kings going up. I feel like that's been very meta for a lot of English players. I know with having the king out, it's able to keep the Mongols at bay as far as the cav on cav violence goes. And especially if you take a look at the gold spawn for KJJ2, it's very isolated. It's pretty much on an island, and so it's going to require a tower for KJJ just to help protect those villagers over there. They're just very vulnerable.
Yeah, the problem is when your units are this far out, especially against something that is basically a self-healing little knight, you don't want to have something this far away from your TC. So in that case, the best way to deal with such a situation is just by having a good offense. And many people will say that a good offense is the best defense, and I think that's exactly what you need to do as Mongols in this case. And they will be trying to run through here, getting blocked by a TC, and choosing a different pathway. But we do see the 5 villages on stone here. Now the question is, are they going to be able to get enough resources with Mongols in the bay? Now, we have seen a few English players transition from here and just ignore the second TC once this does get denied. But this is only at top level. So now we're going to find out if this happens. The rest of Conk 3 as well. The horsemen do come in. They do get a juicy little hit on that guy, but these guys will get home safely. But now the problem is they're not going to be able to keep mining that gold until the king at least comes out, which takes a hot minute since the new patch.
Right, and as you can see too, the Abbey is now up, so we'll be seeing that king pop out here in a little bit. And behind this, KJJ is opting for the silver tree. So a little sad we don't get to see the Khan hunters here, but it is most definitely an understandable choice, especially if Senpai decides to go for full turtle. Obviously, the good call would be, and the right one would be to just go super ham on traders and have a very strong trading economy behind it.
Yeah, the problem is for Mongols. From what I understand, the trade is just very, very susceptible to raids, especially when your opponent goes for the king. Because usually with the king comes a very mobile army as well. Now, we do see a barracks being dropped and spearmen being made first. So this is not going to necessarily mean that we have an easy trade for the Mongols. And this is also the first time that we get to see this landmark since the new patch. Every other game where we saw Mongols, we saw an absolute destruction of the other landmark. So people just keep going one way and not for the silver tree. But let's see what the Mongol man can do with this. We do see 2 Keshiks in the line now, so this is going to keep being quite aggressive. But these Dark Age horsemen had to back off.
Right, and the first spear is on the way out for Senpai, so that spear will be standing guard over the stone miners so he can safely grab what he needs for the second town center. And now KJJ, getting to feudal age, he's moving the silver tree out. So it'll be interesting to see if Senpai decides to go for full turtle into straight boom with the double town center, or if he just adds the TC, adds a couple sables, and we start seeing horsemen so he can start raiding off that trade.
And luckily, just as we said earlier, the king is still going to be mobile, and he's still going to be able to harass you at the back. Scout taking a little bit of damage, but guys, keep in mind, this guy's just going to keep up healing up back to full, but the Keshiks are waiting. And I don't know, I'm not too sure, but I think the Keshiks are a little bit faster, 1.87 versus 1.69. So these Keshiks should be able to catch up to these boys, and he might lose a scout for this. And
he most definitely will.
But the second TC has plopped down. The second TC right close to the previous one and making sure that it's on top of the gold. Now this is also because Mongol is just so good at massing a very big army here. Now that's going to be quite difficult to deal with if your TC is too far out. We do see the first trader popping out, and this is going to be a 66 gold trade.
Yeah, and with Senpai, he's now done with the second TC. He has a lot of villagers on gold, but I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a quick macro switch up here. I imagine he's just wanting to get all the gold so he can start spamming upgrades. And now KJJ is opting to just go for a full cav army. So with Senpai Scout down, it'll be interesting to see what he decides to do as his next move. I know I previously talked about the idea of going for the stable and having horsemen raid the trade, but he doesn't seem like he's very much in a hurry to go for any sort of aggression right now. I know with trade in general, you do have a bit of a window before the trade will really kick in, and then you'll start to feel behind economically. So I have a feeling that that's playing a very big factor in his decision making right now.
And the problem for most players is they don't really know what to do against trade except be aggressive. But just like a lot of the players on Malians, people say the best way to deal with it is just go for 2TC. If you're not going to be able to kill them, just go for 2TC yourself so you can stay with them economically. And I feel like that's exactly what's happening right now. We can see here that these guys are going straight towards castle for Mr. Holmes. And this is going to be so key in finding a unit that can actually handle the Mongol army. But I don't expect KJJ to let that go for free. The thing is, he's going to have a very healthy trade in no time. And English shouldn't be able to do any damage to this anytime soon, especially with him having all these units. But now they're coming in and villagers back out on time.
Yeah, and we have the little scrap up there by the trade post, that poor spearman sent to his inevitable demise versus the two Keshik, and as you can see, there's being more farms added. So Senpai definitely trying to squeeze in that castle age, but Macro does feel a little bit off, and he just decides now to. Oh, just kidding. I saw the 0 on gold with back to 8 on gold, so definitely maybe he's thinking about getting some upgrades, which wouldn't necessarily hurt. But yeah, those 8 gold miners could definitely be used on other resources right now if he's trying to get that castle age.
Now, what we have here is KJJ also floating quite a bit of food, but we did see pulling off their villages initially from the gold. Now, this could have been like, oh, okay, I'm just going to keep producing units, I'm going to let the traders do the work, but at this point, your traders, there's not really enough of them to ensure that you have that constant gold income, while you are making Keshiks the whole time. I was actually considering that he was going to stop making units because he did for a while there. And I think he might have changed his mind now, seeing that the wood line is this far forward. So this is now a place where he can constantly harass. And these villagers are just going to idle back and forth the whole time. There needs to be a wall here, and it needs to get up quickly.
Yeah, and as you can see, Senpai only has the 2 spearmen as well, so even if he decides to not make a wall and invest in the units, he simply just won't have enough to defend right now, and KJJ just doing an excellent job of idling that wood line, so hopefully Senpai decides an answer here soon, and it looks like a villager going down too. Oh, and maybe
Another
a second
one.
one? Yeah, another one.
And this is the problem when you only have a TC at the front here that can suit 8. Sometimes it's very easy to over-rally villagers onto here, and that makes it so tough to just keep all of them alive, especially against an army like this, when you have this many Keshiks. So, these villagers, even though the villager count is looking fine, they've been idle for so long. And these 4 spearmen, these horses are just going to run right through them.
Right, and as you can see, KJJ idling the woodline villagers yet again, and like you said, with every bit of idle time that Senpai is incurring, KJJ is just starting to have a better eco at home because his economy has been working for the entire time, with the small exception of when the king made the run by on the gold. He hasn't had a villager not giving him resources, and same with the traders. But now Senpai does have the tech advantage. But what will he do to try to even the score?
Yeah, this is now that weird state of English where they do get that white tower in their base, and they're actually able to hold most attacks. So Mongols, not really sure where to go for the attack right now. I would say the front part is probably still the best chance you got at doing some proper damage, because you want to deny this gold. You want to make sure that he doesn't have the gold to get the upgrades needed. Now, the trade at the back here, looking absolutely phenomenal, and KJJ ready to go for Castle Age himself. He's almost there, but he's getting upgrades too, so even while macroing up to Castle Age, he's getting that Iron Undermesh, which is going to be so important when diving English TCs. But yes, with the White Tower being here at the back, he's just not going to have the gold that he needs. So Mr. Senpai is going to be in trouble pretty soon. And the next golds, unfortunately on Hill and Dale, they're quite far out.
Yes, they are indeed quite far out, and I do remember once upon a time there was a big gold on the hill, which made it even easier for English to play this turtley style. But now with KJJ having the full map control, it'll definitely be harder for Senpai to really get on the map as soon as that 4K gold runs out.
Now this is
And
oof, a lot of villagers. Sorry, Cisco. I just interrupted
no,
you
it's
like that,
fine.
but this was
I was
so
about
scary.
to. I was about to say the same thing. You know, I definitely foresee this becoming an issue unless Senpai is able to just get enough spears out, and he's slowly massing them up little by little. But you know, obviously, he could have had another 2-3 spears out more if he didn't sacrifice them on the trade line to try to get some damage for himself against his opponent.
And now with the tower being dropped at the front here, or attempt a tower being dropped at the front, we can see that KJJ is looking at doing some damage. But English knows, like, hey, I should probably do something about this at some point because that's a lot of horses. And honestly, the mass is just increasing. We can see here from the income per minute, Mongols living their best life. 940 gold per minute. That's going to mean the upgrades are going to come in so easily. Well, on the backside here, we are only getting our blacksmith now. So the economy count is pretty even, but I would say that KJJ still got this in the bag.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that assessment right now. Like I said, he has the better economy going into being into Castle Age, and now with the Kurultai being up, I think he's just kind of being a shark in the water, tracking his prey and waiting for the right moment to strike here.
The problem is when you're English, this is a very common thing we see on the map. The little worm of reinforcements we see, these boys are just going to get picked off. And that's exactly where Mongol shines. He's got a very mobile army. These guys might make it through, might disrupt the trade for quite a bit too. But all of these reinforcements are just going to get picked off. So he does rally back. He cannot lose too much. But with these numbers, he should be able to take the spears. The problem is this army is very expensive to lose. But honestly, I think he's ready to sacrifice some of them to keep this trade alive.
Yep, and big fight over here on the trade line on the top of the map here. Con arrow goes off. He decides to shoot the speed arrow so he can run down any units that try to get away here. And yeah, KJJ just convincingly cleans this up and keeps his trade alive, and now is able to put Senpai again on the back foot here.
Now with this Yam Network's influence, these guys are just going to get on top of the king, take him down, but the king has been distracted anyway, and this is going to be quite hard for Senpai to get back from, because now this gold is getting less and less and less, and now Mongol has the bigger army. He's already making, I was going to say the English is already making a plan to move out, but no, KJJ is the one making these towers at the front of the base, and this is going to be so hard for Senpai to just move out on. He's going to be stuck on that little bit of gold for a very long time, and the units he's making, which are crossbows, they're quite expensive. The amount of spearmen, though, really good in this scenario, but you can see Mongols is also changing course of the idea. He's making sure that he's getting some crossbows mixed in here too. He does lose a few villagers in the fight though.
Yeah, losing a few vills, he decides to back up after seeing the spear mass and wanting to get some more units of his own here. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that he's going to be on, Senpai's going to be on that gold for a whole much longer. You know, it's already 16 minutes into the game. I imagine he's already almost out of that little gold that he has in the front of his base. And now KJJ being forced back. I'm wondering where he's deciding to position his Kurultai, because I feel like that Kurultai would have a huge impact on any fights, especially for these two middle golds here.
I think KJJ missed a little bit of a timing here, but he is making a mangonel. He says, I may have missed that timing, but girl, you don't know what does well against crossbows, and that is a mangonel. So Ahom's now, or Senpai, now finally getting that tower up himself, which is going to allow him to be able to move out to the Scald. Because yes, this one is depleted. He needs to make a plan for the next move. But the thing is, this is such a risky move to take a fight in, especially with the mangonel there. But the spearmen are looking at snacking, the Kurultai being very far out of position. And it doesn't look like they'll be able to get that mangonel from the back. And these crossbows are just going to take a very big hit. But it gets 3 villages instead, which is just as big.
Yeah, but again, I feel like the Kurultai is just too little too late. KJJ's front line has been pretty much evaporated, and now we just have some crossbow on crossbow violence here. But I know that Senpai's breathing a very huge sigh of relief knowing that he's bought himself a window and some space to be able to start taking some more gold off of the map here.
The problem, I think, in that last fight as well is he was so focused on killing that mangonel. And the mangonel is juicy, yes, but your crossbows just aren't going to cut it here. So right now he's seen, okay, my units do melt pretty fast. So let me get a few minute arms. Yes, I'm playing against crossbows, but I will just outmass them. And now, using that attack speed, might be able to take a fight. The villagers do get reinforced back into these towers, hopefully doing a little bit of damage back here. But that is a very scary army at the front of your base, and you don't have anything to deal with it. 6 horsemen in queue, though. He's trying to find a way.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to find a way, and I definitely think at this point Senpai needs to really be thinking about adding siege of his own here if he wants to find more of a surefire way as opposed to just going for the mass melee that he's trying to do, as the crossbows just keep mowing down his front line here, and KJJ even adding more siege of his own now too.
Now, there's extra siege here. Just that little trebuchet that we got will make sure that these towers go down and the vision will be a lot less. The villagers are desperately trying to get to some gold. But the thing is, when you're in Conk 3, this is a very easy question to ask yourself where you're like, hey, I just denied the gold. My opponent keeps making all these gold units. Where's he getting gold from? And yes, he did build a market, but we are still going to find a lot of gold villagers very far out of the base.
Yeah, very far, very exposed, but it looks like KJJ's kind of setting his sights here on trying to go for the death ball and potentially end this game soon, but it could potentially be ended even sooner if he finds those gold villagers at the bottom of the map. And Senpai now adding in the Feudal Age Horsemen, also grabbing the Castle Age upgrade for those Horsemen, and yeah, KJJ realizing that he needs to start looking at these other gold mines here to get full gold denial, so Senpai can only be forced into food and wood comp.
And that's exactly what's happening. Both of these sites now being checked out. He does see the gold and potentially sees the dead deer in the fog of war. Oh, in the discovered fog of war. So he will be running into a very, very juicy pack. Is he? Oh, he doesn't. He decides to try and go for the base, but if he makes a comeback, oof, that might be a tough one. The villagers do get spotted, and before they get enough gold for him to even build a little spring ult, because that's exactly what he needs here against all that siege that's about to be at the front of his base. They see it, but I guess they just didn't register.
Yeah, this definitely feels like a horror movie right now. It's like, KJJ, turn around! KJJ, turn around! What are you doing? But as you can see, KJJ's adding a treb and adding another treb now, and so he's going for, you know, the full crossbow siege death ball to really drive it home. Feel like he's tunnel visioning just a little bit, but he is getting that juicy raid bounty for the Mongols here, and now he finally finds the villagers on that gold, being able to idle them out will definitely have an impact here. But still unable to find the dead deer towards the left corner of the map there.
The Khan definitely has something to say to that gate as well. But now, the fight is commencing, and the horseman switch coming in clutch. We can see these horsemen just able to get to the back line, but there's just so many crossbowmen. So even though they do get on the back of the siege, they might be able to get some good kills, but let's see if this mass is going to be big enough. It looks like it is. Oh, Cisco! It looks like he's going to clean up. The crossbows, oh, they do take a very heavy shot from the mangonel. The horsemen just weren't able to take down the crossbow. And he's target firing the mango again. He knows he needs to kill this. But just in target firing that, everything else is killing him.
Yeah, and I will say this was a great showing of micro from KJJ and a great showing of composure too. Being able to keep his siege alive and now pretty much just eviscerating his opponent's army, and still trading behind it, now on 40 traders too. So this is more looking heavily favored towards KJJ by the second, I feel like.
And these villagers on the gold that he so desperately needed the income for, they've been idle for such a long time just trying to survive the horses. And all of a sudden, this population is telling us a very different story from what we saw at the start of that fight. I honestly thought that he was going to win this, with Senpai just collapsing on the siege at the back. I just don't think he had the firepower to make sure that these things go down. And right now, when you see this mass at the front of your base, you should be a little bit scared. 2 Springholes just always going to be ready to burn anything you put out of this white tower.
Well, me personally, if I see a mass like this in front of my base, I hit the escape button and just go next. But obviously, with this being a tournament game and tournament lives on the line, Senpai is trying to persevere here. But this feels like death by 1,000 cuts. You have the gold getting raided again, now by Men-at-Arms from KJJ, and your base being pushed in, and you're constantly losing buildings, and you're constantly losing production as well.
Now, there's just no way to get out of this. And I think this is the point where you ask yourself as Home Senpai, hey, what do I do next? How do I get out of this next game? So when we are going to go after this and look at the draft, we'll try to see what the next plan for him could be. Now, you know these players a little bit better than I do. Are there any signature civilizations that we should be looking out for?
Lately, when I've played Senpai, I know he's played a bit of Japan. I don't recall seeing that in his draft, so we'll have to take a quick look. And then KJJ, I know him more of being a really good team game player, but obviously he is currently hovering around 1900 elo right now in 1v1, so he's definitely a force to be reckoned with here. So wouldn't be able to necessarily answer that question, but yeah, we see a little bit of a desperation play too coming out on the trade, trying to get villagers to tower and start whittling those traders down. But yeah, this definitely just seems like a very slow death push at this point.
It's very, very slow death push with all these death bells being rung across the map. You just don't notice that there's a horse killing your villagers in the base because you're so focused. Oh, these guys are just getting snacked on by the tower. Definitely just too many alarms going off in one place. He's so focused on killing the siege mass with his last push. The horseman trying to flank. He does get a few of the trebuchets here. The crossbow here, they are ready to defend their siege, but I do think he'll be able to get one mangonel for this. The problem is there is just so much more at home. And yes, he's got a spearman army, but these are men-at-arms and they barely take any damage.
Yeah, and they are men-at-arms, and as you can see too at the top right, KJJ getting all his imp upgrades too. So not only are they going to be men-at-arms, not only are they going to be crossbow, but it's about to be versus a full imp army. So definitely wondering what Senpai's plan is from here. And
I think we can call this as it is. There's death, there is destruction, there are towers just going off everywhere, and the final push with the crossbows are just gonna come forward. Now yes, it does look like Senpai is very, very stubborn. He keeps making units. He's like, I will do yet another push. I know what counts as crossbows, and they're horsemen. So he's going to try to let this matter, but it's going to be harder and harder. He does get that Berkshire, though, and the Berkshire's on the outside. But it should be able to snack on a few units here from the side if they do move out of position. The Berkshire is not even covering a gold, though.
Yeah, that Berkshire definitely has me a little monka steering right now because it does protect the wood, but it would be a little bit better position if it was on more of a forward gold here. And yeah, now Senpai finally getting the imp timing up, but KJJ is just about to be full into his base here.
And we can see he's also getting the university upgrades. He's just looking for the kill. This is now the Desperation Berkshire. And Desperation Berkshires, they're supposed to be on top of the enemy army so that you can sacrifice your villagers while trying to take it all down in an act of desperation. And I feel like that's exactly what we're seeing here. The villagers being garrisoned inside the White Tower, hoping that these arrows can do anything to the horses, but they barely even tickle them. The horsemen trying their best, but these are just pure veteran horsemen against elite Keshiks. So they might be able to do some damage in numbers, but they're definitely going to struggle to clean this up later on. And the trade here at the back just looking absolutely juicy. 42 traders right now. He doesn't even need to keep making them. He's that far ahead. Oh, look at it. It's firing. It is firing at a Keshik. We can confirm the Berkshire is doing something.
Yes, but too little too late on firing on the Keshik here. And yeah, Cage is just like, I've had enough of your towers. Get him out of here. I want my conga line uninterrupted. And now he's just looking to see where Senpai has more eco set up so he can try to do damage. Because I'm sure that's the question he's probably asking himself: is what is my opponent doing that's making him believe that he can still stay in this game, aside of, the towers and having all the food in the back here. So, and yeah, he just keeps pushing the envelope here with the horsemen and the crossbowmen as well, and finally getting his first bombard out up into the base of Senpai.
He's just so stubborn. This man keeps making horsemen. He has 11 in queue. Oh, the bombard being tickled here by the Berkshire, but not long enough. So the bombard will survive for now and be able to clap down the rest of these buildings. Senpai is just doing what English does best, aka staying alive when they should be dead already. And the gold is still nothing.
But I would definitely argue this English player was well and truly dead, within the past 5-10 minutes. But obviously, with his tournament life, on the line, knowing that if he loses this best of 3, then he is out for the rest of the day. Definitely understandable from his perspective as to why he's still in this game. But yeah, now with the bombards, he's able to kill the rest of the defensive buildings that that Senpai had, and now KJJ just looking to try to finish off what is ever standing of a lot of Senpai's food eco here.
Oh, and he's stubborn. Look at this man. He's like, I will repair this. I don't have the resources right now, but I will repair this. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the final push. He does need to look for the Berkshire, but he calls it. He realizes there is no way I'm holding this. And yes, guys, when we saw the match was over, I did ×2 it for a little while, because we do need to catch up to their second game, as they have started already. Now, this is something that is going to be quite important for both these players. Both of what is happening right now. We need to understand what the whole idea is of this tournament. And let's quickly switch back. So, Senpai and KJJ, both of them are playing for a spot in our top team gamer format, Empire Duels. So Empire Duels basically is the tournament that we're hosting for long COVID awareness. Oh, apparently I can't speak English today. And that is why we are here, to make sure that we can learn about something that not a lot of people know about. So guys, what the whole point of this is, we want to make sure that these players play their hearts out to qualify for the big event that we're hosting for this in 2 weeks' time. The players that qualify today, they will be going on in 2 weeks with the other top pros to play off in team games. But again, these are not set team games. Each round has a different teammate. And that's what makes this such a unique format that a lot of people are excited for. Because we know team games are fun, but imagine if you don't choose your teammate, but every single round you'll have one of the best players in the world by your side. So it's all going to be all about being the best team gamer in the community. So, Cisco, would you be a top team gamer? Or what is your forte?
Top team gamer?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, that's a little generous, you know what I mean?
I thought you were a team game player.
No, I play 1v1s almost exclusively.
Oh. 1v1s, and that's why he's Conk 3 and I'm not, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as the 1v1 expert, guys, Cisco is going to tell us a little bit about China and JD, because for me, this feels like a very China-favored matchup right here.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I know with JD, they thrive off of the feudal pressure, but playing Senpai's China in the past, he's also very good at playing that condensed economy and making great usage of the Barbican of the Sun to help protect those villagers. It makes it almost nearly impossible to dive. It's one thing when you're diving under arrow slits, but it's another thing when you're diving under actual hand cannons.
Oh god. Yeah, I don't know. The problem is, I think a lot of people really, really struggle with dealing with China's ability to just defend themselves with that Barbican. And JD is a civilization that likes to attack. The thing is, this map is not as wallable as most maps for anyone playing a passive civilization. We do see some very long games, but Gorge definitely will be proven. I guess Gorge will just be a lot harder to make sure that you can stay safe. And now with KJJ in the lead, I think Senpai just needs to play a little bit safer and be able to get that mass together, because we saw him. He did that mass perfectly at the back and then tries to push, but he needs to make sure that he does this correctly and gets the siege. Luckily with Chinese, you are known for your siege, not just for your defensive playstyle that we can do. Now, guys, before we head in, I realized my computer just crashed for some reason. I want to quickly just touch on the fact that JD has gotten changed. So, Cisco, do you know what changed about JD? Have you read the patch notes?
Read through some of them, didn't realize JD got changed, but I do have the patch notes here. And I see that they have a discount bonus increase for their ecotechs too, so that's gonna be a little interesting. But I definitely feel like in terms of how the game's gonna go, not quite sure if the ecotechs being cheaper is gonna have a big effect. I definitely feel like it's gonna be just more based around the seed and how Senpai decides to play around it, whether or not he's gonna put Barbican in the front to protect any food in the front, or if he's gonna, put it in the back to protect his wood line. So I think that's gonna be the biggest thing that decides how this game goes here.
There's another big change on that sheet of patch notes you should be having, and that's the Chamber of Commerce change. So now the Chamber of Commerce pops out those traders a little bit faster. And my biggest dream in life would be is if we can get a Chamber of Commerce play.
That would be very wild to see, and I definitely feel like if KJJ goes for the Chamber of Commerce here, I feel like it's going to be sort of a flex, but I know with how open this map is, trade is not always the play.
Yeah, the thing is, yesterday we saw a Chamber of Commerce, and it was destructive, very unexpected, and definitely only chosen against civilizations that you won't be able to harass properly with your knights. So I would love to see that against a civilization like China. Now, for those of you who don't know that much about China, China does have these dynasties. Now, once they do get to Song Dynasty, which is after they build both H2 landmarks, their villager production gets a little bit faster. But now, if you've built both of them, you also have the Barbican up somewhere, and this is going to make it a lot harder for you to get raided. So I would absolutely love to see this from KJJ, but I don't think we're going to be that lucky. I just, a girl can dream.
Yeah, but you never know. Like you said, it could turn into a thing of Senpai being able to just play around the Barbican, and he's able to have a mostly unharassed economy, and KJJ might be like, you know what? Maybe this is where I have to do the ultimate flex and slap the good old Chamber of Commerce down in one of these corners and start trading.
Yeah, I would just absolutely love to see this on JD specifically, because JD is known to be most useful when she gets a lot of experience early on. But we'll see this very shortly, guys. We don't need to see the early game playing out as I usually do, guys. Let's catch up with the players so that we can be live and make sure that we can see what they choose to go with. But we won't see a Chamber of Commerce, no Cox today. We will see School of Cavalry only. Now, again, this is actually still a good choice. When you're playing against China, you want to make sure that that faster villager production that they get does not get too far ahead. And with knights, you have that ability. Now, JD building this with 2 villages, this is going to make sure that she doesn't get level 2 by the time she finishes this. So this will mean that JD needs to go do a little bit more work before she will level up and move out onto the playing field. We do see the Barbican being popped down here, and on a very juicy spot. It protects the gold, and it is quite protected by a wood line as well. A very small wall would turn this into a very hard to raid location.
Yeah, definitely Monka steering though, seeing how late the Barbican is going down, and not only that, but KJJ already getting a faster tech timing, which means that he might end up having that knight a little bit sooner than Senpai is anticipating here. So, this could very well mean the end of the game quite early on, if he doesn't get that Barbican up before the night pops.
The Barbican should get up. Remember, China has a very fast building speed, so this, by the time the night arrives, it might be up. But the question is rather, these villagers, they're not going to run as fast as they can to the Barbican when the night arrives. These guys can take a very heavy hit, even once the Barbican is up. So the gold being on this side is going to be quite harassable, even with the Barbican right on top. Because guys, remember, these are JD knights, and just like French knights, once they get chivalry, they're going to be a very big menace. And we see the Barbican popping out right now. The knight is on the way. Almost. But now, these guys can still take a lot of damage. And that's the problem when you play against knights. Look at that. That might even be a kill. Luckily not. They did have the upper hand there. Okay, it looked like it was a tile away. I called it too early, boys. I called it too early.
Then what's the TC range for Senpai's TC? Is it covering the... okay, so it's just barely covering the mining camp there. I was a little curious because it would be insane to see the double hand cannon shot if KJJ does try to dive. But yeah, we're seeing, just more night play from KJJ. He looks like he's going into the woman at arm here. Definitely understand why for, the spearman, but I definitely could see a lot of utility with Archer JD, and you can just post her up on the stone and have her take some pot shots at those Goldvilles too, as they're trying to get, the juicy gold for Juganu and eco upgrades and more IOs as well.
The problem is KJJ is floating a lot of gold, and usually when you're floating this much gold, we're asking why? What is the plan? So, are we going for chivalry? Are we going to get other upgrades? Why are we floating this much gold? And we're not seeing them in eco upgrades, so they have to be for something else. And I feel like if you're floating this much, we're getting some chivalry. We're getting some action, and we're getting more knights on the field. Now, with these knights over here, they can flank, and they can go harass the woodline too, and they don't mind taking a shot or two from the TC. The Barbican does hurt, however. But instantly we saw Senpai pulling back the one villager that was injured, and there was a danger of getting taken down. But the knight is going back in, and will get the charge off, and a villager kill. But keep in mind, he is on Song Dynasty, and we can see the difference here in that. Just because he's on Song Dynasty, the villager production is faster, so him losing one is not the end of the world.
Yeah, not the end of the world indeed. And now Senpai seeing that KJJ is now greeting the boar off of the top of the map here. And meanwhile, he's starting to prepare his defense. Not sure if he has a wall in his mind because, like you said, one small wall between the two little woodlines there, and it'll pretty much solve the problem of having any back resources getting raided right now. And it looks like KJJ is just trying to force some idle time. Going to be largely unsuccessful, though, because he is now just being outmassed in the Knight Spear department.
Yeah, the thing is, when you're playing against a Knight serve, at the beginning, they raid from one side. But soon enough, reinforcements arrive, and then they hit you at two sides at the same time. And I think that is going to be the key factor here. Is Senpai able to split those units apart and defend on two sides? Now, I don't think this is going to be too hard for a player of his caliber, but it's definitely something that KJJ can use to his advantage. Now, JD and the Knights have not moved out too far. The boar is secured with the walls getting up, and the walls being plopped down here from Senpai as well. He's just trying to stop those raids. But it seems like all the knights are being called back. Now, as I said earlier, it looks like chivalry was decided on, wheelbarrow being upgraded next, and the spearmen, though, moving out. Now, the problem is you're going for this mini Juganu, and while Juganu do pretty decently against knights, in these numbers, they're really going to struggle to get these guys down. So the spearman mass is so crucial here.
Yeah, definitely agree, but going to be a little late on this, but you want to know something that I appreciate about what KJJ was doing maybe about like 30 seconds ago, Wyman?
Tell me.
So if you notice, you were showing the knights towards the top that were kind of idling, and they were there so that he would know that the wall is going to be going up safely, as opposed to just letting the Bills do their thing, and then if KJJ were to send a few units, or not KJJ, but Senpai were to send a few units up there, then that's some very much free snacking on some board villagers up there at the top.
So those knights just providing that type of protection for him to later go on and waste his time trying to deny the ball. Okay, that's pretty smart. Obviously, the deer being on top of that as well is just it's such a strong thing to have. The problem is now these guys are going to start to prickle a little bit harder because we do see the +1 ranged attack coming in, and they're going to be able to shred through this Jean, especially with now going to be 10 Jugunu on the field shooting at Jean at the same time.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised that KJJ hasn't opted to start adding any archery ranges. I feel like the mass knights, especially when you're playing into China, is a little bit ballsy, to put it one way. And I definitely think that if Senpai gets enough army out, and now we're having our first engagement, few spears go down, but no knight casualties yet. But I definitely feel like once Senpai reaches that critical mass of spearmen, he'll just be able to eat that knight mass whole here.
So we've been actually seeing this with a few players playing knights specifically. They go for just knights, even though they're spearmen, because the amount of knights that you make, you just run right over this army, which sounds very counterproductive, and yes, it may be, but when your knights can heal, if you can get most of them out there alive while taking down 1 or 2 spearmen at a time, you should be in a pretty decent position. And now the question is that going to be the right answer here? But we do see +1 melee damage coming in from Mr. KJJ, and these villagers do not get the towers up in time, and oh, Jean is in a bad position. She's about to take a lot of damage, and she gets out alive, luckily. Oh, but the knights...
Yeah, very lucky indeed. And I definitely feel like Senpai could have had a lot more damage done here, but obviously not having that scout hurts and lacking that vision, could have been a slightly, bigger missed opportunity here. But now KJ deciding, you know what, if you're going to keep your army in front of my base, I'm going to take my army into your base now. And now idling some wood villagers here, getting some army kills, and now running back to where a lot of Senpai's food is, over by the Barbican.
The problem is these guys are going to be kind of stuck, right? So he does get some of these villagers out. They quickly make a wall to escape this very scary night mass, and the Barbican is going to be shooting at them. So he might actually pay a very hefty price for this harassment. Definitely not looking like it was worth it. Oof, that's so many going down, Cisco. This is looking like a little bit of a distraction.
Yeah, this hurts a little bit, but also there's a good trade-off here, which was Senpai had all those villagers, all those IOs sitting in the TC for, at least a good 30 seconds here. But yeah, now he's going forward with Vills. Looks like he's trying to put towers out for vision, so that way he knows where KJJ is getting his gold from. And yeah, now nice little raid coming in too on that top gold. Oh, and are they? Oh, there we go. There we go. I was a little concerned that they were a little bit blind here, but yeah, now we just have a lot of mayhem going on the map here. This game is looking very scrappy though, looking a lot more entertaining from the viewer perspective than the first game.
Yeah, the problem is when you're busy aging up, and Holmes doesn't realize that, hey, I'm playing against someone who's aging up, and he's going to realize now when he runs his spearmen in here. But Jean is here. She's ready to snack on a little bit of experience, but we do see Castle Age coming from KJJ. The thing is, Senpai is not that far behind, and he's lost... Oof, KJJ has lost a lot of knights. You going for the Royal Institute also means that you're hoping to fight with your knights as the main army. But this doesn't look to be the answer right now. You don't have any knights. They all got taken down by your raids. So even though he does get castle, he doesn't have all the gold he needs to also get these very unique upgrades. So now this is the time for Arms to just keep pushing. Oh.
Yeah, keep it pushing and eventually work to get that age up in. And as you can see, he clearly outnumbers KJJ2 as far as the military numbers go. And yeah, KJJ went for a dive on the knights and is gonna pay dearly now and lose a couple of castle age knights here to a feudal age army.
and Jean going down as well is so expensive. This is not a unit you can replace at this point in time, especially with this going on. You have villagers running for their lives, going to this space that was very much not safe for taking. And the villagers here might go down from Mr. Senpai, but 3 villagers, he can afford those anytime. While KJJ cannot afford to lose 14 of these. Oh.
Yep, can't afford to lose, and as we can see, the longer Senpai decides to stay here in feudal, that army number just looking more massive and massive by the second. 59 to now 10, 61 to 10, and rising, and still a very sizable difference too here with the villagers, 51 to 39. So it's not looking good for KJJ, and not quite sure where he's going to take this game here, as he's running out of food and very clearly running out of map control too.
Yeah, this problem of just having this map control from Senpai, he's getting a tower over here too. He just wants to make sure that he keeps denying the gold. And initially I said he's going castle, but the moment he saw that his opponent is just keep making knights, he's just gonna stay in feudal, keep making spearmen, and control the map. And that's exactly what he did here. We see both these towers upgraded. So even when these guys are done, they're kind of done anyway, because there's an army going towards them, backed up by some very chunky towers.
Yeah, and market coming down for KJJ. Senpai identifying that, hey, my opponent still has villagers taking food up here as well. So this is about to be another, how many villagers is that about to go down?
11?
Oh, 11? Oh, man, that's about to be a very sad vill count for KJJ here, as, Senpai now getting the surround, and he's just now finishing off the vills as they attempt to, run away for their lives, as poor Mary, Sally, and Joe trying to get away with all that food.
Oh, Jean, as all Jean's cousins just not making it out there alive. The only hope KJJ has now is being able to catch an army out that is very split up, and if Senpai's computer crashes. Yes, we need both of those situations to be able to come back in this game, because Jean, she's still level 2. Yes, she has these very, very impressive knights, but again, you're playing against a bunch of spearmen. You might lose a lot more than you expect, and these guys actually taking a very good fight here. Jean being focused down again, and she will die. That was quick. Goodbye. Rest in pieces, Jean. She looked gorgeous.
Yeah, so sevens in the chat for JD, as she valiantly sacrificed herself, and now KJJ trying to kill the Jiganu mass here, but more and more units just showing up here from Senpai to try to finish off the Knight mass that KJJ has. KJJ very low on resources as well, and Senpai at home, he's just been working and pumping away on not only units but economy as well.
Oh, and he loses focus for just a second, making sure these knights are run right into more spearmen. The thing is, Senpai is all over the map, getting these resources in very greedy positions. But again, the best defense is a great offense, and he's definitely showing us exactly that. He's just constantly on the offense, making sure that his villagers are safe in his base, making sure that KJJ has to respond to every single attack. And now, those are a total of 5 knights here, 2 knights at the back. These guys are just not having a good day. Oh.
Yeah, definitely would say a bad day is being had on the side of the JD. But yeah, wondering when Senpai is going to, if and when he's going to go for the Castle Age timing, or if he's just going to, full pedal to the metal here. I know he's got 17 on food right now and another 17 on gold, and now Senpai just pushing KJJ off of the last bit of food that he has available.
And this is such a sad position to be in when you are playing French or Jean. You run out of food, you have no access to gold, you have just sadness in your base. The way that you transition to farms is just not feasible in this case. Obviously, that's exactly what he wants to do. 29 now on wood, he's like, I need a lot of food. But he is as stubborn as Senpai in the last game. He's dead, but he's holding on. The man does not want to call it a day just yet. Oh, just getting impaled.
Yeah, This looks like this might be the last engagement of the game. He's got his knights locked in, and yeah,
He's
pulls
given
the
him.
white flag, says let's go next, and we have ourselves a series.
I cannot believe that we got a 1-1 in the first round. That is exactly what I'm hoping for. So guys, at the moment when we're looking at these players, we know that a lot of them are very closely ranked. Right now we have 1-1 for our two players. And this is so important when you have a tournament like this. You want to make sure that your opponents or that your games are not just 3-0s throughout. Now, I would quickly like to show you guys who we have qualified for our event already. So this is now specifically for the Pro Circuit. Now the Pro Circuit looks like this right now. Beastie, Marine Lord, Anatan Demo, Papipo, Louis, Baltoon, and Wham all invited players to our Empire Duels Pro Circuit, which means these guys are already going to be seeded into their separate groups, and the rest of them need to qualify in. So our qualified players from yesterday, Kiliardi, Valdemar, Chrysor, and Dragovan. Now, Chrysor got a little bit lucky yesterday, I'll be honest. Do you know what happened, Cisco?
I don't. Would you care to fill me in?
B didn't show up, and Chrysor got put through. He deserved
Just walked
it.
right in.
Yeah, but he was rank 8 or seed 8, so he was favored to make it through today. So, Chrysor, your ATR, it really, really mattered here. But Dragovan also not the biggest upset, but definitely an upset because he 3-0'd Sassy yesterday. And I think Dragovan he's one of the younger players in our tournaments, and he has definitely shown himself to be a player that can cheese. But yesterday, he showed a lot of skill and transition ability in these games too. And I see Celia Art says that's a lot of King of the North players. Exactly. My boys, Demu, Baltoon, and Kiliardi, and Dragovan. 4 of those. Ooh, who are we missing, boys? Oh, where's Valdemar? Oh yeah, Valdemar as well. I almost forgot about him. Yeah, sorry, Valdemar. So, yes, now we have our 1-1, and our final draft is on the screen. So, yeah, Chrysor beat Deniska. Yeah, he did. Oh, 3-1, yeah. No, he fought his heart out, but B is probably gonna qualify today, I would say. Now, we have a Rus versus AUBids on Dry Arabia. Now, because of King of Dry Arabia, we've been seeing a lot of these matches, and they've been looking pretty decent. We've tried to understand the meta, but now a patch just dropped, and we don't really know what we can expect out of Rus. So, have you been cooking anything with the Rus in your head, Cisco?
Yeah, I was actually consuming some good old YouTube content yesterday. I was seeing how the Kremlin changes now really affect the militia units that you get. So you can't really use them in an offensive posture anymore. It's very much based around the idea of defending. So definitely see the Kremlin being used more towards, like, if you want to play into like the more double town center boomy style. Or I even saw a build order yesterday where you could do 1 TC Kremlin and just full aggro. So it's definitely seeing a slight shift as far as the utility from the Kremlin, going from dynamic to more like defensive style in that sense.
Yeah, I think a lot of players in the chat might not really know what these changes were. But TLDR, for all of us who don't study the patch notes, Rus now doesn't need to go around and kill animals. They get bounty over the time as they're gathering. So let's hop into the game and talk about this a little bit more. Now, guys, what we see here is Rus, for the first time in their life, going on gold. And that is because killing animals don't always result in favorable return. They need to be actually gathered before they give that passive gold. So we do see the little bit of gold coming in, and as they drop off, just like we saw with olive oil in Byzantines.
Yeah, it looks like PETA finally had to intervene with all the animal hunting that the Rus were doing on all their maps here. And now finally seeing a gold build order here. I know that you can mainly go food heavy. You can have like 1 or 2 on gold and still get a very decent age up timing. And with the IU bids, I know they also had some changes as well.
Oh, definitely. The AOBITs also got slightly tweaked, but the thing is, when you're not an AOBIT player, you don't always read that far, right? Now, I know the camels were adjusted a little bit to but for Abbasid, so I'm not too sure how these AOBIT changes are going to play out against Rus. Now, I just want to say thank you for Mr. 10 for our sub donation. Appreciate your good sirs. It is really nice to see all the support from the community. And Tim also going to be a caster next week because he's going to tell us all about long COVID. Thank you very much, Mr. Tim. So, do you know much about the AUBIT changes, Mr. Cisco?
I know a little bit. Yeah, I know with the Eco Wing, the industry, they've changed how much wood you get now at each age. And then I know one of the biggest changes was the Adabeg change for sure, where now the Adabegs went costing 1 additional pop space to now having absolutely no pop space at all. And as we can see, we see that he is opting for the Desert Raider wing. Don't necessarily blame him there. It does create a lot of opportunity to force Senpai off of resources. And Senpai's also Golden Gate as well. So, you know, he's going to not have a whole lot of defense going into the early feudal age.
Now, this is the problem with the new Rus. Because we're not getting that Kremlin opening, they are a little bit more susceptible to raids. So early aggression should be okay against them. Right now, we also know that Rus likes actually to go a little bit more fast castle, which is pretty wild to think about. But that is just the power of the Golden Gate. You now get tickets a little bit faster, which means that you can get better trades quicker. Now, with the camel being able to come out here from the AOBITs, he's going to be able to deny the gold and force Senpai to respond to this. Before, Rus could just sit back and live their best life under the Kremlin. But now, he's going to need to make a tower or units of his own. And as Rus, these towers are very pricey. You'd rather make a unit.
Yeah, most definitely. But also one thing to consider too, with those towers and that priciness also comes a slight bonus to the amount of wood that they're able to bring in too with the lumber camps and the town center if he places it close enough.
Now the question is usually, does Rus go for that second TC in this case? The answer is no. Rus' second TC is no longer needed. They're going for the wood. They're not really sure what they want to do just yet. Straggler trees first, they say. Clean the things around your base before you go into the rest of the map. And just like that, we see the stable plopping down, and he's going to opt for a unit instead of a little tower on there. But now the question is, where does the camel decide to strike?
Yes, where will it strike indeed? And obviously we can see KJJ also kind of posturing himself for a fast castle timing by throwing the tower next to his gold. Deserator now on the way out to Senpai's base, and we see double horsemen from Senpai. Obviously the best decision here, as 2 horsemen will be able to deal with 1 Desert Raider quite easily here.
Yeah, this 1 Desert Raider is going to force a reaction, but it might not get anything really out of it. Now, we do see the response he has is, I'll just go for horsemen. I'm not going to use my gold right now to make a knight. It's just not worth it when playing against Desert Raiders. So, opting to get 2 horsemen and getting an archery range as well. So, definitely something I'm really excited about seeing this transition of the Rus play. Because Rus play has been quite one-dimensional for a while. This is just something fresh, and I think we needed this. We definitely needed it.
Definitely needed it indeed to keep the Rus meta interesting, and now the Deserator being forced back, double tower on KJJ's gold, and, you know, not sure if he scouted the range addition as well, so will he expect the aggression from Senpai coming out? First night on the way, got more archers on the way out too, and KJJ really trying to push the envelope here on doing the naked fast castle timing here.
Oh, this is a very naked one, and that is the problem here, ladies and gentlemen. When you are going naked fast castle and there are units on the way, it's going to be quite difficult. The camel will go down, and even if he loses the horses, which he doesn't, it would have been fine. That is such an important timing for him now, especially now if there's another camel archer coming out. It's just going to try to deny, but not be that successful with all these archers backing him up too. And now he's spicing it up with some early knights, knowing he can keep these camels at bay. Voldemar, very big. Well, apparently I can't speak today, so thank you very much for the big raid. Appreciate you, good sir. Hope you clapped cheeks and didn't fall all the way back to rank 20. Now, we do see the tower upgrades, and they should be able to hold it off a little bit. But now the question is, are we going to see rams? And the answer is yes, the blacksmith's being dropped. This man says, you may go for castle, but you're not getting any more gold. Goodbye. So let's see if he does get the upgrade. The units are pulling back a little bit, and he is out on the boar. Because again, when you are the one in the driving seat, you can demand the food that you want to take.
Yep, he's able to get all the food that he ever so desires. Little curious to see if Senpai is going to go for the barracks edition as well, because the addition of having a couple spearmen will at least help deter KJJ from just going into full camel lancers, just kind of like in the previous game where he tried to go mass knights and lost to, the Jugenu spearman comp of Senpai. And now Senpai just doing his best to try to make sure that KJJ is just not getting any additional food off of the map. So KJJ does have a nice little mass of gold, but will he be able to make use of a whole lot of that? And finally, Whammon, the first ram on its way out, getting ready to ram down both those towers and fully force KJJ off of that gold.
But see, he knows this is about to happen. He realizes, I am going to lose this gold. There's nothing I can do about this. This ram, it's quite expensive to make. So yes, Senpai also invested quite a bit into taking this down. So he's trying to get as much gold as he can so that he can get the upgrades he needs, so that he can survive. And that's exactly what's happening here. He needs to make sure that he gets every drop of gold he can, because he's not getting any gold anytime soon. The second gold is right on the same side. And there's a scout ready to see if he tries to dare move out of this map. So the villagers will go back. They won't even try to garrison in here. He's going to let this one go down. But he's already gotten his 2 stables down. The problem is, the food doesn't look too good.
Yeah, food's not looking great, and Senpai answered my question, adding in the spearmen too, so, the double stable may end up being quite counterproductive here, with the spearmen being able to help do extra damage onto the camel lancers. And now KJJ just trying to get out onto those berries. His villagers are coming out too, so, now having the villager lead, but for how long will he be able to maintain that is the question.
Yeah, he has just a little bit of food left over here. He's gone over to the berries, but he's not going to be able to do this for too long. These boys are rotating, and the camel lancers are in queue. But they might melt pretty quickly too. And again, the scout has the eyes on the deer, so he knows even if you try to move out, this might be very expensive. The horsemen are diving though, and this is not damage you want to take for free, and he's picking them off quite well. More and more horses fall, and this makes the fight a little bit easier for KJJ to hold, because now those camel lancers are actually going to mean something.
Yeah, but Senpai not taking the bait, and now he's seeing that KJJ is moving out onto the double deer on the side of his base as well. So, and Senpai opting to take the fight here, being able to trade some HP off of the Desert Raiders. Camel Lancers mostly intact, and we'll see how much longer Senpai decides to sit on this side. It looks like, oh no, he definitely missed micro there, and got a lot of HP traded off of those cavalry units and the spearmen as well. But it is able to manage a raid, which is nice, being able to keep KJJ off of food, but not a whole lot of units here to really kill the Castle Age units from KJJ.
Yeah, this food does go idle for a while, but he should be able to clean this up pretty quickly. The thing is, he also does enemy blacksmith upgrades, right? So these guys, while they're really scary, they don't have any upgrades. They're gonna die pretty quickly. And look at all these villagers, again, being idle. Just going from the one side to the other side, not getting any food, and he can just not produce fast enough. The horsemen, though, they do pretty well at cleaning this up.
Yeah, doing well, and now KJJ's going to be able to make an answer of his own and get some kills, but his lead is definitely fading here, and his food income will be fading here as well, as now he's forced off of all his food and now only has wood available to him for him to chop here. And it looks like he might have a sheep or two left under TC, but you know, for how much longer will that food be available to him before he completely eats it all? This is the question here.
I think this is the problem when you are at the level that these guys are. Yes, they're right now floating around top 30. And for them, this is something they might just not be sure how to adjust to. Because now he's invested so much resources into building this wooden fortress that might not even go... Oh, it might not even stay up, but these camels do take a lot of damage from this charge too. The thing is, Senpai is still in feudal. And now these units are just going to slowly start to clean them up. The problem is, he cannot lose too much now. Again, all these idle villagers just running for their lives, giving I guess, the lead back to Senpai. So these villagers, remember, when he went for the eco wing, he got all those villagers popping out of the TC. So he does stay on level, even though he loses a few of them. This is just not going to last forever.
Yeah, and one thing to consider too is, you know, despite him having the Vil lead, he was also idling a lot of that economy too, so, you know, Senpai is still going to have the stronger eco despite being at a Vil disadvantage here too.
Yeah, the problem is now the tower also went up, and that's just because KJJ couldn't put those military units together to deny this, but this is such a scary army. The archers are fine, because again, that is not an upgraded army. Again, desperately, KJJ just looking for food, even towering the berries, which is something we very, very rarely see unless you're Byzantines. But these guys are going to do so much damage, and if he loses any more, this is just snowballing out of control.
Yeah, snowballing indeed, and Senpai just maintaining his foot on the gas here, trying to make sure that the 4 measly units that KJJ has remains at that 4, and he doesn't get any other units out into the field here.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to break this army at the moment, and Senpai behind this still in feudal age. But what I would really like to see, guys, is I want to see the bounty. Look at that bounty. My goodness. That is a pretty solid bounty. Now, guys, again, what changed about the Rus is as you gather, you get bounty. And you bring that passive gold in, just like Byzantines with the olive oil. So now he's got a solid bounty, but tier 3 takes a little bit longer to get. But look at that villager difference. These 4 units, like you said, they're just not going to hit the same. And again, idle villagers.
Yeah, so bad and not even having wheelbarrow or textiles. This just hurts to watch, man.
Yeah, this is such a tough game for KJJ because he knows that this is the last part he was going to fight for. And honestly, between all of this, I still think KJJ was believed to win. When I spoke to a few of the players as well, they were like, yeah, KJJ is showing up pretty well. And he has the potential to keep climbing these ranks. Oh, the villagers are desperately trying to run away. The Camel Lance is doing some work. But this is now a split army. And splitting 7 units versus splitting 21. 7, they're really going to struggle to stay split. But this might be a little bit of an overcommitment here from Senpai. But with that idle eco, it's just not going to be able to do much. He's BM snacking all the way here on the deer.
Yep, snacking on the deer, making sure that if KJJ gets any funny ideas, that all those deer will be gone by the time he goes back out over there. And now the poor Vils of KJJ trying to just harvest whatever they can left of those berries, but Senpai now just coming back with the archers in the night. Yeah, he should be able to deal with the Camel Lancers very well here as they're very low HP. And just again with the idle time, makes me wonder what KJJ's next step here is, if he even has one.
And KJJ, I think, is just trying to hold on to this game for as long as possible, hoping that Senpai does have a crash or a tornado or anything just to stop this army from killing these villagers. Because 21 idle, that just means there's 10 villagers doing the work right now. And that's not enough to make anything to deal with this. And the moment the age up comes through, that is when I think he realizes there is no way for me to come back from this. Now, what could have made this game look a little bit differently? I think what you called a little bit earlier is getting all these stables might not have been the right move in responding to all that mass of spearmen. So the camel lances were great, right? But they just didn't have the same punch running into a bunch of spears.
Yeah, and if he really wanted to go for the camel lancer route, I would have liked to see more of their utility used on the raiding side. He could have went for more of a static army at home, getting, veteran archers and veteran spears, because it's not like he didn't have the goal to get veteran upgrades, but he just decided to really go all in on the camel lancer unit itself.
Now the castle age has been hit. This means it's a tick-tick time bomb as he's going to be able to go and capture these relics. Guys, Abbey of Trinity now produces even cheaper monks. And he's just going to be able to use that. And remember, these monks are fast. So they will be able to run around, pick up all the relics. And we can see KJJ didn't even think about that. There was just so much pressure on his face. There was no chance for just being able to do anything with relics. This camel lancer just trying to deny the villagers from his poor little deer, but there's no hope after all. Look at these low lancers. They're just so sad to be running away from a fight, because we know how powerful they are, but these guys will just melt away if looked at a little bit funny.
Yep, and they're definitely being looked at funny right now because they just instantly got melted as you were talking about that. And now KJJ finally trying to use that mobile utility from the composition that he has to try to get some raids in, but just too little too late. Senpai is just able to maintain the front line, and behind this, if 10-4 Tim is here, he should be watching, because Senpai is going into horse archers. Something that, you hardly see anymore. I know that with the Abbey change, it kind of enables the Roost player to do that now with the ability to spam out the warrior monks quite easily.
These horse archers are just the pinnacle of gameplay as we see these guys looking fancy. Even the camel lancers going into the TC, desperately holding on. We gotta hold on to what we got. It villagers. I don't know. This is sad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, those villagers are holding on for dear life, but I don't know how much longer they're gonna hold on to what poor Sally has up on her shoulder there.
No, Fatima going down onto the ground hits it quite hard. The green dresses scattered all over the floor, and more military just ready to charge on in. Now it's a TC dive. They don't care. It is a destruction.
Destruction indeed, but hey, well played by both players, especially by Senpai coming back to completely sweep the series 2-1 after losing the first game, and it was quite a bad loss on his side, but able to keep that mental fortitude up and be able to completely win out the rest of the series.
I just hit a button on my soundboard, a boo button on my soundboard by accident with my teacup. So as you were talking, we were just booing the players. And I just wanted to say, guys, that wasn't from me. That was just from the button. The soundboard got a little dented. I apologize. Nobody meant to get booed in the making of that voice note. Now, I think this just speaks to the ability of Senpai to adjust. He saw what KJJ did to him in the first game, and he was like, I can play my game, and I can play it well. Now, KJJ did have the favored matchup in the first game, but I feel like Senpai tried his best to stay alive, and I liked how he rallied his units into his base, then trying to take them out. Now, Cisco, I want to thank you for casting with me, going through these shenanigans with me. It has been an honor to have you around. I know people have been asking about their Lord and Savior, Mr. Cisco. So, yes. But before you go, I would like to share my screen so we can look at the bracket. And I want to get your predictions. So, sorry, guys. In this scene, Cisco's camera is not showing, so you won't be able to see his beautiful router face. So looking at this screen we see over here, we do see it on the top side, the favorite to qualify, B, but now playing against the winner of Home Senpai and KJJ, which is going to be Mr. Senpai. Now, B is the favorite to pass here, but down here, we do have a maybe Monka-S situation. We have Avely, and the favorite to pass here is Sassy. Who do you think is going to come out on top here, if both of them win their matches?
I don't know. I'm kind of Monka steering just even thinking about it right now. I definitely feel like Avely and Sass are fairly evenly matched. And I think it's mainly going to come down to the draft portion and ultimately who wins the Civ draft here.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, before that, Sassy does need to beat Lady Deepshine. Now, Deepshine is my biggest contender in the female division of Age of Empires, and I fear her like nothing else. So that is also going to be our next series that we're jumping into, Sass versus Deepshine. Now, when we go a little bit down, we see Scatterbrain did take down Bleed, who was also playing at King of the North, but now Scatterbrain versus Cat. I think Cat is the favorite to go through here, right?
Most definitely.
And down here, though, we have a little bit of a situation with Alyona and Myriad also being very closely ranked. Who do you call?
I'm going to be a little biased here. Myriad is my boy. I will back my boy. I know he's been getting a lot better too. He's been on his grind. He's been putting in the work. So I definitely could see a potential for an upset here from my boy.
From your boy. Okay. Now, guys, we'll find that out very, very shortly. I'm going to go get Mr. Winston join casting. Using camera, Winston, that is up to you. Cisco, thank you again. Appreciate you stepping in so early for you, waking up and just rolling into the casting desk. So, yes, thank you again. Hope to have you here again. Right?
Of course, and thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. And guys, I do have a voice here telling me that he's ready to speak. So, Mr. Voice, are you here?
Hello?
Oh my gosh.
Is that me? Hello?
That's you. You're the voice. Oh, guys, I realized I didn't transition the screen. So they just saw my screen sharing. I'm quickly going to go adjust our caster scene. So, Winston, I did send you the link. You can hop right in and join.
Yeah.
Are you awake?
Am I awake? Yeah. What's up?
I don't know. No. I just meant like this is quite early for you. Is it? Is it not? Is it
early? It's 11:30. I mean, it's not too early.
Okay. 11. Oh, you're.
I'm usually up at like.
Okay.
Usually up much earlier.
Okay. Yeah.
We're here. I think.
Yeah. You're here. You're here. Okay, guys, we're removing Cisco's face from here, and Winston's one is about to hop on in. Let me just quickly put him in. It's very professional here. This is a one-woman show. And
we're doing it live. This is what it's all about,
It's the vibes, That's just how we roll. Okay, let me just quickly see if I can quickly switch through. One moment. I'm gonna transition to our other part.
I am not a router. I just want to clarify. I am not that router. That is not me.
Yeah, the router was unfortunately just Mr. Cisco's face, and now we're blessed with Winston's beautiful, I don't know, aura, vibes, and voice. Welcome.
Do I have aura? Is that what you just said?
I think you have vibes, right?
Oh, vibes. Okay, I thought, I was like, I don't know what the kids call aura nowadays. That is beyond me, I've realized.
So...
but hello.
Wait, I just wanted to ask you as well. Did you watch yesterday's games by any chance?
I was booked from 7 a.m. to like midnight. So no.
With secret Microsoft stuff, or
I was just busy in general.
Now,
so I didn't see anything. I'm sorry. I'm super out of the loop on our pro circuit here.
Now, what is very important for you to know is that we had a few upsets. Chrysor making it through, Dragovan making it through as well. And yeah, Anatand is quite upset that you didn't see his casting either.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Anathan.
It's okay. He'll
I'm
get
so
another
sorry.
shot.
I really am. That's sincere. I didn't mean that to be sarcastic. I realized that could have come off as insincere, but I want to say that that was very sincere.
All right. Winston not there to offend anyone. Anatand actually did a really good job. Anatand, I think
That's
it was
awesome.
his first time casting in English, and he was kicking ass. Beastie was also telling me afterwards, he was like, yeah, Anatand was impressive. And I'm like, damn, yes. Now, Winston, we casted a tournament together before, and I think you did the top team gamer in the past, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is now the
We did
tournament. This is the tournament to qualify for that. And basically, some of our female players wanted to qualify into the pro circuit. So we have Deep Shine here, who's going up against Sassy. She is Conqueror 1, and Sassy is Sassy. So I really wanted to hop in here before we go into one of the qualifying matches. So this is a best of 3, and as a dev, you probably know what the new patch, the matches should look like. Ottomans versus Malians on the new patch. How are we feeling about this?
Am I supposed to say that? I have a feeling that the Malians might be a bit strong here. We'll see though. It depends on the strat, right? I think with the new build orders, with just everything that's new with Malians, I think there's also opportunity to mess up here. So we'll see if Deep Shine has what it takes to execute on the new concepts, right? And I think that can be tricky. Some players adapt really quickly, and other players adapt. They kind of need more time to really practice things, and they grind through the pain of change. Other players just adapt instantly, right? And I think this weekend we're going to be seeing a lot of stuff like that. And I hope the games have been fun so far, and I'm excited for the games today. Be good.
Yeah, same here. A lot of these matches that we're going to be seeing today are going to be quite close. So as we're going into the early game, guys, I am speeding through the Dark Age because I know a lot of the times there's just a lot of scouts running around. And we can see what they're doing. But, ooh, look at that scout, just chunky with a lot of food. And already, I think Sassy is going to be loving this. Now, Sassy has had a very interesting way of doing Ottomans. Sassy is very aggressive with Ottomans, so he doesn't always opt for going all the military schools early on. He quickly goes and just makes a bunch of stables and pumps out units to go and harass the opponent. And I think Malians is just susceptible to getting the Golden Knight and stopping the Cow Boom. But I'm expecting for Deep Shine to be a little bit innovative. We've been seeing a lot of second TCs from Malians on the ladder.
Yes.
So do you feel like the second TC is a given right now, or are you still favoring the normal old Cal Boom?
I think that now Malians have options, and that was obviously the main vision behind the change, right? Is to give Malians more options than the one build order that they've been doing for the past year, right? So seeing that, hopefully, I can only hope that we get more than just one build order now. I think with 2TC, you generally have much more economy to do more things in the early game. So we'll see if that's going to be what happens. If it's often 2TC into a variety of things, I would say that's still, a good thing, hopefully.
Yeah.
If people see that as a good thing, I do. But we'll see. So already building up to the 7 houses here on the pit mine. So really trying to get a lot of gold early. That's one adaptation that you've always kind of seen if players are in a more greedy position. You could see this a lot in team games before. But now seeing it in a 1v1 where there's already some spearmen on the field from the Ottomans could become problematic because a house or two could go down. We'll see Donso on the way to defend from Deep Shot.
Yeah, and the great thing about Donzas is they deal pretty well with the Ottoman aggression early on. Because of that initial spear throw too, it usually scares them off, but that's more at, our ranks. I think Sassy's a man who knows how much a spearman can take, so with these guys rallying all around, I think these houses are going to cost a little bit much for Deep Shine to deal with this early on. She does have a gold over here though, so on the opposite side, which is pretty good for Malians. Now, since you said Malians now have options, I want to go back to that. I'm so happy that that's exactly what you guys were thinking of as well. Because that is what I think a problem is with most of the civilizations that we have. A lot of people just don't feel like you have a choice. You only do one thing, and if you don't do it, it's just GG for you. So now with Malians, I absolutely love the fact that you get to make decisions. It's just whatever you feel like, you can do that. And I think HRE has that. I think English has that right now. But a lot of civs, yeah, now they have choices. The same with Rus. Rus, I feel like, has a lot of choices as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the goal, right? It's a strategy game after all. That's what we're trying to achieve. I would hope we can keep executing on that with time. Now, interesting situation.
Hmm?
Do you what building?
What
Beyond the what do you think SAS is going to go here? Just another stable? Well, not another stable, but add the stable in. I think it seems a bit weird though. Oh, just going for the schools already.
I think there's a reason behind this. So whenever Sassy plays against people that he deems very scary, he is someone who will definitely go for a stable in that case. But now he's playing against someone that he does not necessarily face on ladder ever, because she's quite lower ranked than he is. But there's a secret here. She's been getting coached by Voldemort significantly. And she's in a position where she is doing a lot with that. She's been getting a lot better, and there's a lot of stuff that she has improved on. So this is not a given for Sassy. While he's considered to be the better player, the favorite to win, Deepshine is not someone he should be messing with. And going for that second military school, while that was always the case in the older... double range as well, he realizes, I need to respond to this. So this is going to be a really... He needs to be careful. He shouldn't underestimate her at all.
Oh, and I love this from Deepshine. I think Deepshine is saving up now to go for the second TC. You can see the resources starting to get closer to that 450 gold, which is what you need now to add it. And that flexibility, I think, is what's going to help Malian so much in these early games, dealing with attacks and then responding in kind with growth behind, like aggression. I think is going to be one of those big hallmarks of Malian play. We'll see if a TC does come down, where it would go, just into cattle instead. Okay, interesting. So just going for a more standard cattle boom, but only on one pit mine so far. So things are a little like lacking here, but Deepshine, like in terms of the economic growth, but Deepshine has gone for some forward Donso here.
Now the thing is, this
down.
It just has the mobility to deal with this villager and stop this thing from happening. Because you have one Donzo, sure, but that Sipahi is still going to activate their fortitude to try and kill the villager, because they can just run away and get out of there alive. But we do see the first cattle ranch now being filled up, but the second pit mine still lacking a lot of houses.
Yeah, and that's kind of you see a lot of players at pro level keeping their army at home. And you could see here why. Like, if the Donsos had been at that pit mine, they would have been fine. But sending these units forward like this has led to their death and downfall. Like, the archers have cleaned up the Donso forward. So all that investment has led to Deepshine being a bit further behind in economic development. And now nothing to show for it now. Need to reinvest again into this army to defend against this, get a lot of Donso and Jab out again, which is really expensive. It slows everything down. Now the opportunity, the window to fit a second TC in before the army from Ottomans really scales out of control is tightly closing, and we might be on a 1 TC defense like Malians of old very soon. We might be locked into that rather.
Yeah, the fact that she's also dropped a blacksmith as well, so it doesn't feel like there's any more opening for that. If she didn't drop a blacksmith, I think she also had the gold for this very recently. So we can see she's just committing to this 1 TC play. And that's the problem when you're playing against Ottomans. The moment they get ahead, they just keep building more units. They get units for free, so it's just going to get scarier and scarier and scarier as time goes on. Whereas if you went for that second TC quite early on, you would be able to keep up with those free units that they so easily get.
Yeah, Deepshine is up economically at this stage, so we'll see if she's able to hold here. But the archer count from SAS, 17, it's scary, right? It's really scary. If you can get the attack upgrade on those archers before the jabs can get the armor upgrade, then you can even start to look at trades with this many, right? With such an imbalance in numbers. I mean, we're looking at a spot where SAS might even consider a dive under some defenses here, and the Vills on the gold going to be exposed. One going to go down for sure. But good reaction time. Oh!
Cast a curse. Oh, you were right!
Good reaction time. Keeps all the gold vills alive. That poor cattle, man. Just kind of ate it.
This is...
He went to the pasture. Oh, the cow's eating him right now. Look at that.
Oh, at least there's a little bit of fermenting on the soil here. The ground's going to stay nice and juicy for the cows. Oh, gosh. Okay, I went a little bit deep there. That was
That's
very
a
dark.
terrifying thought, and I
Yeah.
don't want to think about that anymore, but it is what happened. We did just cast that. That is what was just said.
No, guys,
see.
I do want you to notice these cows are just getting
Oh.
clapped without being inside, and this is so massive from Sassy. And now, at this point, this is where you usually question yourself as Malians. When do I make cows, and when do I
Is that
make
an
more
idle
units?
TC?
Yes. This is an idle TC. I'm very surprised. Miss Deep Shine Girl. Unidle that TC lady. I'm sure you would... she's going to bless us with a lot more units, but I think she may have underestimated the amount of units that Ottoman has the ability to push out. And that's exactly what's happening here. She stopped making units for a little while just to make a few extra cows. And now with 200 gold left, she's going to keep making these javelin throwers, but she's not going to be able to upgrade them as much as she wants. Oh, as I say that, she's queued up both of them. Never mind. But the cows also filling up the ranches pretty quickly. But now this tower in a little bit of danger as well, with the Mechter being here too.
Yeah, and that's going to be some dead vills. I'm assuming those, yeah, dead vills. Well, they're going to try and run for it. No shot.
Yeah.
No shot. They just go down. I mean, this was a lot of good hits in with the jabs on the back end of this, so you can see a couple dead archers as well, but that Vil lead for Sass now is really insane, and the cattle are good, and the pit mines are good, but are they this good?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure.
Well,
I'm not quite sure.
This amount of lead that you get in the early game from Sassy now is just too much to come back from as a Malian player on 1 TC, as we said. And I think this is the critical part. Like, right, these guys are getting all the gold they can for now, while these guys are looking for a way in. And once they get on top of them, I don't think Deep Shine has an answer here. Because even if she does have that ability to go castle, she's still not going to have all that free gold quite easily. Because Sassy just has such a mobile army. And the war wasn't finished.
What? What?
Knock, knock.
Oh no. Disaster for Deep Shine. Oh, and Sass is going to send everything there. He can camp that. Even if it just forces a reaction, right? That itself is good. It looks like Sass might back up. Looking for the MIA. So a Mangonel could just end the game here, potentially.
Yeah, Sassy is in a position where he could end this game in feudal, but he knows the safer play is just to go full castle, so he does exactly that, get those upgrades, and then when you want to, you can easily dive as well. But I don't even think he needs to wait for that Mangonel to end this game. He could just dive the moment he hits castle with the upgrades kicking in. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a little dangerous if you overextend and if you misclick the button on the spot, you can accidentally lose a lot of cav really quickly. So you have to be careful with that, but I'm sure Sass will be fine getting the ranged armor upgrade now. So investing in the blacksmith a little bit later, but obviously he's going to be up to castle in just a moment.
And I see that now with Deep Shine adding all these stables, she's like, I should probably make units. And the thing is, she does, but she's about to play against the Castle Age Ottomans. And I feel like 4 stables, you just don't have the economy to produce from those right now. And she opts not to create things instantly. So this might just be preparation for Castle Age, just make that sofa switch. In the previous weeks that we've seen Deep Shine play, she's loved her sofas. And her sofa play has been really, really scary for most players. So she's able to raid quite efficiently, and she usually doesn't sit on the back line like this. But when playing against someone like Sassy, you do need to be careful.
Yeah, and a 4-stable sofa switch is kind of nuts. I mean, we'll see if it pays off here. It's obviously going to come after Castle Age, you can see by the saving. So the hope here is that the cattle and the food income is enough to sustain this, but not fully sure. We'll see here. We'll see in a moment.
And these guys are flanking around, trying to get to do some damage, and they will probably find some damage, even if it's just some idle time. But she does have the resources for this. She pulls the wood villagers, and the Fulani is dropped down. So the thing is, she does have the gold for this, so maybe the Castle Age will not be as dire as we think. The problem is if Sassy doesn't leave her to just get those passive food from the cows and the what are these things called? The cattle ranches. Oh my goodness.
The ranches.
The ranches. The moment the ranches kick in and the
ranch
produces, this should be okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. And now
I'm contributing nothing here. just ranch.
Ranches. And they're making horses to make the ranches look even cooler. Because of this food from the ranches, they're going to have extra sofas and they're going to get upgraded. Hell yeah, brother. is going to be a stabilization.
Indeed, the sofa are coming out. We'll see. Just the economy difference, though, is still very problematic. Down 20 real vills. That's not where you want to be as Malians. But we'll see. Some upgrades could come in. We have plenty of gold for a couple quick upgrades, and then maybe there's a chance here. Kind of need to take a really good fight, though. Can we check Sass's base real quick? Does he have, like, another TC? No, he doesn't, really. So just all-in military here.
He's letting the military schools do the work, but the mangonel is ready, though. Oh, look at this sneaky boy. Oh, my goodness. Sassy.
Yeah, no TCs, just full trade.
11 traders. This man is just transitioning out of the game. I was wondering, how is she this far behind? But of course, it's always trade, isn't it? These guys...
not a lot of army just yet for Sass too, right? Like, he's invested a lot into this trade transition, but it's come at a bit of a price. You'd expect him to be at like 60, 70 units, but his greedy play here has... We'll see if it pays off. It should with a lot of time, as long as he doesn't lose a critical fight. Up to 8 sofas now, 4 more in queue, as we saw with those 4 stables. So Deep Shine coming in for the attack. I mean, the sofa's getting in behind the walls, and killing the trade would be huge. There's a hole in that wall in the north. It's not done yet.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, it is.
Luckily, they fixed
an
it.
outpost.
It's okay. The thing is, it's about these outposts. Sassy is aware of this, and this is exactly the moment he decides to counterattack. And this is the moment I feel like Deep Shine loses this. The moment you step out of your base with a very not mobile army, fighting against an army like this, you're definitely risking yourself losing the game. And these are small things, I think, that she will quickly pick up on and be able to fix in the next games. So let's see how these sofas do trade against the Sapahis. It does look like the Bechter is making these guys quite chunky. They are taking a pretty decent trade against the sofas, but the sofas will reign supreme in this. Let's see how these sofas are doing. They are trying to burn down this palisade gate, but the tower has kicked in and it's smacking back. They do break through, though.
A lot of smacking back, and the Ville's going to take a hit here. A couple will go down, further cementing Sass's lead, almost 2-to-1 Ville count. Of course, you can't count out the cattle in the ranches, but yeah, Deep Shine gonna have to go for some aggression here, I think, and has to be careful about where the mangonels are positioned. Maybe needs to add sprinkles of their own. There's a monk on the field already for Malians as well, so going for some relics, a heist maybe is in order.
Now these guys need to get to the back and do some damage. Deep Shine knows. Oh, there's already some boys doing some damage. Girl. But the Jan is out, and now the Jans will start pulling in constantly. The Monk does get shut down by Deep Shine, and now she's going to start doing some eco damage. But girl, you need to do a lot of eco damage to get this thing equalized.
I mean, the Jans don't have a great time against Javs, right? It's not a fun time to be a Jan against these javelins as they come in, and you just see the hits. Just does so much damage to them.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
If she can target fire these boys so accurately, this will be amazing. The trade is shut down for a moment though. But if we look at the resources per minute, oof, Sassy's still okay on gold. He's spending it effectively as well. But these traders, they are expensive. But there's about 30 more she needs to kill.
And that's a big army from Sass, still with 50 units on the field. Going to be pushing forward now. Going to try and clear out that trade route, and he's walled in that front again. So these units from Deep Shine not really going to be getting, like, that trickle is cut off. So this army's as good as dead. It's done so for those Donsos, as they say.
Do they say that, Winston? Do they?
Yeah, I've heard it.
Okay. Okay, as long as we get
those
confirmation.
Those are done so. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing.
No,
we have poison archers in already. That'll be nice against all the men-at-arms.
The problem is the army difference is just showing its face right now. And this outpost is the classic conqueror bait. Something that a lot of us at low conk struggle with is just getting past towers that are reinforced, especially behind walls. Because you send your army there thinking that they'll do the work, and you just lose your units by more one as they're cutting off the reinforcements. Deep Shine is making a play for some of those relics. One of these boys running away empty-handed, as one of the relics might have been picked up from Mr. Sassy. Now, at the other side, she is raiding though, but the second TC pumping out too from Sassy.
Where did Deep Shine just place that keep? She
dropped a
just
keep.
spent 800 stone. Okay, way on the left there. Interesting.
She might just try to keep these golds safe. Now, this could definitely mean a very tough time for her going forward, because this is very expensive to place this far on the side. What we see with her macro at the moment, she's just not able to spend all the food that she has.
Yeah, that's a lot of food. It's a lot of food in the bank. We'll see though. This is where maybe adding another TC or two just really quickly could be a way to get back into the game, but we'll see. So far, no additional town centers for Deep Shine.
Now at this point, when you have 3,000 food in the bank, I think a lot of people just make scouts with Marlians. Because yes, she is not floating too many other resources, as I think she might be macroing up to... No, never mind, she's making archers. So she is trying to spend those resources. I think it's just a little bit hard to keep doing it with that good of a food bank at the base, and the cows just pumping more and more. So
just sell everything, go in festival time, baby. Just get some festivals going. What can go wrong? As long as the people are happy, you know?
Now, I do see in Twitch chat, we see huge skill gap. Is Conk 3 really that much better? Now, keep in mind, Sassy is not Conk 3. Sassy is Conk 6, Conk 5, if you're looking at the points. So, a Conqueror 3 player might be miles and miles behind Sassy. And that is the problem here. What we're seeing here is not just the standard Conk 3 difference. And, oof, Sassy is definitely showing that he is ready to defend the base. Doesn't really matter what Deep Shine throws at him. And this keep over here is a good move to make, because you're constantly going to get these raids from Deep Shine on your second TC on the trade. So you want to solidify these reinforcements here, even if it's just by reinforcing with a little tower or a stone wall over here.
Yeah, and it's a big wall off there on the right too. A lot of stone invested into just defending this right side. That'll keep the home economy and the heart of the trade route very safe, so he can play his army in the middle of the map and just flex it to the left if there's an attack there. And an attack on the right is going to take a lot more build up right from Deep Shine in order to be effective. So we'll see how and just building it in the middle, just full stone walls. Let's go, baby.
And
let's go.
He realizes this is also a way to really deter people at a little bit of a lower rank. If we're faced with stone walls, our units don't auto-path when we click them there, and they don't automatically go and kill this. So even if he doesn't finish this is not something that any of us would realize. We wouldn't be scouting for these either. So this is definitely a good way of deterring anyone in Conk 2 and below, without having any repercussions. But this army is getting kind of scary from Deep Shine, and she is floating a lot of resources, so she could go for that Imperial H2, but where's she dropping that keep? I think with these villages that she's put here at the front, we're definitely seeing something sneaky.
You just assumed it's Fort of the Huntress? Excuse me? It could be festival time. It's time to party.
She doesn't have enough scouts to go for festivals. Scouts are the way you go if you want to make festivals. Come on, Winston.
No, there's so many ways to use festivals. Are you kidding? This is a huge invasion right now, actually. This could cut off the trade for a bit, force the army back to the left, and we had the observatory going up and another switch into more ranges. So we'll even see what that's all about. Looks like just Jans from Sass, I think, is what he's aiming for, but that's a bit odd, given the composition. But we'll see.
I think
the siege potentially exposed.
And I think this is the problem when you are this far in your opponent's base. When your army is split up, you will get caught out. So yes, she does get the siege, but is it enough? Especially with this amount of lead that you see from Sassy's side. These traders, even if he loses all of them right now, he's still very much fine. And this is Deep Shine, most of Deep Shine's armory being at the back here.
Yeah, this is going to be bad. If all the army trades and doesn't kill much army, this could get really bad for Deep Shine very quickly. I just want Deep Shine to go up. Go up to the imp. Just click. You have the res. Just go.
I'm wondering what's stopping her. I feel like she might be panicking a little bit, because keep in mind, this is a big game for her. I don't think she's ever gotten to a point where she gets to play against Sassy in a tournament. This is something she's only always played against the other female gamers in the scene, where we are all playing these female tournaments, and she is clapping our cheeks quite easily. So facing someone of this magnitude is definitely a different feat for her. I would probably be panicked as well, and we see another 16 so far being queued up. This woman says, I'ma keep raiding, guys, I'ma keep raiding.
Yeah, and the desperation here is maybe pretty visible in that move, queuing up that many, when it you could argue it didn't work the first time, right? So you're repeating something that wasn't necessarily the most effective. Like the raids are good, the idle time is good, but trading out army here, you're still down in economy. I guess you don't know that if you're in Deep Shine shoes, right? You don't know how effective a raid is until you see it, but you're trading away a lot of units here, like quite a lot. Still getting value. Actually, maybe I'm a little wrong about that. They're still getting good value. Like there's this group on the left that's still kiting like at least 20 units there are chasing these. Like that's a decent exchange. And keep that group alive.
The problem is Sassy's army is just going to keep increasing. And yes, Deep Shine is doing some good damage onto this economy. But with the amount of lead that Sassy has, and now being on 3 TC as well, he's just going to be able to replenish anything she kills. So, Fort of the Huntress.
No, it's festival time.
It's festival time. What do you want to see produced faster, Winston? What do we
The Vills.
The Vills.
Economy.
we need 3 more TCs and then just get faster Vills. I kind of agree. That would
Yeah,
make
and
more
then
sense.
then the Vill count would literally be equalized. Or go trade yourself with the festival. You can go traders, and like you can be. You could have like 30 traders in like one click of the festival. That's all I'm saying. There's options here for Deep Shine to quickly get back into the game. I think Fort of the Huntress on the right 8K is a valid plan, but I almost wonder if it's needed. Like, does SAS really need access to the 8Ks? I mean, maybe. With all the raiding that's going on, like, maybe, but we'll see. The Ville train is arriving. 5K gold in the bank for Deep Shine. Wow.
She's saving it for upgrades, Winston. She just needs to make sure.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm not wow in a bad way. I was just like, wow, like that's a lot that can happen in a moment here. Almost enough stone for 2 keeps. So the follow up here could be to take middle, like take mid control, right? Just like control the center of the map, control these 2 sacred sites with 2 keeps. There's a lot of options for Deep Shine. I'm really excited to see how this progresses.
No, when I say it like that, it definitely was meant as a joke. When we're playing Marlians, I think it's so easy to float this amount of resources.
Oh,
because
yeah.
you have access to so much gold and so much food, so it's so easy to float them. But this is going to solidify upgrades. It's going to solidify. Oh, and she's like, I need more gold. Actually, this would be great. Thank you. But Sassy is reinforcing this outpost already, and that's going to be so tough for when he starts snacking on these villages too. Now, this is the moment where Sassy asks himself, did she keep making units? Is she okay? And she's made a ton of more stables, but she just doesn't have the food economy to back this up just yet. She does have a little bit of a farm transition here or there, but Sassy's economy is looking healthy.
I always find that when I play Malians, like going up to Imp, the one thing I need the most of in every game is wood, and it makes me happy to see Deep Shine in the same position, just because like it is so painful. Like I feel like I just need to have like 60 mils on wood as soon as I get Imp to like build 2 universities to go through the techs and stuff. You know, just to do everything is so expensive, and this is when your economy is large enough that you actually do need to start adding farms, because Malians can delay the farm transition, but at the end of the day, you still need to build, like, even with cattle, you need like 10 to 20 farms, right? And just Deep Shine might have a couple, but at the end of the day, you still have to build a few more and get up your production buildings. And we're going to see Musafati gunners. Interesting.
Now, hopefully she uses those for some invisibility plays and just try to snack on as many units as she can. But I don't know if this is the answer to this army composition we see up front here. That's just so many archers that you're going to need to deal with, and a lot of janissaries as well.
Yeah, I mean, the gunners are going to do okay if you can get up to like 30 of them. It's just going to be tough. The Great Bombards starting to be masked by SAS. That's going to be basically the win condition for Ottomans here, right? Is get, 4 or 5 of these bombards out, and then the question mark on Deep Shine's whole situation becomes much more pronounced, right?
My question is just, is Sassy scared to close this out, or is he just playing with his food right now? Is he unsure about how to close out this game and just not a little bit worried to go and lose an army to her, especially when she has this type of economy at home? Yes, the farms, the cows, and just being able to replenish and overwhelm him. So he hasn't really been able to close it out just yet. Not that I think he won't. I just think this is a very passive playstyle from Sassy in this scenario.
Yeah, he absolutely could close out the game right now, right? If he just fought down the middle, right? But what Deep Shine has shown over and over is that if you show your army in one area, I'm going to go hit you somewhere else. And so that's why Sass has been waiting until he has his full Stonewall set up. And now that it's there, those counter raids are going to need some siege to support it, and that's going to slow everything down. Like this attack, like what's it going to do? It's going to run into a Stonewall and then bounce back, right? So we'll see now Sass moving forward. 2 Great Bombards, or 1 Great Bombard on the field. Could get into position soon.
And these gunners are just showing up quickly. Ooh, and snacking on a few of these units, but these are cheap archers and Sassy.
Where are those units go?
These ones.
They're just diving? Hard diving?
Yeah, but keep in mind, Sassy might just be throwing them away so that they can be replenished by something better. Yes, exactly.
It needs to siege. Yeah.
Those archers are doing a little bit of work. Even if they kill just a handful of villagers, this is so worth it for Sassy to now replace them with some high-value units. We see no more archers in queue. Those things were dead space. Oof. She makes a ram too.
Oh, but there's a Great Bombard here taking out the Fort of the Huntress.
Oh, and this is going to be so tough to handle because you just don't have anything that you can kill this thing with. And now she is going to try and repair this. True.
Could pull Vils to go hit that right now. There's only one Spahi, but now it's too late. Yeah, there's too many units. Elite Spahi on the field with their epic, the epic, face on the horse. I love this unit.
It's amazing. It's just the beautiful art.
Like the lion helm.
Oh, and the villagers are in danger too. The fact is, this thing does shoot poison arrows, but poison arrows are not strong enough to take this out one shot. The beautiful micro from Sassy pulling the Great Bombard backwards as soon as it is in danger of those beautiful sofas coming into. Now these are elite sofas finally as well. The horses get reinforced, looking fancy, but now just going to try and take down a tower, even though they might go down in the process.
I feel like Sass is doing something this game that is a little... I feel like all of us viewers, you guys too on Twitch, all of you viewers, and us, Women and I,
yeah,
we're all just cattle in Sass's ranch right now, you know? Like, he's just holding us captive in this game. Couldn't this game be over if he just attacked? I'm confused.
Sass
I'm
at
about
this
to
point...
play to the side here.
Is he just going for a wonder?
Like, what are the resources? Like, what's going on? I think this game could just be over if he just attacked in one position. Like, that fight down the center was looking really good, but he put his bombards on the right, and I'm not sure what... I'm not going to question it anymore. I just wanted to get that out there, that I'm also confused by this play from Sass.
I think Deep Shine is equally confused. She might think she's still in the game just because Sassy hasn't been able to kill her yet, but that's running out. With the sofas going down, this is a very big chunk of our army too, and those sofas were so needed to take down this, but now with all these Janissaries, they're not going to be able to do anything. The Fortress of the Huntress is going to be able to do some pretty decent damage, especially having the bombard in placement, but it's going to go down way, way too quickly. And she is pushing out at the same time, though.
Yeah, but the army kind of needs to be on the right to defend there. Sass is now mounting a push with his siege. Where are the other Great Bombards? There's 4. Are they all there?
They were, some of them... Ooh, let's see. They were actually
on the left side.
There's
4 on the field. Where are they?
He's just... Oh, he's getting them ready. He's getting them ready. I think he's decided on an angle to push.
For
he's
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm done questioning Sass's brilliance. I apologize, Sass.
Winston, do we need to organize a show match between you and Sassy?
No. Oh, Culverin's though already. Like, this is giving Deep Shine enough time to get Culverins out. Has a larger army, and this is something just because the game has stagnated for so long, right? Just has given Deep Shine the chance to just collect resources and invest that into units, right? Which is, when you have a bigger economy, you want to keep trading against the opponent because you can afford to replace your units, right? And that's what's kind of confusing about Sass's position, is he has a really big economy, a small army, but he's not fighting, right? That's what's weird. You should just be trading, or you have 20,000 res banked up. Just fight, you know? But we'll see. If the goal isn't to win the game quickly, I can see that maybe there's some plan here. Maybe it is to place a wonder. I'm not quite sure.
That would be quite, I don't know if I'd say BM, but it would definitely be surprising in a tournament game like this, when you definitely have the ability to close out the game. And yes, you can say he's just waiting and waiting and trying to find the right time to attack. But there's a whole open side, and Sassy is known as a raider. He's a man who goes into your base and he takes you down. This is not the passive playstyle I expected from Sassy.
It is a wonder. Oh my god, he's building a wonder.
Oh my god, wonder. Where's the wonder? Right here. Oh my god, Sassy. In a tournament.
And now his bank is gone. Like this could be a problem. In all reality, he has a smaller army and his bank is gone, right? So this could be a problem in a moment. But we'll see how this fight goes. The Jans are an elite force here, but up against that many Musafati gunners, it might be a problem. The Great Bombard's behind, looking for the shots on the gunners. It will be devastating, but the Culverins pushing up. They could get good snipes here on the Great Bombards. If the Bombards go down, this becomes a huge issue, but a massive shot rails across the army of Deepshine here. That is a problem. That is a problem. The Great Bombards, though, getting traded down. 2 down already. The Culverins still on the field of wonder, though, going up. The Springle defense going down. Just 1 Great Bombard left. Spahi, though, coming in to defend now. Sass completely out of food. Completely out of wood. Adding a cannon tower. Adding cannon towers. Okay, so this is where we're at.
He realizes she's been struggling to take down the towers that are reinforced. She's been struggling to take down walls. This is maybe his play to just ensure that he can stay alive while the Wonder does the ticking. And he did find a way to kill that. He found a way to kill that keep. And now, slowly but surely, these villages are looking scary too. But the problem is, I don't think Deepshine has anything to deal with this. She had that gold bank, but that's gone now. And she doesn't have any units to replenish this with. Gold is struggling.
Yeah, it should just be Archer or Spearman here, or just anything, right? Just units. But yeah, no, gonna tap out there. The Wonder, too intimidating. The defense was enough there for Sass, although honestly, that was incredibly close, right? That fight there in the middle, like if it had gone a little bit better for Deepshine, we could have seen a huge swing this game. So maybe some wild plays from Sass, trying something creative, doing something wild. Love to see it. Hate to see it. Love to see it, you know?
Yeah, the problem is, I feel
It's
like
cool.
in this game, Sassy definitely was like, oh, I'm way higher ranked than you, right? This is not gonna be difficult whatsoever. And then he just went ahead and let the thing happen. But now the next matchup is gonna be Japanese against Byzantine. It's not updated on the screen yet, guys, but it will be in a moment. So, Deepshine going on Byzantines. Now, Byzantines is one of her newer civilizations that I know she's been working with Voldemort on. So they have been cooking together. So now
They've been cooking.
they've been cooking. So let's see if she opens up with a mill from this get-go. Is that
So
is that the new way we're gonna be playing Byzantines, ladies and gentlemen? The sheep no longer matters even from the start. We're gonna be seeing horses. The hippodrome is gonna be dropped. I'm excited.
yeah, the only
already.
reason you would do this is for the hippodrome, right? Because you have to save the berries for the winery, the Grand Winery, right? It's just more efficient. So if you're not going winery, you can use the hippodrome, or sorry, use the berries in the Dark Age, right? Which, like, the income here is okay. It's definitely slower on the Asia. They have a longer drop off to the TC than a sheepville does, and it's a slower gather rate. So it's not like the best situation, but the goal here is to get enough wine so you can immediately do a mercenary camp. The question is what? I guess you go Keshiks if you're going Hippodrome, right?
Yes.
Or do you match with longbows? I feel like there's kind of 2 options. Is you open Hippodrome, add the horseman, and you hope that your opponent does spearman, and then you have 5 longbows out in time to kill that first spearman. So that might be like a timing play being attempted here. Or you just use the Keshik combination with the Hippodrome because they will, function alongside of it, benefiting from Triumph, right? Kind of 2 approaches, right?
And what I think we also need to explain to the viewers, guys, I know that some of you might be like, okay, why is there 2 on stone? Now, Japan does get that passive gold with the stone as well. But ever since this has been adjusted, the Daimo mana is now a lot cheaper. So you guys can see, we're getting quite close to having enough for this upgrade too. So you do this so that you can get that upgraded TC here at the back without being punished for it. But Sassy goes for the Kolkar Township. And this is surprising. Sassy. Going for the Cogger Township, making sure he has the Shinobis to do a little bit of damage to Deep Shine. Now, that is very, very risky, I would say. Extremely risky.
You think so?
I think so. I think so, because with the Shinobi, are you even able to get close up to any of these things to damage them? Usually on this map, your gold is pretty close that you can do. This one is not close at all. But are you going to be able to do damage with those Shinobis?
Yeah, one of the benefits of using all the berries in the Dark Age is that then you're not on the berries in the Feudal Age, right? And you can go back to, you can kind of retreat to the sheep. Which means that you're less exposed to like one position that you have to defend. Like you just don't have to defend the berries, right? As long as you finish them before the raid comes in, right? Then we'll see what the choice is here. The mercenary house going down, and we'll see what the option is. I feel like there's really two options with this opening. I'd be really shocked if we saw jabs, but you know, you see it sometimes, maybe. But Shinobi coming across the field, I'm not sure what the Shinobi is going to do right away. It might just be that it's nice to have in these fights. They are cheaper, so you can make a few of them. You can make like an extra one essentially and kind of feel like the same build as before, just with a little more investment. They also train a little faster now, so out on the map a little bit quicker. We'll see what Sass's plan is behind this.
Now let's see. Oh, she goes for the longbows. Oh, yes, and a longbows it's a really good idea, especially if you're playing against Shinobis. Put them in your base and you're pretty much sorted.
Yeah.
Sassy GG's the moment he sees the hippodrome. That was very quick.
Was that an actual GG?
That was an actual GG. Oh. The game crashed?
Sure?
Was it a crash? Oh my goodness, thank goodness. Oh, I saw the scout seeing that and I was like, oh my god. He saw the hippodrome when he called it?
By the way, you just you're screen sharing this right now.
Oh god. Okay, never mind.
You showed everybody.
Oh god.
You just showed me.
Oh god, I showed everybody! I showed everybody! Oh god, my production guys, look away!
You know what's really funny is the entire time I saw what was happening, but I didn't see it. So I legitimately do not know who wins this. I saw victory, but I didn't read who. So at least for me, I'll be surprised. I think our viewers might have more acute senses and actually read what's on the screen.
Okay, that's good. Guys.
if you saw it in chat, if you spoil it, we will find you. We know your secrets, okay? So just don't spoil.
So just don't spoil, exactly. It's fine. We're all actually blind. I just realized I forgot to switch the scenes. Oh my goodness, Winston. This is what happens if you drink 3 coffees in the morning. Would not recommend to anyone. Yes. Okay, guys.
Is this you on 3 coffees right now? Is that what you're telling me?
This is me on 3 coffees. But, you know, I've gotten to that point where I think I'm just tired from drinking too much coffee as well. So
I see.
Definitely, I'm really hoping to see if we see exactly the same shenanigans from...
It looks the same. Oh my god. I didn't even notice. that the mining camp was on the berries.
No, Deep Shine. And I think this is how she loses the game.
Be a house.
This is how
she about to be another... This time it'll be 5 minutes, but the other way.
Oh no. Oh no, Deep Shine. The thing is, her build was pretty solid, right? With those horses she had on the field, that would have been a destruction. I honestly think she could have done so much damage to Sassy in that moment. He didn't have an answer.
Longbows dunk the Shinobi too. It's like not even close. Like the Shinobi don't get close and they just die and it's sad. So the longbows could have stayed at home and the horseman could go forward. Then your second longbow pack, you could move like 7 or 8 forward and just do so much damage. Oh my gosh.
I honestly think if we could rewind and go back into that last game and see how it plays out, I think we would have had a really close game on our hands. But this is putting Deep Shine on such a big back foot. At least she thought about the house. But this has happened to me too. I know the vibes. It's tough, boys and girls. It's really tough.
Imagine your life is to pick berries, and every time you turn around, like you pick up 10 berries, and you're like, what a good day of work.
Yeah.
You turn around to go put them in this big building, and next to it is just this ruin of a mining camp. And everyone's
Mm.
like, what's the story? Why is that there? And the reality is, they're like, yeah, our governor was like, let's build something here. And it was just not what we needed.
And
And that's just there.
now
It's
we've
just a
ruined the
mark of
scenes.
shame. It's like a little, oh, I feel really bad.
I know these people are going to talk about it for eons. Their new villages will be born, and their great grandmothers who are working the fields right now will die, and the mining camp will always remain as a faint memory, and the stories will live on. But there will always
It's
be
true.
that moment of, oh, is the house okay? I was like, is that supposed to be something else, or is that intended to be a house? Yeah, because she knows that the shinobis are coming now. Is she cooking? Is she
Well,
cooking?
you can get the vision tech, right? And just get a lot of insight into where the shinobis are, right? So this is actually really solid against shinobi play if you get border settlements. So we'll see.
Border
Scout
settlements.
coming in.
They
And we
are
can
the-
now confirm that when Sass scouts the Hippodrome, that he isn't just insta GG.
Okay, yeah, he's
That
like
was indeed some sort of crash.
Sassy was a little bit unlucky yesterday as well. He had one spawn where his gold tile was one range outside the TC as well, and it threw him off a little bit too. And this is the crash is following right after. My goodness, the man is just dying from crashes left and right, or dying from gameplay. Now, we'll see here how these villages are just going to help Deepshine transition from this. But the problem is, now Sassy also knows
The
who's
ruins,
cooking.
the mistake has been fixed.
They figured it out. We just built something right on top.
This was the plan all along. That was just a prep. The foundation was like to flatten the land and to get like a basement, a nice built-in basement.
Now, is she going to
Never mind.
notice?
I'm moving on.
It's okay. It's okay. They'll keep the stories alive. We will keep the stories alive. We need a clip, guys. The shinobi has dunked in. He's clapping the villager. The villagers are ready.
Arkatoi!
Oh. Rest in peace, though.
But the defenses are active. The Ville's on the hunt, chasing quite far. The Shinobi on the run, though. It might get Blink off in time, actually.
Sassy,
Shunshin might be up in time.
Sassy unfortunately got the Bannerman, though. This is going to be really tough for Deepshine to deal with. And that's the problem with this build right now. You just don't have an answer to this that early on. We do see the longbows being clicked up, but the problem is this thing will barely take any damage from those. He's going to need a lot of shots to actually go down.
Yeah, and one of the things we were talking about was that mining camp, right? But you can literally see the difference in the build orders, like from what Deepshine did in the first game to what Deepshine did in the second game. So this tactical crash from Sass has really gotten in Deepshine's head. Like it's like almost a minute later now that we're getting the longbows out, right? Something crazy happened. Like the solution to the problem here was really rough. But we'll see. More Shinobi, so just going full in on the Shinobi, some horsemen added in, all to support this Bannerman.
The question is just
They'll
where
count
have
still
they gone?
even.
Oh, they're at home. I wonder what he's cooking. He's probably going to cook a mass invasion from the shinobis to just keep her on her toes. Now, the problem is these houses don't work like towers. So even though you have a house, it'll give you the vision eventually. You don't get that shinobi reveal like you would on a tower, right? So they will stay a secret until they kill one of your villagers. Let's go see if these horses do some damage, though. The Bannermen just making this a little bit scarier to fight. And guys, remember the way Bannermen work, if it is a Bannerman with 4 legs, it supports the 4-legged creatures. And right now, there's only 4 legs out here. That's how we explain it. Or that's how it got explained to me, and it was really helpful. But these horses are kind of scary. They could deny some of these resources on the outside, but Sassy definitely did not want his villagers to run far. He built houses all around. I just wonder if
Yeah,
Deepshine's
we'll
going
see.
to find
The
damage.
longbows. Wait, the longbows are going forward, but where are the horsemen going? Okay, they're going to turn around. Wait, no, they're going forward. Wait, hold up.
I don't think she's decided yet. She knows that the longbows are going to be needed to do actual damage, but the problem is Sassy is a scouter, and he will see what's happening. And this is a lot of horses. These longbows are not going to be able to do much against those. She does get the house upgrade, though, so she will have some vision out here on the map. The shinobi's blinking in.
Disables TC.
The shinobi.
And does die for it. Did have to spend 100 resources, but going to be up, what, like a villain and a half now? Pretty nice.
That is a really nice denial, because one villager is around 40 resources per minute, right? So this pays back in a minute and a half, or in a minute, because you're denying a villager and a half. So definitely worth it for Sassy in the long run. It's like killing one.
Yeah, that's why you want that some longbows at home. Oh my gosh, the Vills and the berries are completely exposed. The longbowmen to defend aren't going to be enough to save anybody. We'll see though. One Vill goes down, 2 Vills go down, maybe 4, maybe 5.
And this is already looking like a destruction. Sassy clapping cheeks right now. These horses TC diving already. Just killing all of these, or most of these longbows with one spearman trying to defend. And Deepshine is just not able to re-raid at the same time.
Yeah, Deepshine, Economy, idle, the units trying to take the engagement. Triumph is active, so those horsemen getting a lot of base damage and some extra healing throughout this duration, but the duration's gonna end pretty soon. Oh man.
Yeah,
what a tricky fight here.
They're really trying their best in this moment right now. Deepshine knows the longer this game goes, the better it is for Sassy, because Sassy is a really solid late game player. He knows what he's doing, he knows how to scale perfectly, and he's just making more horses though. So he wants that mobility, and this is also a way that we've seen her being shut down in the past. She does crumble when the raids are happening to her, and when she's not the one dictating the pace of the game.
6 Vills killed though. It's a very expensive loss at this stage.
Let's see if the flasks... We have 2 supply points available, so maybe these horses will do some shenanigans, but this tiny army at the back is probably not enough to defend all these vills, and these horses are looking for another raid to take her down. These horses will find the gold villagers at the back, though. Trying to see if there's any shenanigans happening on the outside resources, but none yet. The horses at the front, though, they're diving for the TC already, because he does have +1.
Good reaction there from Deepshine, and the attack could come onto this tower before it goes up. That could be huge. As long as there's enough spearmen to defend, because this could signal to Sass to go on the O. A Vill will go... A Vill will go down. A Vill goes down. I was a little bit of a stopping there. That's painful. So Horseman has to die for that exchange. Obviously not ideal for Deepshine, but still good nonetheless. The defense there from Sass not going to be quite enough. There's an attack there on the left. The ping, no. The army coming back from Sass, just a full return. The longbows will defend against these sneaky shinobi. One almost going down there. Gonna get out with its life. The scout probably gonna have to get dropped here so the horseman can retreat from Deepshine.
And the problem...
Oh man, this game is all over the place.
Yeah, and Sassy just doesn't...
Getting messy.
Yeah, he's losing a little bit, but Sassy's just playing it safe this time. Now, this is the problem when you go for the Hippodrome. When you go for the Hippodrome, you have amazing early pressure, but if your opponent responds to this, you are stuck with the stable, making cool horses out of it. And I know a lot of people are saying the Cataphract play, they are great, but are they going to be good against Castle Age units from Japan? Now, the army is ready here to supply the units, but are they going to be able to do some good damage? The archers are trying their best. They do get a few shots off, but with +1, they're just able to take so much damage without going down at all.
Yeah, there's a couple Limitani here, which is going to become a problem for Sass if he doesn't have a solution. The Limitani going forward, getting a couple traps here on these horsemen. The outpost's going to have to be abandoned there. Looks like Sass trying to get out to the hunt on the left as well. Oh my. Oh, but Deepshine just walking into the army. Okay.
She's walking.
Sass going to keep retreating. Those 2 horsemen could have been dead meat, but big raid on the gold.
Yeah, just losing another one of those villages is a little bit of a destruction. She doesn't have that mass anymore. But these horses, they are quite expensive from Sassy.
Yeah, charging them straight into the Limitani. Maybe not a little bit of Miss Micro there from him. And suddenly the army count from Deepshine is healthy. It's in a good position. Potentially able to do some damage. Not quite. It looks like Sass has migrated most of his economy to like the northern side of his base, and there should be that outpost there on the gold. Yeah, this is... Oh, Deepshine's army is about to get trapped.
And the problem is...
These Limitani are done.
The problem with the Yumi Ashigaru as well, they're just so cheap to remake. And now with this army composition, you don't want to fight Yumi Ashigaru. And I think Sassy is going to be able to target fire this beautifully. Because this is where Sassy shines. We do see the Shinobi still being pesky there at the gold. But the Horsemen do get some good damage on them. The problem is, not for long.
Yeah, the triumph here is going to be the longest. The longbowman able to kind of zone away the Yumi, but at some point the Yumi will have to make a choice to dive. When you have like a game of English against Japan, the longbow count is really critical, but here, because Biz can't necessarily guarantee to have enough longbows at all times, going mass Yumi can just at one point clear this up, but we'll see if it's possible.
Now, I don't think Sassy is going to go easy on her this game. It does look like he's spending all those resources into making more army. But it feels like he's, again, just, he knows he's ahead. But is he going to do this properly and push out? Now, Sassy is getting professional hunting techniques. I was about to say, is he getting professional scouts? No, we're not going to be seeing professional scouts. We haven't seen a lot of it, though.
Yeah, those build orders are a bit more like fine line, right? And it didn't necessarily get more powerful, right? It just got easier to do, right? So I'm not sure we're going to see more of it in the immediate meta, but maybe there's some more options for it. Like I know, for example, on Delhi, you just sort of get the tech at some point, right? And maybe it's just a lot easier to use that once you have it, for example.
Yeah, I think so too. It does create a lower barrier to entry for plays with the DS. So for those of you who don't know, the professional scouts have been changed to be a little bit easier to use. You just right click and it's quite easy to go pick up the deer, much easier than before. And this is something that now at lower ranks we'll probably be able to use a little bit better because it was tough for most of us. But now, Sassy is still very confident walking out on the map and going to get the deer. But look at all these houses he's plopping down just to make sure they get their value. Deepshine coming in for a raid, targeting the tower, but it might just be because she's paying attention elsewhere. The villagers do go back, but she does not find any kills just yet. 1 goes down, 2, 3.
The numbers are racking up, and where's the army from? Sassy's had such good warning time for this, and here's the castle age, and the economy count magically has evened out. The military count, though, a bit in favor of Sass, but that isn't that cheaper Yumi mass. And here's the counter raid, though. The villagers for Deep Shine going to hop into the outpost. But is it in time for them to survive? Looks like this outpost is going to be done so pretty soon.
Yeah, this outpost might just go down. Will just go down. The problem is she doesn't have any units at her base to do
They make a break for it. The Bills get away.
Sassy's
and now the hunters are not exposed.
Finally.
That is a lot of Yumi.
They could actually take these horses in these numbers, and the horses realize they're like, hey, we should probably go back. Because if you just age up, you don't want to lose all your units just yet. You want to make sure you get those bad boys upgraded before you start doing some shenanigans.
Deep Shine doesn't have wheelbarrow.
Oh, no.
Look at those vills walking to the wood line. Oh.
They were walking quite slowly. Oh my goodness, these poor villagers. But the horses, they do engage yet again before they get upgraded again. And that's just so tough for her. She's going to be switching to cataphracts. We've heard about the cataphracts. Let's see what it looks like in real play. The Shinobi is just
this is a
so
sneaky
good.
Shinobi. Getting good damage in there. Deep Shine not reacting just yet, so those vills are as good as dead.
Oh, she's fighting back. Not hard enough.
And then the outpost is going to get killed, not even denied or canceled. Oof. This is tricky. This is a very tricky position because we're at a Yumi count where Sass could just consider diving under a town center with this many Yumi, right?
Yeah, at this...
Especially with Vet. He might just go. If he sees that army out of position like this, he might just dive and kill the wood line, right?
Problem is, with the cataphracts, you're able to do a little bit of damage to these, but in those numbers, they're gonna be okay. Especially with you not having +2 ready, the cataphracts not charging in at the moment, so they don't take much damage though. These cataphracts are taking quite a punch. Doing amazing.
Yeah, but there's the Bannerman here, so an extra damage now. I think that's up to... Is it 1 arrow? 1 damage per arrow? I think it might be. 6 versus 5 armor. Yeah. For now, it's still one damage per arrow onto the cataphracts, but pretty soon we're gonna have floating gate. We're gonna get vet. We're gonna get an attack upgrade potentially, and things could really quickly shift there with that many units. Architoy activated. This is a really good use of it.
Problem
Keeps
is,
these vills alive.
so many went down, Winston. Absolutely so many. We see here 24 vills going down, 14 on the other side though. So she is doing her best at denying some. She's doing a great job at the counter raid though.
Yeah, Sass not really catching that, and still just down 4 vills. The bloodbath at the end of it all. Just down 4 vills is a really good position for Deep Shine to be in, and now the Yuumi are going to come running, but the cataphracts are behind. The charge through that formation comes in on the back. The longbows are up to veteran, so they're going to be able to trade okay here. The samurai, though, in the front, taking a lot of free shots here.
Problem is, this army will get cleaned up, and unlike Sassy's civilization, he can actually remake these guys. The longbows are going to take forever, and we do see she's going into the launch connect now, which is going
I think
to be...
that's the tower, right?
Oh, yes, the tower.
Horn.
Oh, it is!
Just producing it.
But the villagers were idle here at the back for a while too, so she just lost all that income she would have had to. We see the wood income at 10 per minute right now. And
The raid actually helped her, right? The raid brought attention to those vills, and now they're actually working again. Good job. Good job, vills.
Sassy just doing a service to the people. But honestly, 37 to 33, I'm very surprised. Deep Shine is keeping the numbers quite even. Right now we can see there is a little bit of a big destruction on both sides, but this just means that Deep Shine's showing, even when she's under pressure, she can put pressure on a player like Sassy, and that's exactly what happened here.
Yeah, just keep in mind, I think the Biz mercenaries don't fully show up on the destroyed value. So Sass has been trading much better, I think, overall. Oh my. Oh!
Are we getting some...
Onamusha! Sass has 1 Onamusha. Is that indicative of more?
Well, it's always a good place to start, isn't it? Because if we're going to be dealing with cataphracts in his mind, are we going to answer it with Onamusha? So far the answer is no, and also the cataphracts have also not been made yet again, but, you know, the threat is still there. The first one is queued up again, but she needs to find a way to get more food in there. She doesn't have any economic upgrades, maybe thinking they're a little bit overrated with Byzantines in it. But this might be a very risky move for her, because if you don't have those, you're just going to fall further and further behind. We can see that with the income per minute here.
Yeah, and Sass certainly has quite a few of them, right? Yeah, already has Mining Glen. You don't quite see them on the Japanese UI, and now the Yuumi coming in for the raid here. The Varangian's going to be chasing them, but to no avail. They can't quite catch them. Unless these Lanchneck get an insane hit in, this Woodline could be in trouble.
Every single time they come in and pick off 1 or 2 villages, it just puts Sassy so much further ahead. And I think that's exactly what he wants to do. He just wants to keep putting this pressure, forcing her to react to what he's doing. Now going to pick up the relics too. Now, she is also out on the map trying to get up a relic or 2 for herself, but just hasn't been able to secure any.
Yeah, this was a really good raid here, getting quite a few more vills, up to 34 vills killed. And now this is going to start to feel bad for Deep Shine, down 12 vills. Most of it keeps idling over and over. No more horsemen on the field as well for Deep Shine, means that like global threat that she had for that period of time is kind of past. Like, Sass is just brazenly farming, or like getting hunt on the left corner of the map. No fear, no outposts anymore. Another disable on the TC does come out, so no garrison as well, means that Shinobi just walks away. Wow, what a criminal.
I was really worried that she would forget the horse, and if she forgets that, oh, and again, we do see the Onamusha coming out, that one Onamusha showing its true colors, and now we have a diverse Japanese, Byzantines army. More diverse than usual.
Yeah, yeah, Onamusha on the Byzantines, that's the first.
Yeah, this Onamusha is finally getting its time to shine in the purple flag. As we can see, guys, the first ever Onamusha for Byzantines. I love this. I love this. Now we just need to see what you can buy at the markets. Do we get some elephants in the mix there? A little French knight? Hell yeah. Get that army representative of all the nations, just like the Byzantines conquered the whole of Europe back in the day. Deep Shine will do the same. Now that, this Cratafact putting a little bit of pressure on the gold, but this is just signaling that there's more of this.
The Onimusha coming for revenge. Oh
Oh.
my gosh, this is a Disney movie in the making.
The samurai is trying to do work, but the shield is not working. Did you see that? Or was the shield working? It just didn't disappear. It just didn't go away. That might have just been because, no, she's not playing Japanese. But the fight is here, and we do see a few of the Landsknecht doing good work and doing the AoE damage, but I don't think this is going to be enough. These longbows are just not doing a lot of damage. She doesn't have +2, so these samurais just not taking much damage. They're going to TC dive right now.
The samurais are going to dive the TC again. The woodline in trouble. Oh boy, this is going to get problematic for Deep Shine. No defense here for this. The Hippodrome gets disabled. The TC gets disabled, so production going to be limited. I feel like you'd want to disable the Golden Horn as well, just to stop those free units from coming out.
Oh, the Imperial Hippodrome being disabled is definitely something I think most of us would have not thought about doing at this moment. And this is absolutely amazing by Sassy. He's just attacking from all the fronts. Just like that. And before I accidentally share my screen with people who I should not be sharing it with, guys, we're back. Now, Winston, I want us to quickly... Sassy made this a 2-0, which is good. Which is really, really good. I think Deep Shine might have actually had a shot in the previous match because she just had her build down perfectly. And I don't think Sassy was ready to react to it at all. He didn't have the wood for it. So this could have been a 2-1, which I like. I think Deep Shine is also someone who's now hasn't been able to compete in these tournaments just yet, and now she's actually building up the confidence to take part in something like this, which I'm really proud of them for. So thank you guys, or girls, because we want to get the women to compete in more events. That's why we host these. Have you been watching any of our female cups as well, by the way?
I've seen a little bit. There's a lot of tournaments going on right now. It's kind of hard to keep up with everything. I was talking to Beastie about that just the other day, actually. It was just like, I am having trouble keeping up with every event. It's just, there's so much good Age of Empires to watch, so many cool tournaments, so many cool TOs. I'm loving the scene right now. I think it's awesome, and I'm just excited for it. And I agree. I think having just more players in general, I think is always a good thing. That's my stance. So whoever they may be, I welcome them. I think it was awesome to see Deep Shine here. I think she played great. Sass is a super tough opponent. He's one of the best, so can't really complain too much. And I think in that, like you're saying before that crash, I think serious chance on that game. I think you're right. I think there was the surprise element being lost, I think was to her disadvantage in the remake there, which it's what happens, right? It happens, and gotta live with it, gotta move on.
Yeah, that's kind of the situation we're in. Sometimes I think with more experience we do the drafting better, we know how to respond better, and that's just something that comes with time. But yeah, I think we are having a lot of events in AoE right now, which is probably overwhelming people with what's going on, what's cooking next. So let's quickly go through the bracket here. We have an update from the top game here. B and Hom Senpai, they're going to be playing at a later time, as B has another commitment, so we will be getting the results later today. So right now it's going to be Avely and Sass, Cat and Scatterbrained, and Alyona and Myriad. Now the Alyona Myriad game is the one that most people are unsure about who's going to qualify, because both of these players we considered as players who would qualify for this event. So that's my question to you, Mr. Winston. Alyona Myriad, do you know these players?
Yeah. You're asking my prediction here. I think I have a tough time calling this one. I'm gonna go Myriad, I think, just based off of previous stuff, but maybe not actually. I feel like Alyona has done a lot of improvement recently, and I think I'm gonna go Alyona. I'm gonna swap my initial vote.
Alyona, Twitch chat, what are we getting? Alyona? How do we feel, boys? Alright, so we will be going into the Alyona Myriad matches, because that's what's in store for us. Now guys, before we head in, let's quickly go back to our main screen. I just need to give you guys a little bit of a briefing, and again, shout out what we're doing this event for. So guys, we are talking about having an event, and these are just the qualifiers. Our main event starts next week, where we will be doing a lot more effort. We'll have professional production in here, and will keep the scenes going well. So next week it starts off by getting all these people who are qualified from these different events playing together. We'll be doing team game events, and it's all for long COVID awareness. The whole point of this event is to raise awareness for long COVID. Winston, do you know anyone who's been affected by long COVID?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Oh, really?
Not that I'm aware of.
Dang it.
I don't think so.
You're the first
Maybe.
person I hear saying that, by the way. Everyone I know.
I don't know much. I don't know. I don't ask.
Oh, you don't ask? Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Like, maybe I know some people, but I didn't check on everybody.
Does
I don't know.
Does anyone have long COVID? No,
Yeah,
guys.
anybody in Twitch chat? I need to know somebody. It's like,
So
no.
what we want to do is make sure that people know about this. COVID has longer effects than we're supposed to have, you know, from any cold or disease that we have. And this is something Tim will talk about next week as well, to make sure that everybody knows a little bit about this. And we've got a donation to host this event, 5K donation, which is being split up into a 2K event for the men and women together and a 3K event for just the guys to dominate from the pro scene side. So in all of this, every donation that comes from the community is going to go straight towards long COVID research. But the person who has already donated to this tournament, he is going to match the prize pool or the donations from the community as well. So he's already
so cool.
Yeah, he's already put down so much money. And I think this is because when you are affected by something, you definitely want to make sure other people know about it, and it's not just done in the shadows. So yeah, I think it's a really good, I don't know, like an awareness, a good type of awareness for us to talk about. But yeah. All right, so Winston, are you ready for Aliona versus Marriott game 1?
Of course. Let's go.
Of course, he says. Meow. Guys, let's hop on in. Aliona on Delhi against Myriad on China. Now, on a map like Cliffside, we're used to seeing some very, very aggressive plays. How do you feel like this plays out, especially with the recent Delhi changes?
I have no idea. For Delhi, I think there's quite a lot of options, and I'm not sure what players are going to go for. I'll be honest. I think there's still exploration and discovery to be made in the meta for Delhi. What is the best? I think after some discussion with players, I've seen that the preference is still towards maybe the old Tower Victory build, but I think a lot of players are admitting that maybe there's still a lot to discover. But I mean, we're talking about a build that used to be the meta, was the Dome of Faith, right? And you go extra scholars, you kind of take control of the map that way, and you try and use the healing and a lot of production and stuff like that. We'll see if that's in play for Aliona here. I'm not sure. I really don't know. For me, this is going to be a learning thing. Like, how does Aliona feel about this? I don't know. And this is going to be hopefully us learning what Aliona thinks. If it's the same old business as usual for Delhi, or if some of these changes really made enough of a difference in their eyes, we'll see.
Yeah, a lot of the players that I spoke to as well, they all are still favoring the Tower of Victory, because the bonus you get from the Tower of Victory is just so good. Now, I can definitely see it being played, especially if you want to go for the late game. You get the dome and getting those chunky-ass elephants out. The problem is, how do we deal with elephants now? Because war elephants, we used to deal with them by getting spearmen, but now they just get AoE'd. So how are we supposed to deal with the elephants now, Winston?
I just say I love that Barbican for Myriad. And how you deal with the elephants? So they still get hard countered by both spears and crossbows, despite the AoE damage. So you can kite them with crossbows pretty effectively still. So yeah, just get like 20 crossbows, and it's really hard for Castle Age elephants to do much, even with the new speed tech Mahoots.
And that is what we're gonna make a note of, because most of us did not know what to do against elephants. Thank you very much.
Yeah, because they're an armored like CAD unit, right? So they're kind of like knights, right? It's like if you see a lot of crossbows, you know not to run knights in, right? It's kind of like this, a very similar thing. And especially if you have any bonus, like if you're Myriad and you can get to Yuan and you have your crossbows with a small speed boost, 15%, or any Civ bonus or like aura or something to boost your crossbow's effectiveness, it can be really tricky for Delhi. Now Delhi can go pikes and get crossbows of their own, and there's a lot of counterplay within that system. But yeah, spear crossbow is still quite good against
Okay.
the war elephant specifically.
Alright, and we'll see if Myriad knows how to respond to that if we get to that part of the game. Because, guys, Alyona is playing on a map, like we said, is very aggressive. He still went for the tower victory, but he's going to run into a Barbican at the one sacred site. So, definitely a really smart play of denying a sacred site. But the problem is, his gold is still going to be very exposed to this. So, the raids coming from the sides is still very susceptible to harassment from both sides here. So he will definitely need to make units pretty early on to stay up to level with what's coming here. But this guy's going to take some free damage. That is so important for him.
Yeah, I can always heal that up if you feel like you have to, but it's tricky when you don't have a ton of extra scholars. So stopping at 2 right now is Alyona, and we'll see if more scholars get added. That's one of the benefits of the other landmark, right? Dome of Fate is you can keep adding scholars, and then healing doesn't become such an expensive opportunity cost for you, right? But we'll see. Looks like we're going to get some spearmen out early to defend against the Ghazi, and then a transition into Mass Shugnu maybe from Myriad, as Song Dynasty is already in. So standard, great timing here for Myriad. Clean build order. I'm loving it. Hardened Spear coming in, and Shugnu on the way. Yeah, so we'll see what Alyona's follow-up to the Ghazi is. Some players like to FC behind it. Some players like to do other things. Some players like to go like Mass Archer. Looks like it's going to be a lot of ranges after the double blacksmith. And we'll see what the play is from there, how it goes.
I think a lot of people have been going towards just getting a ton of Ghazis before doing any switch, just because of the mobility that you have. You can raid the back, you can keep making sure that people are not freely farming like they are right now. But you also don't want to take too much damage with these boys, especially like Winston said here, you just don't have enough scholars running around. Now the upgrades are coming through, so the sacred sites will be starting to get capped soon, and we do see the archery range from Delhi popping out. Now, we've all faced a Jugunu all in on ladder, and if you haven't, have you been playing Age of Empires? So the double archery range being plopped down now, I am excited to see that, but for now, opting for archers. And this might just be because the gold is being spent elsewhere. Like now, a wheelbarrow.
Yeah, I mean, enough of a certain resource you can always flex into either one, and they'll perform relatively similar. Of course, having that big mass of Jugnu is the goal there. Myriad with a good reaction there, blocking the Ghazi, stopping them from killing that one low HP Vil. The sheep on the run as well. He was a partner in crime to that raid. I always love sheep running away from Vils like that. Like the sheep right now, he's like, don't forget about me, guys.
I
just
always
a single sheep.
love to target them and just make them die as I go on.
That is so dark and sad.
Of course,
I was about to make that seem like this is Scooby-Doo in the gang, and you're like, I like to kill Scooby-Doo. Like, come on.
This is not Scooby-Doo, this is Sheepy-Doo. And Sheepy-Doo is delicious. Sheepy-Doo does the thing where it just feeds your villagers to get you an extra 2 horsemen. And that's exactly what Myriad should do with that Sheepy-Doo once the Sheepy-Doo comes close to the wood line yet again. But the first segment site's being secured, boys.
Oh, I made my dogs bark because I was laughing so hard. Sheepy-Doo is probably one of the funniest things. That's the lane of humor I want to live in.
Really?
Anyway, that was great. That was great. Sheepy-Doo, top notch. Anyway, sorry, back to the game that we are casting. That is important. Yeah, 9 Jugnu. It's going to keep going up. Oh, Jugnu.
Mm-hmm.
Sheepy-Doo? Juginu?
Dude, where are you?
Jugnu?
Are you gonna kill Sheepy?
There's a joke here. There's a Drongo Christmas video of Jugnu to Scooby-Doo somewhere out there on the internet, and I want to watch it.
And if it's
we'll
not there, Winston is making it, guys. I hope you're ready. Making content, boys. Now, with this army mass, you're actually keeping up with Delhi's usual production, because we know that Delhi is a little bit of a civilization that gets to mass really easily. Now, this is also the point in the game where you got to ask yourself, how do I punish Delhi for existence? And this is usually the answer, just the fact that they need to leave that base and get the resources, because sheep is finite. And in this case, he's also opted to go for the external while he's getting the sacred sites, which is good. He's not going to have access to that the whole time, especially not with Myriad being a player who can take control of the map. Oof, these Juggernaut are eating through the Gazis, though.
Yeah, taking some damage on the bottom of the hill here, trying to torch through this gap and get to the sacred site, but taking just so much damage from these archers. Remember, Tower Victory going to be adding up a lot here. One of the vills going to be getting away, but another one going down. So up to a 2 vill deficit now for Myriad. Still up in vills, of course, because of Song Dynasty, but this is... the punishment is adding up here.
And the problem is you're idling villagers, you're making sure that he's responding and not sending all those units forward to deal with you on the sacred sites. So it's also just about keeping your opponent occupied so that he doesn't have the ability to overpower this army. Because now we see what most of the pros have been doing is just going for that heavy archer mass. The Ghazi rate of production has stopped for now, and we can see 9 more archers being queued. Oh, never mind. As I say that, he cancels a few and gets another Ghazi. The man knows I need to diversify, brothers. And Myriad, on the other hand, he's got 18 Juggernaus. I do not want to face 18 Juggernaus even on my best day. Ooh.
Yeah, this is really tricky. The Ghazi going to get trapped there by that wall off on the right, and now several of the Ghazis going to go down, and forgetting about them even for a second. It's just the Scout and Sheepy Doo on the run.
Come on, guys! Just dog and fire the damn sheep! Dude.
Just so that I stop talking about this?
No, it's
and
just
everyone
like...
in Twitch chat can be peace.
This is the arc, the story arc of the sheep. We see in the minimap the sacred site's being captured, but is the sheep on the sacred site? No. But the army is moving that way. So finally, a spearman will come and cap this. But we see Myriad is already transitioned at going off Myriad. Aliona is transitioning back onto gold. So this is telling us he's not planning to just stay in feudal. He knows he can't end the game in feudal. He needs to go to feudal himself. So he's getting that little bit of gold so that he can go to the Castle Age. And I don't know, is Myriad going to be able to do the same? We is going to go for the back
so. I mean, with this transition, yes. But, the economy at the moment is not quite as strong. And that castle timing is going to come in for Aliona really clean. 29 on food is quite a lot. I wonder where. I guess there's berries and deer up in the north. Sheepy Doo is going to be all alone, trapped behind enemy lines, no way out.
But they never kill the dog, you know? They never kill the dog. And in this case, never killed the sheep either. I wonder if this villager is going to be the worst.
Goes over.
No. This villager is just
got
here
more
to build
walls
a wall.
to build. House of Learning coming in. We got some changes coming in. So this could be a situation where Pikes is just a really good upgrade to get right away. Now, one thing to note is that without any Scholar Mass, these techs do take quite a while. Pikes takes 4 minutes if you have no Scholars garrisoned. And that's where Aliona's at right now. All those Scholars are not garrisoned in mosques, as far as I'm aware. So it's going to take a while, but Pikes, giving your archers that extra half a tile range, just helps a lot. It's going to make these fights against the Jugnu much easier. So we'll see how this goes.
And I don't think Myriad is going to be expecting this at all, because he's still, he's still making units. He's now going on to some resources. Oh, he quickly has 8 on gold now. So this is going to look a little bit closer once Myriad is able to get Castle Age himself. He's probably going to stop producing anything. But now, this is his time to capture the sacred sites. Now, guys, keep in mind, when you are playing Delhi, you get your Castle Age, but it takes about 6 years for these upgrades to kick in. So we can see the veteran archers, 6 years to go. So he has some time.
It makes me so sad. Yoda's not going Pikes first. That's like...
Thank you, guys.
Devastating, because you have 31 archers. You're upgrading the knights that you will have in the future. It makes sense, because by the time you have that, are the archers still relevant? You don't quite know, whereas the extra damage on the knights and the man-at-arms is going to be clutch, but it makes me sad. Is that fair? Is that fair to say?
It's very fair to say, Winston.
It's fair to say.
You're always fair. You would never be unfair. And question though, Mr. Winston, if we get the astronomical clock tower, are we going to be able to do enough to take down the millions of archers from Delhi? Is this going to be enough? Oh, but the men-at-arms switch is here. We don't even need to ask the question. He says, I need Castle Age units and I need them now.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get that many more archers from Aliona. Unless we see a big spear mass, that is a problem. But I think men-at-arms are going to be the choice here. Really solid against the Jugnu, as long as you can kind of have enough of them, right? Individually, they're going to get wrecked. But if you get a big mass of men-at-arms, the Jugnu spread out their damage and don't really kill anything quickly. It can work out. Palace Guards, so Myriad, going to be the option here. in early Castle Age. Myriad now, Song Dynasty's been really kicking up into overdrive though. Big the lead at this stage. We'll see. Will it be enough? Eliona starting to mass quite a lot.
Yeah,
And
Eliana.
the numbers might.
Is he ready though? Is he ready, Winston? For this?
For the single palace guard?
Yeah, for single palace card. Single palace card kills everything, doesn't it? But okay, Aliona does
That's
get
what I heard.
lancers. Yeah, I don't know. Palace guards are apparently the scariest unit in this game, especially when they're on your eco, right? He does stop this relic from getting tickled by the scholar. The scholar did look at it a little bit funny, but Myriad needs to be ready for the fight here. Keep in mind again, guys, the archers are not upgraded, but there's only 30 seconds left, and they will be. The first lancer, you don't want to lose that, brother. But the men-at-arms are looking chunky.
We check the base of Myriad here. I want to see the food transition.
What,
Do we see? Oh,
what food
do you see the vills on the berries there? Myriad is
Yeah.
about to have a problem. And it is all those idols. How many is that? 20 something? 22?
That is, yeah, 25 villagers. They do luckily have a little berry patch here at the back too, but there's no wood for the farm transition either. Ooh,
Big
but-
fight. Vets in for these archers. As you though also have Vet, the spearman, gonna have to kite back. The man-at-arms in the front to tank this. The knights ducking in and out, trying to avoid the spearman fire, but the archer mass is just there. The Mangonel rolling up from the back. Eliona is gonna absolutely wipe the floor with Myriad's army here. The Mangonel shot rings. I was gonna say rings true. It did not ring true. It landed flat in the middle of nowhere. But it was scary nonetheless, forcing Myriad to back up, and Eliona's army now 2-1 in size. Might be down 10 villagers, but has a better food situation in general, whereas Myriad might have 28 vills on berries, but for how long?
And
How long?
I want you to notice what the intention was behind this match, by the way. As we can see, this army looks angry, and they look really angry, and we all know why. Guys,
They
Sheepy Doo
killed,
is
they
dying.
killed,
Sheepy
they
Doo.
killed Sheepy Doo.
Sheepy Doo is now just
I
a
am
body.
so. Who killed that? We need a replay.
Yeah,
Who killed
guys,
Sheepy Doo?
it had to be Myriad, because you would not see a Delhi army this angry if their sheep was not destroyed. Sheepy Doo lays here, but Sheepy Doo will
We
not
need-
be forgotten. Eliona's looking for
have a-
blood.
We have a list of needs right now, women. We need the replay. We need to post it on social media. Then we need articles written about it. Then we need Pixar to sign to make a movie about Sheepy Doo.
Sheepy Doo, where are you? Oh, wait here. Are you now? And that's it.
That is
was
hell.
awesome.
Is what Sheepy Doo is right now. I'm dead, brothers. Yeah, no, the palace guards though gonna be a large number of them. Is Pikes the next? You get hearty rations before Pikes.
But look at these,
Those are
though.
the berries.
You're gonna
Oh,
find
no.
the food. Myriad, brother, this is it. There's no more.
Oh no, Eliona looking solid here with the attack on the archers and the palace guards first in the back, and Myriad not even gonna notice. Okay, well that's GG. That's I know a few things in the world. One of them is that is GG. I can see it. I can see it happening. Oh, and this Mangonel shot from the side. Eliona pulling him in.
Wow.
The response though from Myriad was pretty solid. The Springald is there, so that Mangonel gonna have to retreat, but all the vills on the south completely massacred. A few of them try to escape to the south corner of the map, trying to say, hey, let me into the next game. They're knocking on the door to game 2 of this series, and the door was locked, so they all died. They're dead.
there's
That
more.
is sad.
There's more on the chopping block. These poor villagers, they realized they heard the tales. They heard about their neighbors, their brothers, their sisters, who all got murdered at the corner of the map, and they decide to bail out. They said, we'll walk into the next game, because honestly, this is just
gonna
not
try.
worth it anymore.
They're gonna try to leave the map and go to the next one. The Mangonel shot landing. They're like, hey, which one of you killed Sheepy Doo? We need to find out. This is revenge.
Interrogation. But Myriad is not ready to give up. He's gonna sell some, or he's gonna buy some food.
Buy a keep? Buy a keep, maybe?
Yeah, he's gonna buy food. Oh, he buys
Yeah,
food.
food.
Yeah, and he spends it
And
instantly.
immediately spends it, yeah, on 3 palace cards. What a dream.
Yeah, he's like, one
we'll see
wasn't
what
enough,
happens.
but will 3 be?
Also, the SCPs are out alongside the Springald. Eliona only with 1 Springald on the field, 2 Trebs even. Are those attacking like the Barbican? Yeah, I guess they took out the Barbican in this time, and starting to also apply pressure to the housing population of Myriad. Some of those houses in when a village goes down, it's like a problem. You know, when you're playing China and the village goes down, it's just oh shit. I I am completely housed.
Yeah, and you're
Um,
housed for a very long time once that happens. And the thing is,
yeah.
that is a real threat because these guys knocking down 2 more houses. He's about to be housed and super housed, like you said. And the thing is, we didn't even realize this was happening at the front here because we're just focused at the back, but this is just half the army. This is going to be destruction. The Monganel gets taken down, but the nest of bees raining down upon Alyona, but not before he starts splitting them apart. He tries to move. They do get a good shot, but not good enough. Right now, tactical nuke incoming.
Here's the shot. Not much comes of it.
And
It's kind of disappointing.
unfortunately, the nest of bees is no longer there to solo win the game, because if one palace guard didn't do it, 2 nest of bees will, but not anytime soon. Myriad should be calling it here. The man taps out. He says, I've had enough, boys. I've had enough.
And good riddance too. Killing Sheepy like that.
Yeah, this was all about Sheepy-Doo, guys. If he did not kill Sheepy-Doo, because where are you? He is in the grave now. Okay.
Yeah, where are you? Like has a very different tone now.
Yes. And luckily we all got to witness that together, right? We could all feel the pain in one. Now,
no.
This is, for both of these players, this is a very important set. Because I think both of these players haven't really gotten through to the top 16 that much. Alyona, I think, has had a little bit more success. But Myriad is definitely someone who's been trying to break through to that. I know when I spoke to him, he's also really focused on trying to make it full-time. So it does take a little bit of work. A little bit, I say, but it takes a buttload of work. And I don't know if they're ready for breaking through that easily. And the fact that they need to fight one another, it's quite big, especially because they are so closely matched as well.
Yeah, that was a really fun game. I mean, we had some fun with Sheepy-Doo, but like beyond the sheep that kind of captivated all of us. And if you were here, you know it. It was very captivating. But beyond that, the game was actually really good. We saw a lot of nuance, a lot of details, the raids, the micro, everything kind of came together there, and I'm looking forward to a game 2.
Yeah, and guys, we're about to be heading into game 2. I just want to say, Manny, thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate it, guys. Every bit of money that comes into the channel goes right back out to Age of Empires. We're going to be hosting show matches. We're going to be hosting the best of the best, just to make sure that there's always content and that we can facilitate a semi-pro scene that Age of Empires currently lacks, because there's just not enough money going into the players that are not top 4. So let's see that this keeps happening. So guys, on to game 2. We have Alyona on French and Myriad on Abbasid.
Let's go!
Where are you, brother? So, tell me about this matchup, good sir. I would like to learn, Winston. You are our expert here. Conk 3, Chat at Arms. Very big brain.
I think Alyona might be trying a chamber.
Oh, I would love that. I saw a chamber in one of the matches yesterday, and I've been inspired. I've gone for chamber. It's amazing. The French cock is the best it could ever be.
This is the map for it. If any other map, right, it's this one. And you already saw survival techniques, so that's already one eco upgrade, right? So it's like, there's like a plan here, I think. And it's to, on the way up, you just get as many eco upgrades as you can. Milling is going to be a really good opening here for Myriad because it's going to be a way to apply pressure to those free traders if they do come out. I would be so sad if we're picking French on Hill and Dale to play School of Cav.
This is definitely something that I think a lot of people...
Yes.
Oh my god, we got the cock, guys! Chamber of Commerce coming up from Alyona. That's exactly what we needed today.
What is it with you and KP just calling this by the acronym? You don't have to. You could say the chamber.
Oh no, we
You
all
could.
do that. Every single one of us does it.
Not everybody.
Okay, well, it's because we're not doing PG-13 sometimes. But for the sake of professionality, guys, the chamber. I'll just call it the chamber. Is the chamber okay?
No, it's okay. When KP and I were casting on EGC TV, we kind of had that first day with it where we were laughing so much about it. Afterwards, Pesty was like, "Guys, Can we make less cock jokes, please? We were like, no. And he was like, all right.
You know, the same thing happened with Tim's desk. Tim's desk has always been a meme, and then when we did one of the casts on SteelSeries' channel, I think it was the CEO, he was like, do we really need that to be such a strong meme, or could we clean up the desk a little bit? And I guess it's the same with the cock at some point. At some point, you do need to call it the chamber. Yeah. Now, Winston is face planting right now. I do see him laughing.
We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. The Chamber of Commerce,
Wow.
the French feudal age landmark, is in free traders en route. The trick with this is that you got to keep getting those eco upgrades, but you don't have to rush it. That's something that I think some players think is that they need to just immediately invest in all those eco upgrades. But if you invest in the eco upgrades, have a bunch of free traders, and then they all die, you lose the game, right? So you need to be able to protect them. So we need to see units from Eliona ASAP. What those units are going to be, I'm not sure. Usually archers works well against Millwing, but we'll see what Eliona goes for.
The problem is, your usual strength as French is that you have these knights on the map and you force your opponent to react. So the usual opposite play is you try to keep yourself alive by having these in your base, but now you're able to push out because they just don't have anything. And for the first time in our life, we see a barracks from French being popped down as the first production building.
Was that a misclick? Was that just a hard misclick?
The barracks?
I guess he saw the stable. No, it wasn't a misclick. He just saw the stable. But the free trader gonna go down.
No,
He's like, I
live another day.
got
free
here.
trader.
It was great. I was here in only 15 seconds, and now I'm dead.
Oh, at least his brother survived the fight. Lives another
He's like-
day. I just want to sleep though.
Oh, he's gonna come stand on top of him.
His friend.
But he said, "Oh no."
And these.
Okay, this is really sad.
Oh.
This is
no.
really sad. This is like the saddest chamber I've ever seen.
Oh no, I feel so sad for this chamber. Yes, the problem is you have chamber, right? You need to get these traders out, and you need to get them for free. But they need to have some value at some point too, because you got your eco upgrades quite early. The nice thing about the eco upgrades is they still have their worth, right? But you just need to be sure that you survive, because the early game is going to be quite iffy for Eliona, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, one of the boys survives though. He gets out. He gets out. Winston.
Sorry, I'm just kind of watching at this point, just like, huh. Quite sad to see this. Like, this is very sad.
Oh.
Like, imagine what an outpost on the gold would have done here, or just like a slightly safer positioning of the chamber. Like, just this little bit of greed to say, I want that extra, 5 gold per trip. Do you really need that? Or could it
Yeah.
have been built behind the TC more, right? It's those little questions that come back to haunt you, when you're trying to fall asleep and you're cringing over all the mistakes you made in life.
Yeah.
You know those?
Mhm.
I feel like this is something that's going to come back to haunt Eliona. I mean, still with a slight eco advantage, several of those are the traders. Several of that is just because of the French eco bonus. It's just more vills over time.
Mhm.
But we'll see what the Abbasid follow-up is here, right?
The thing that makes French strong as well, guys, is French has that faster villager production. And especially when you're playing against an Abbasid, you need that, because they usually go for that second TC after the military room, which is exactly what we're seeing here at the back.
Mm-hmm.
And now he still has access to all these deer. And French's deer, they're about to run out. So this is going to mean either he goes out on the map or he transitions. But, ooh, the trader will drop off. But after that, it will be all over for him. Goodbye, trader. You had your value. You were free. But Myriad needs to keep this pressure going, because if he doesn't, the trade is just going to pay off. The trade is just going to be better than having a second TC outright. Because with the second...
eventually?
Right
Not right
now?
away.
Well, you think right away? Even with these small trades?
No, wait, okay, maybe I misheard you. I thought you meant like right now. Never mind. Moving
Okay,
on.
it's okay, it's
I think I
okay.
heard you backwards.
Oh yeah, probably. But it's okay. We're getting a wall. The trade's gonna be safe, Winston. It's all good. Now the question is just, is it gonna be able to get another market out here to make this trade even more juicy? Was Myriad gonna be able to constantly pressure this and force Aliona to keep defending? But the thing is, now Myriad built that second TC. He spent a lot of resources on it. It slowed down that push that we do see from Abbasid, because one TC all-ins for Abbasid has been really, really scary. And right now, that just breaking that momentum, I think the trade might get going. Right now, we only have 2 traders, so I don't know if he's going to invest more and just make sure that he survives off the passive part of this. But now the archers are getting called out, and this is a massive loss for Myriad, because that's quite a bit piece of his army.
Yeah, and we'll see. Some catches are there. The knights are in. There's no camels on the field right now, so the knights will have full value. These horsemen going to have to retreat now. The spearmen are forward as well. So Iona's army is certainly solid here. Going to be able to apply some pressure, like you said. That investment in the TC will put Myriad in the back foot in the short term, but we'll see how quickly it pays off because, like you said, Iona is not producing traders. So this is kind of one TC with 2 traders against TTC now. Well, delayed TTC, and we'll see the archers going to start trading here against each other.
The problem is there's a knight in the mix, and knights do really well against archers. But the problem is every time he moves forward, Aliona is so quick to respond and snipe them. And that slow delay that you had just switching your resources over, getting that second TC, you want it to work. But Aliona spent all those resources on getting the upgrades. Yes, the traders didn't pay off as much as we thought they would, but these eco upgrades, they speak volumes. They've been up since the start of the game, and this is just allowing him to keep that snowball going. And Myriad might be the Knight off of gold pretty soon too.
Yeah, Vil could even go down here if the archers find their shots. They don't quite get into range there. So Myriad getting away with murder, I would say. I don't know why I said that, but I said that. And now Aliona going to try and go for the dive under the TC. The Spearman leading the charge against the archers. Not going to be the best situation for them. The TC, though, dealing so much damage here there. Gotta back up.
The problem
it's gonna be tricky.
This is about to kick in. The Iron Undermesh +1 ranged armor is going to make this a very difficult fight for Myriad. He doesn't have +1. He's going to be tickling these units. And now, yes, we only have 2 traders, but these 2 traders are doing so much for Aliona as well. He just has that constant gold production. You can see how this is going. He's spending every ounce of resource that he has, and now Myriad is about to get punished for that.
Oh, there's horsemen on the left corner of the map as well.
Left corner? Here? Oh, no.
It could be an interesting raid there, but the army for Aliona kind of gets split up in this attack move attempt, and several units just sort of die for free. The woodline is completely idled, being sent back now, but the army going to hard commit. Aliona's committing into this corner, into the base of Myriad. If he doesn't win this fight, it could get really ugly really quickly. The spearmen
he selects
are almost all dead for Aliona, so when the horsemen come back, this could be a problem.
The problem is the horsemen are coming back, and I don't know if this is select all army or if he's just doing this willingly, because that was select all army. He selected all army. Basically those horses were idle. Instead of doing the eco damage he needed, instead of it slowing down Aliona, he's just left his horses on the other side of the map, and they could have made such a big difference in that last fight.
The raid's coming in on the gold. We'll see if Aliona notices. He's in the middle of fighting at the same time. One Vil goes down. But Vils go down on the gold of Myriad as well. So Myriad trying to play a bait and switch and not really able to get too much value there. And loses Vils on his side as well. The trader's going to get camped, but I think Aliona might be okay here. Can just send a few spearmen there to reinforce. Look at Aliona's production. 9 units in queue compared to 4. This is starting to get ugly for Myriad. If the unit count continues at this rate, there's going to be problems because Vils have gone down for Myriad. This counteracts all the early damage that Myriad did to Aliona's build. And we'll see. The Knights looking for more damage. We're going to see this. We have to back up. The Spearmen are there. Myriad not quite seeing the ram just yet, but if he pokes his head around this forest, he will see it. And this pressure is going to be tricky to deal with.
Myriad is getting the camel archer, but
the hunters.
The
Oh,
hunters?
those units there.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
fine.
luckily the knights were waiting for this as well. But this is a very expensive army to lose. That is easily 500 resources, just the 4 horsemen. It might have been more, actually. And we can actually
Dead
see
kill
this...
a Vil.
Avil, yes, yeah. He got his... He did get some idle time on them, too. No, but the problem is, we see here the army value already shows us that there's a very large discrepancy here. Because even though the army looks quite even, guys, we can see with the army value, these are just higher value units. We see 6 knights compared to archers and spearmen. And Myriad is desperately trying to get gold. He is getting +1, but I don't think it'll be here on time.
Yeah, and here comes the ram looking for its damage. The camel is in the mix there, so the knights are all dealing less damage, but the camel's going to immediately go down. So that investment not really quite worth it. But the archers are trading quite well there for Myriad. You see a boot camp.
Oh, yes, he got boot camp a little while ago. So these guys are doing pretty well for now. If the +1 could have kicked in a little bit earlier, it would have been even better for him. But I think Myriad
The
is
wood
still
line
in
could be
danger.
jumped.
Yeah. And there's no secondary wood line he can transfer to. He can go back here, which I think he is starting to move some of the villages onto the safe side at the back there. Oh, but the trade coming in, looking pretty decent from Myriad here. The knights have been mostly cleaned up, but 4 more or 2 more joining the fight. And the camel is here, but it's going to get picked off instantly yet again.
Yeah, and the spearman count for Myriad is going down in this engagement here. The spearmen are staying in the front. They're going to go down quite quickly, tanking shots for those archers to keep dealing their damage. The archer count for Myriad is a little bit higher at this stage, but the knight count is going to become the problem here. The knights and the horsemen now uncontested. There's only 1 spearman left. It goes down. 1 more guy at the TC, but he's too far away to help. The archers and the knights, they're going to start diving. The spearman bravely charging into a line of archers and gets shot in the face. Instantly killed. Oh my gosh, Myriad. Everything is idle. We're garrisoning up, boys. We got to defend. Oh. This is so painful. The Vils are pulled to kill the ram. The ram's going to be pulled back to the archers. The archers finally kill all the knights under the TC, but so much idle time, so much damage is dealt here. 11 Vil kills in total now for Elyona. Several buildings did go down as well. Elyona get it back up, remass those knights, and come in for a round 2 pretty soon.
Yeah, the problem
Wow,
here
what a
is
fight.
He survived. He is ahead on villagers right now, but this is a very scary push from Elyona. And now Myriad is just not... Ooh, and he's going to fight against the horses again. The camel is trying his best to debuff these horses, but he moved out a little bit too far without having his spearmen ready. And the knights are just going to keep picking up these archers. He needs to use that TC to his advantage. But the problem is now, with these villagers going down, all the idle time, it was definitely worth it for Elyona. And again, idle time. These villagers are running for their lives. TC is idle as well right now. He's just panicking. And these archers are doing their best. They're target firing the knights. But it is an okay fight for Myriad. The problem just is the 35, the 27, the lost resources is definitely worth losing a few units over. And 3 more knights in queue.
Yeah, the TC, though, for Myriad means that if this draws to a standstill, Myriad can bounce back. You know, no stone yet still for Elyona. It's his only way of, like, remassing any eco would be adding traders. The big thing for Elyona right now is that Elyona is able to be on the map, and Myriad has had trouble getting to this berry that's forward. The wall on the south did Myriad a lot of work, because if a couple knights had snuck around and dealt damage there, that could have been just a huge pick-off for Elyona, but wasn't really able to find that damage and all the chaos, and honestly, Myriad's looking okay now. I think there was a brief moment there where it looked really dangerous, but, like, Elyona has 10 archers in queue. Like, it just doesn't... unless, like, this fight is crazy good for him, I don't see the plan right now. I think remassing into another feudal fight here in the middle of the map could work better. There's going to be no TC to defend, but I'm scared for Elyona if this continues.
Again, the problem there will be just the fact that knights are doing pretty well against this. And 5 knights is going to be quite hard to deal with. Only 3 here at the front now. The tower is not up yet. And using a few extra villages to build that would have been so beneficial. But now, these are just clean archers. The spearmen are stuck at the back. They're going to get picked off the moment they move forward. The camel is trying his best to debuff. But behind all of this, if Eliona just made a few more traders. I think he would have had a clean victory up until this point, but the fight is going his way anyway. Just with these knights being able to keep the archers occupied, the knights are picking off his own archers, and the tower is up, but the tower is a little bit just too late to help this fight.
Yeah, that was honestly beautiful micro from Eliona. Perfectly moving in these knights in and out so that they don't get focused down enough to get caught by the spears, but now he's finally able to overwhelm these archers, and yeah, he's able to break the stalemate here. The trick, I guess, for him was that Myriad was out on the map, and this time Eliona wasn't diving the TC to deal this meaningful damage, and Severalville's going to be going down again. Backing up now. We could be seeing a ram now, I think, maybe, or something, but once again, backing up, but this time, Eliona has a huge mass advantage in terms of numbers, and we'll see rams being built in the back here, and now that outpost will become the next target. Where are those vills going, by the way, on the north?
On
are they going to those berries?
Ooh, they are. That's very spicy from Eliana.
What a journey.
The problem was, at some point, he ran out of wood, and that's now what we can see here as well. He is ready to age up, but I don't think that was the plan. I think he was still hoping to make more archers, but he just ran out of wood at a very unopportune time. Let's see what he's clicking up with, and he goes for the culture wing. Now, the culture wing is a very interesting choice here, I would say, as well, because you're going to get your next age up for cheaper, I believe, but you need to find a way to survive. I guess there was no other realistic click up aside from that anyway.
Yeah, the cheaper techs into composite bows could be huge here, because you have such a large archer mass. You can quickly build a mangonel with all your units. You don't need the siege workshop. So there's a couple of tempo reasons aging up here was going to be really good. But when Eliona spots that this wood line is fully gone and that he's not on the wood line in the front, I think Eliona should send those knights to the south. Oh, but the wall just got finished. I think the wall
he did
cutting off the south just finished. Wow, okay, so gonna be nice for him. The culture wing comes in.
It looks like he's going to TC dive again, and I don't know if he's learned his lesson, but is this TC going to be able to fire hard enough to fight off this army? We know that this is going to cause some idle time, but these knights are looking for these archers. They want to be on top of them, and they want to take them down. And the knight mass is so scary. That is a lot of knights.
Yeah, but the archers are getting traded down. The knights, though, going to be going down the guild hall, going to be taking down the archers. The guild hall coming in on the back of this. Culture wing might come in, but what are you going to upgrade? Nothing. The vills on the right running, and you can see Eliona already splitting off a couple knights, saying, oh, there's vills going this way for wood. I know you don't have wood over here. So the archers also going to be peeling off to the right, going to be looking for the damage there. There's a lot of vills in the south. They're walled into a little prison, fastest ranch, one might say. And we'll see now the vills going to be trying to quick wall this, but there's already some units in. This is really problematic for Myriad. He's about to die.
Yeah, Myriad is trying to queue up a few more archers, but the archers are just not going to be enough. At this point, you need a miracle. And he just doesn't have the food to produce anything else. He could possibly try to get a men-at-arm out here, but from the other barracks, it's going to go down in no time. And these villagers are trying their best to keep it down. These vills are also stuck behind, and they're just not able to get out. Now, Myriad, he gets a few archers out, and they will be able to fight these at the back, but the archer upgrade hasn't come through, so the knights should be able to do a ton of damage. Just pulling these back is going to be so important. And the knights are locked in here, though.
The Vill's doing the carousel right now, trying to find somewhere safe to be. The walls are coming in, though, so Eliona is saying, no, you're stuck. You're stuck in here with me.
He's walling in his opponent, and this is now going to be known as the Eliona late game wall. The knight, though, in the base, he's still causing so much idle time, and the archer upgrade finally comes in. So he'll try his best, but keep in mind, behind all this, Eliona has aged up, and he got the veteran upgrade. Oh, he's getting the veteran upgrades now. And he went for the guild hall, so he doesn't mind playing a long game.
Yeah, and Crossbow's also going to be hitting the Fieldstone, so going to deal very nicely with the Gulam Lancer combo that Myriad is looking for. And as soon as Myriad frees the units that are kind of now trapped on that right, I think the wall did finish, so those units have to kind of escape out the north, and then they can come back and meet up in the center. And this guy, oh wait, actually, are there still villas running north of that sacred site?
They are really trying. Oh, and he knows. He was like, oh, you're
Yeah,
one Vil
he's like,
trying to
where did these
distract me.
guys go? I know there's some Vils over here. I'm sure they're over here somewhere.
He needs to
That
split
knight's
off
gonna
one
be
or two.
looking.
Oh, the horses are here to back him up. Oh, these guys, they are in so much trouble. They run into a wall, realize this is a dead end, and the knight is coming for them again. But this is the one time Myriad has where the army is split. After this, the army is going to be together, and they are going to be on top of you. Myriad is so desperately trying to get food all the way here in China. The villagers go down here too.
Or is that in France? I'm not quite
That's
sure.
in France, yes. No, my question
Maybe
is just...
maybe that's Spain, just south of France.
Oh, true. Portugal, even. Who would know? But
Oh, vacation, I guess, in Portugal.
vacation,
Those are getting it off easy.
just gathering a little bit of food, having a blast. But my question is just, the Chamber of Commerce. Sure, we got the Chamber. But why aren't we using it to trade more, especially having such an advantage? So I'm not too sure if he was just going to use this to get that little bit of extra gold and get these units out. The thing is, there's only 2 traders, and it feels like he did get the +2. Did it not spawn another trader? Oh, no, there's 3. Never mind.
He
He's got
has
3.
three.
He has 3. But do we not just make more units from this to get ahead even easier? But I guess Alyona was steering for a little while.
Yeah, I think it was close. Alyona had to keep up the pressure. I don't think in Feudal Age that Alyona could have really afforded to slow down and make traders because Myriad was on 2TC at the time, right? So I just don't think it works.
Now, the question is just, can Myriad hold this next push? And this next push looks very scary. He's getting lances of his own, but French knights are famous for being French knights. So, unless the army is way too split up, which they don't seem to be, there's only a handful of units still arriving. This is a much bigger army than Myriad's. Oh, and the keep gets dropped. He wants to save this area. He knows, this is my wood, and I need to get this safe. But he could potentially win this fight if there's a keep to support it.
Yeah, if the Vils go down, though, it'll be good. The keep gonna get spotted. It's gonna go up for sure with that many Vils building it. At a bit of a price, though. Several Vils are gonna go down, and now the fight is going to be supported by that keep, like you said. The archers wrapping around the back, and is this army going to be cut off here? That could be a huge pickup, a huge win, but I'm not even sure Myriad wins. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me, is what Elyona's about to say. He could plant the shields for the Pavis here, and then his Pavis crossbow can beat this archer mass, and the archers are going to slowly take down all the knights, but the archers and crossbow here from Elyona are going to be enough. Not with the reinforcements.
Yeah, now with the lances here, they're going to be able to clean this up. But those villagers, they were garrisoned inside, but the rest of them who didn't fit, they tried to go to the TC, and another 5 of them were picked off. Now we have 45 villager kills from Elyona, which is absolutely insane. This man has kept up the pressure, and he's shown that the 2ZC will not easily get ahead when you put enough pressure on top of it.
Yeah, taking some damage early game in the Feudal Age with the Chamber build, but that sort of forced Myriad to fight early, delayed the TC, and gave Elyona enough time for those eco upgrades to really pay off. And now, wait, hold up, this keep
It was a bit optimistic.
is gonna go up, but like,
At what cost?
again, more vills just going down for map control here, and it works short term because you have map control, but then suddenly there's siege, right? Chivalry coming in, some upgrades coming in, Vet Spear coming in. Yeah, some siege gets queued up immediately for Elyona. This is a pretty obvious target. This keep is so far forward. It's going to be hard for Elyona to defend this one. Ghulams and Lancers back in queue now for Myriad.
I think this was...
What is Myriad's macro?
What?
Sorry.
No. I'm just he's definitely going to suffer for gold, and that's what I said. What I was trying to say. He is definitely thinking about the fact that the gold is going to run out. He needs to put
But there's
pressure
gold
on.
in the south still.
Yes.
Right? Am I just seeing yellow vills?
That's yellow vills right there. Beautiful.
No, it's further south. Like further. There's not a gold in there in the cage. That's all. Okay, that's all.
Those are just yellow vills.
The mini map is hard.
The problem
for me. Sorry.
The problem is this is a ticking time bomb. You know that the French knights are going to overwhelm you. You need to be able to move out a little bit, and he thinks that the keep is the answer here. And the thing is, it does force your opponent to make siege, and he's getting a few rams, but you need to have your army close by to be able to hold this. And he just doesn't have that right now. This is full map control from Myriad here. Or from Alyona here. He's got villagers over here. They're even gonna go and kill the Vil. They're not even targeting the tower. They're just like, I'm gonna kill you.
Look at the daggers. The daggers are coming out. You came into the wrong neighborhood. This is not where you belong. I like how they like cower before they attack.
Yeah, like, don't kill me. Okay.
And then they're like, but actually, you're dead, son. And that Vil goes down very quickly.
But now the units are standing at the ready, and with 4 ramps, you should take this down. This thing does not have the right reinforcements. We don't have emplacements. We don't have boiling oil. We are going to struggle keeping this thing alive. And the army? Where is that? Where is the yellow army? Definitely out of position, I can tell you that. Oh, the boys are here.
There's 42 units somewhere for Myriad. I think they're in the center of his base, right?
Oh,
Yeah, they're coming around the
moving
south now.
And this is the problem. Just the fact that he didn't have his units in position will turn this into a fight for Alyona. This is now just a waste of 900 stone, and he's going to be able to take this down without much losses at all.
Yeah, this has been a great game, honestly. What a bloodbath. It's been really fun to watch. The stakes couldn't be higher between these two, and the competition between them is really nice. I really like this. It was fun.
Yeah, the fact that they're so closely ranked, and you can see the small differences between a player like Myriad and Puppypool, for example. The small things that Myriad is just not able to keep track of, like sending 1 unit into the base and raiding, and actually not accidentally moving it back, or moving the whole army. It's very small things that he can easily work on that will mean a lot later on as he keeps climbing the ranks. But now these units are in for a big fight. The Mangonel getting some decent shots off, but I don't know if this is enough. The unit composition just isn't there to deal with the knights. But they do get picked off quite a bit. So the reinforcements, though, they're ready, and they're coming in hot.
Yeah, these Mangonel shots have been pretty good. There's only a couple knights left in this fight, so, I mean, Elyoda's going to have to full-on retreat here. The knights are gone, right? You can't just stand and fight here unless these new knights can get on top of the crossbow, on top of the Mangonel, which he might try to do with these 3.
I think
but
finally he's
honestly
got
just
the
taking
numbers.
a lot of damage.
Oh, and the villagers. There's just so many villagers going down here, though. And the villagers here, they're just coming for more gold. It's a long distance now. We have a mining camp at the back, but now the question is, do I target fire the vills or the units? But either way, he's getting some good value. Alyona now with 30 the lead, and trade wing has been clicked from Myriad. The man says it's time for us to go to Imperial, boys. We're running out of gold. And map control.
Yeah, into what? I mean, I guess trade is going to be the attempt. I think we just saw a market get placed in the right corner. I'm not sure. Yeah, so the market is the attempt. We're actually going to try and trade here. I am shocked. I don't know if this is exactly the timing for it. It feels like the investment might not pay off in time, but we'll see.
The problem is when you're on 2TC and your opponent... Oh, let's quickly see the trade situation in the back here. Oh my gosh, he's got 13 traders.
13.
The man is getting some free gold, but the villager count is speaking for itself right now, right? So, and he's got the relics. He's drowning in resources, and the red ballast gets placed down in the middle of the map, securing, I would say, 3 golds and a stone.
Yeah, it's a really solid red palace positioning. We'll see. I don't think Myriad can fight under this once it's up, right? So it's going to feel very, like, entrapping. And that's going to leave Alyona up to just attacking through that left side, maybe. And we're going to see the Night Charge coming through. Going to back up, though. Not quite able to get the hit. He needs to take out that Mangonel. It did so much damage in the last fight. So we'll see if Myriad's able to get equal damage again. That Mangonel is a local hero. Well known in the streets.
Yeah, everybody knows the story of the mango. The vehicle, there's the word, the vehicle that killed thousands. Crossbows laid down on the ground. They had no choice. They were just all dead, brother. And we see the keep coming back up. Myriad says, I need this thing in your base, sir. And he plops
right
it
in the same
back down.
spot, too. It's like the same location, right?
And his army is in the same location yet again, not ready to back up these boys at the front.
Yeah. Gonel. The manliest Gonel there is.
It's a people,
Oh, man.
Ganel? It's a people.
Well, his name is Gonel, right?
Man, go now.
Yeah, go.
And another keep, but this is gonna cost so much.
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh
Pain,
no.
pain, pain.
Hey, without love.
This is when you just tell your villas to do. Does he have public libraries?
Public libraries?
No.
Where do we? No, I don't think so.
No, he never clicked it. He could. He's in.
Oof.
That would help with those keep drops.
And
That's a new tech there in the House of Wisdom, where you get your villas get a lot of HP based on how many ecotechs you've done. It can
So-
get quite high late game.
Winston, how is this gonna look if I play Abbasid only villagers then?
I think it dies to any unit
Okay.
still.
I am going to test that, and I will let you know, because this.
I mean, if
looks-
there's a huge skill diff, you can make it work.
Okay, yeah.
right.
I got to
Like
diamond
if
2
you're
with it
smurfing,
once.
yeah, you could probably make it happen.
Okay.
Like we've seen Demo do it like 2 years ago, right? But that was Smurf, like not Smurf, but like against a much weaker player, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I know a few people got to Conqueror with it as well, but yeah, there's still a huge skill difference. I'm gonna do it, guys. Don't worry. We'll go dig up some of my account details, log in, get a fresh one, and climb all the way to Diamond 1 with it. Only Vills, boys. It's coming in hot. With public libraries, Winston has educated us, just like a public library.
Indeed.
Finally, Myriad says, I probably need to raid. The problem is, once you get to this point of the game, French is perfectly fine with you raiding, because their TCs shoot very, very hard, and these little things are not going to do much.
That is a scary French army. We're starting to get all those special upgrades, and now royal bloodlines coming in. So these knights are about to get uber tanky, and this dive could be a problem. Oh my gosh, Myriad's army is on the left side of this cliff. So once again, this cliff being a problem for Myriad, as now the army is in. There's not much to do right here. A couple villas to find, but a couple of hand cannoneers to pick off. Those are expensive losses, and the siege reinforcements that could have been coming out of the workshops here might be in trouble. The dive is in. Elyona's here to stay. The trade gets spotted, and here are the spearmen now. Elyona going to be retreating back up to his army now, finally seeing where the army of Myriad is. More trade going down on the north side here, but it's a hasty retreat. Some people get left behind for Elyona. Some knights bravely sacrificing themselves to keep the horde at bay. Myriad's army coming from the depths, emerging from the previous game off the edge of the map. They're like, we're here. We finally made our way to the battlefield. And Elyona retreating now, realizing that was a bit too deep.
Yeah, the problem
Some
is
cannons on the way.
these guys are so chunky now. Like you said, I saw this going from 270 to 364, and I'm like, oh, all right, those are strong. Whoa.
Yeah.
And that's just the problem we have here with French late game. Oh, the trader has been pulled, guys. The trader has been pulled. Yes, the trader is going in ham. The trader is going to bring the fight to the other side. Oh, never mind. He's decided to go the other way. But the Mangonel...
he's like, this isn't where I want it to be.
Oh, that historical Mangonel. Getting off a decent shot, but these units barely taking any damage. Let's see if we can get the crossbows this time. Just a few knights and men-at-arms. But an okay fight for Myriad, though, here. The moment the units are here, it looks okay.
Trading a lot of these spearmen against the men-at-arms is going to look okay initially, until you realize that there are no more spearmen to deal with these knights, right? But we'll see. The knight count is also kind of low. Elyona not struggling for resources, struggling to stay popped, though, in this moment. Needs to keep those units queued up to be able to fight here. Myriad should be in trouble, but Elyona not able to fully leverage the economic advantage here. The cannons rolling forward, going to threaten the Mangonel. The Mangonel on the retreat up the hill, following the trader, says, hey, where did you go? That looked more fun than where I'm at.
Now, these guys are definitely getting into a position where they're just going to be overrun. The cannon just shot through. Not going to be that scary, but just the force of it, just it existing, is strong enough to make you realize I might be dead. And I think that's exactly what Myriad is saying here. Brother, that might be it. The Springald is bravely trying to hit the cannon, and he does, but it takes 4 shots to take that thing down, and that's just too much at this point. The village is so desperately trying to get gold at the back. We see Myriad at 142 population right now. Elyona staying maxed out. And the last 2 units going down. This is probably going to be it for Myriad. He realizes, I am down 0-2 right now. and I have no idea where I go from here.
Is this a bow 3 or bow 5?
This is a best of 5. This is a best of 5.
Ah.
So Myriad needs to pull out the big plays after this. Does he reverse sweep this, or does he fall flat on his face against the French god Eliona? Up and coming destruction.
Distraction.
And this is where we are allowed to press the ×2 button, as there is no more chance for a comeback, and everyone will be tapping out.
And there goes the House of Wisdom collapsing under the weight of Eliona as he dances on top. That was quite the play there from Eliona. Very well played. I quite liked that game. A lot of back and forth in the early game.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting to see the culture wing for Castle Age there. How did you feel about that?
The culture wing, like you said, it was important to be able to afford those upgrades. I honestly didn't even think about it that way because I don't play enough Opposite, and that is why I'm so glad you're here to guide us through that. But what I really wanted to understand is, how did he plan to use that? Instead of making more units and trying to stay alive, I think the production just wasn't there at that point. So how does he go away from that? How does he transition out of it? So I think it was a very tough game for both of these players to be able to take on. But very well played by Eliona, and he kept the pressure going. What I would have liked to see from him a little bit more was to not just attack in one place. Ask yourself, my opponent is not on the wood line anymore. Where is he? I pushed him off of this gold. Where could he be? And I think that's maybe the question he needs to ask himself in the future as well. Because this is just such a difficult position to find yourself in at this high level, because this is where you start to lose a game, when you don't find the damage. And Eliona did a great job at finding the damage, but will he be able to keep doing that? So guys, we'll find out in the next game. Guys, this is best of 5. There's a lot more stuff to go on. Let's head on in to game number 3. So
let's go.
Hail yeah, brothers. And Myriad on Byzantines, the civilization that I think a lot of people are scared of at the moment. But with these changes, I don't think they're that scary anymore. Other civs got some cards they can whip out.
Yeah, I think there's a lot you can whip out. I think the Byzantines, to me, they haven't been like the scariest civ for a bit now. I think they're certainly very flexible and they can hit a really solid late game. So I think there's always that fear, and their timings are really solid. I think, in the hands of Marine Lord, would I be happy playing against Byzantines? Probably not. I think it's very scary. But for most players, I don't think the civ is I think it's just so hard that it's not quite used to its full potential in most games. And I think that's where it's quite up in the air if you feel like you're scared of it or not. I think, for me, it really depends on the opponent.
So when I'm playing Aeobids, when I'm playing against Aeobids Byzantines, I usually struggle with the whole fast castling, what they do, or just the amount of flooding they can do. But I don't know, with Byzantines, if I'm playing with the, what is that thing called? Not the Hippodrome, the other one. Oh my gosh, brain.
The Grand Winery?
The Grand Winery. I play this thing every single game and I still can't remember the name. So if I'm playing with the Grand Winery, I feel like you get harassed pretty easily and you get overwhelmed pretty easily. But when you're playing with the Hippodrome, you're probably going to be able to deny that fast castle. So I don't really know what the play is here between the two civs. Because in low conk, this is a destruction from Aeobids' side. They're just able to overrun you pretty quickly if they play this well. And I see the Grand Winery being plopped down, so I'm excited to see how this plays out. But let's see what Eliona goes for. And the answer is Military Wing, which I'm actually quite surprised about. But it does force you to respond, because we haven't been seeing the Military Wing as much at the top level. But I think it's just because you are playing against the Byzantines that is quite prone to needing a little bit of harassment. Otherwise, they do get going pretty heavily.
Yeah, Middle Wing's been seen a bit less since the nerf at the start of the season, right? Oh, Vilford, so this is an outpost on the berries, right?
So
That's got to be the attempt, right? That's what you
exactly.
do. It's a good way, like you were saying about the Grand Winery, it gets attacked. It's basically a giant beacon that says, "Hey, this is where my eco is, and this is what's important to me," right? So it's kind of like a big beacon for your opponent to attack and harass that. So what he's doing here, Iona is he's building the forward tower a little far back. So if we scroll down a bit, like you can see, it's not quite in range yet, but that means that a follow-up tower is going to be in a much more dangerous position, and the follow-up can be in vision because this one can't. Because Myriad could just attack it if he saw it, but right now, if you check this vision, you would see that he can't see this
Oh, give me a
for
second.
Myriad.
Oh, he
Yeah, yeah.
doesn't at all. He doesn't know
So
what's
the
coming.
follow-up tower is in range, but it's now protected by a fully built tower, right?
The thing is, he doesn't need a follow-up tower. Could he just get an emplacement? This could be as easy as getting a simple emplacement that will reach. But these things are going to get depleted at any point. So they will eventually run into the normal range too. So I think this is an amazing tower.
Yeah, I mean, getting an emplacement as well is an option. It's a bit slower than building another outpost right away. But yeah, your opponent can always react to that. Yeah, so 5 villages going to stone. So he's just going to get one emplacement later, and it's going to just be the sword position. Does that villager go home, you think?
The villager at the front, I would love it if he goes for resources right at the front, because it's something I would do, but I know it's the wrong decision, so he does go home. I'm very proud of him. He's made a good decision.
And here's the Vill pull.
Now, he's going to target fire this Limitinate, and that's so important here, just to get that thing down. But the problem is the villagers do pretty well. Are they Akratoid?
No, they don't need to be the torch.
That heavily. Ooh, but they do an amazing bit of work here. And I think the idle time was probably worth it. But you did force him to go for the stone here. And he does get a villager.
Did go down.
It was a lot of investment here from Aliano, but I guess with that one villager going down, it makes it worth it. And the idle time from these guys, and forcing him to make 2 limit in A. Especially this early on when Byzantines is so good at not having to make any units.
Yeah, it was like 1 Vill idle for 3 minutes versus 8 Vills idle for 20 seconds. It's like it actually kind of evens out until you factor in the fact that Myriad did lose a Vill on the back end there.
Oh, and this limit in A is going to push these all for now, but keep in mind, these are ranged units. They can just keep... I was about to say they can just keep kiting, but apparently they cannot.
Yeah, it was tricky there from Myriad, able to get the damage in. Uses the charge attack there to deal devastating damage to that one camel.
But Myriad looks like he's in a little bit of danger with this now. The thing is, he does have enough oil, so if he plops down that military school, and he's going for the longbowmen, which is very expected. I think most people in this matchup also go for the longbowmen because they're just that good at dealing with units, even from castle. So while they're not going to be great, they're going to be able to just consistently deal damage from afar. You can kite, especially on the inside of your base. And Aliona is going for that fast castle, but the question is he going eco? And I don't even think that's a question anymore. It's just the answer. Oh, and he gets another one.
And another Vill goes down. Yeah, like these camel archers, these desert raiders just running circles around, just running complete circles around these Limitani.
But the problem is
kind of crazy.
It's quite greedy from Byzantines to not put a tower down, especially when playing against the Civ. You know what they're going to do. You know you need to go back on sheep. You might not be able to get your longbows out, but he could have pulled off a little bit earlier just to be safe. Now, this is just the problem with Byzantines. You know what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get olive oil, and it's just so juicy, it's so hard to pull back. But the longbows have joined the party, and they should be able to get their berries back.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice defense there. And like you said, a lot of Byzantine players go for that outpost on the berries just because you have field stones, which is the Civ trait where you get just free stone over the course of the game, right? From building buildings. And yeah, that usually pays for that first emplacement pretty quickly. And that would have defended those berry bills very comfortably. You could have just garrisoned the Limitane in there and been safe as a clam, happy as a clam, as they say.
Now, the scout fight is happening, but I love the fact that he is going to roll around. He knows that these units are a little bit slow. He does have the mobility for him, but he does take a lot of damage. And losing a camel just removes that ability to constantly harass. But now, Leona is aging up and he's getting the eco wing, so he's going to be very happy with that. Just needs to make sure that he gets his units out next, because now you just need to keep Byzantines busy. Busy Byzantines, brother.
Busy Byzantines, yeah. We'll see. The second pack of longbowmen, though, is still like ages away. So just 5 longbowmen going forward means that you have no longbows at home to defend against these raids anymore, right? And that's kind of problematic. A Cairo Siphon getting planted down by Myriad. That is bold, but the assumption is going to be correct. Eliona's almost Castle Age, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Already clicked up, yeah. So Culture Wing coming in. And we're going to be getting in those Camel Lancers pretty soon.
Wait.
Oh, Industry.
Wait. Yeah, I did not realize
Industry.
this. Industry, not economic growth.
So
This
that
is-
could be a TC.
Is this the first time in the history of this game where this gets built? Could you check the logs in the game for that, just to confirm that nobody has ever chosen this, right?
I don't know. In a tournament, maybe. An actual game, not the first time ever.
Yeah,
First
no.
tournament game, yeah.
I can imagine this
Maybe.
is something I've never seen happen in any tournament. And now they're gonna get barbecued. This is where you pull these boys back and he gets the resources. But now what does he do with it? He plops down the second TC, you were right. He wants to get ahead. But is this worth the 7 villager cost that you just had?
Well, you also get wood for some initial stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like enough wood for the TC, but then another like building or two, right? And so we can see what that goes into in just a moment.
So
It's like Vet Archer or Vet Camel Archer, is that for the humans? Interesting.
So in this case, we do see now the chiropractor breaking open here at the front. The thing that most people need to realize, and this is not for Twitch chat, these players know what they're doing. But what you want to ask yourself is, how can I stop him from having this castle age advantage? And the way to do that is to, deny population, but mostly deny production. And this is most likely where we will see this chiropractor moving his head towards. You want to make sure that he cannot benefit from this castle age that he now has, because that's going to mean lances, and we see exactly him clicking on that. He's not focusing on the house, he's focusing on killing the stuff beforehand, but he wants to get this production going down.
Yeah, and the chiropractor is going to be posting this video on YouTube pretty soon, I'm pretty sure, because this is a pretty good Kraken. A lot of damage already from one Chiro Siphon.
And these things are just like that. That's the problem with Byzantine's rams. If you come with your villagers and try to burn it, it's going to burn you back. And we're going to have a barbecue fiesta. And that's exactly what we live for. And Elgona is just running his units right in here. This age up, he gets a second TC. But he just hasn't been able to get the units he needs to actually contest this. The chiropractor does have to back off. He's a little bit low. And you don't want to lose that very expensive unit. But look at Aliona. He's a little bit cheeky out here on the food, though. And this is not the same thing for Myriad that I said about Aliona. You have to ask yourself, where is he getting resources that I'm denying him from right now? And behind this, the man is aging up too.
Yeah, the Golden Horn coming in, and like you said, yeah, there's some exposed villas. It's hard to find that, though, with the Byzantine army. It's very immobile. Really centered around this Chiro Siphon at the moment to deal meaningful damage, so leaving it alone or running elsewhere would just feel a little silly at this stage. We'll see, though. It's a lot of Limitane, so the Knights aren't going to do too much here. The Lancers, the Camel Lancers, that is. But the Archers are going to have a bit of a field day here. There's only a few longbows, only 10 longbows right now. Another pack of 5 in queue back at home.
And just
We'll
like
see Aliona playing super patiently here, not jumping on this army. Can't quite do it yet.
But he is losing a bit of these because they are taking
sorry.
damage. Oh. Now, at the back here, we do see some raids from Eliona. Very much staying on top of, denial. But now 2 production buildings went down. And those were such important ones. We can't make the same amount of archers. The lances, it had to be rebuilt at the back here. But he doesn't even have the resources to do so. He's denied off of gold. There's no safe gold for him, as we see all the other golds being forward. Exactly where the army is. And honestly, I think Aliona might be cooked. And it's not just because he got fired up there by the chiropractor. I'm a little
Sorry,
bit worried.
just left it. I just realized my mic was wrong, by the way. My mic was the wrong one and no one said anything.
Oh no.
I'm sorry.
This
Does
one...
it sound better now?
Oh, it does sound way better, but I need to turn you up a little bit. It's fine. Keep talking
sorry
us
about
through,
that.
brother. I fix you.
Yeah, no, the longbows have come to reinforce the other longbows, and so now the archers are gonna have to retreat. It was funny because when I coughed, I was like, I had muted, and then I saw on Discord that I had gone through, and I was like, oh crap, I'm on the wrong input source.
Your voice
So I've been
sounds so
casting this
sweet.
whole time through like my headset, just
Yes.
picking it up, and actually it should have been my stand mic in front of me.
That's okay.
For that, everybody, I apologize, but you know, it is what it is. The past is in the past.
And now your voice sounds so beautiful. Nobody will ever remember that you used the wrong microphone to cast. Nice.
Sheepy Doo remembers.
Sheepy Doo. Nobody will forget about Sheepy Doo. Sheepy Doo, where are you? We still have... Oh, we don't have any Sheepy Doos around here. But now the Varangian God coming in. This is not something I feel like Alyona has an answer for. He has one crossbow and a lot of archers. But archers have +1. And that's not going to be enough to hold this off. And I feel like Myriad now has that snowball potential. Because again, when you're playing Byzantines, you just can keep going. Just like Ottomans. You have those free resources, or free units in this case, that just keep coming in. And now, he does have control of his gold back, but this is only temporarily, because nowhere on this side of the map is there any other gold. And I feel like this is probably a once-in-a-lifetime kind of situation where your gold is just not reachable in any circumstance.
Yeah, big fight happening on the front. This is really critical for Alyona. Alyona needs this food on the berries, like, needs it. So, has to take this fight against the Varangians and the longbows. Gonna be chasing down the longbows with their own archers, but... kind of a tricky situation here because Alyona has a much larger economy, but it just hasn't felt as efficient at this stage. Myriad with a lot of the farm setup, a lot of the transition, a lot of the eco upgrades, and Alyona, by comparison, very few blacksmith upgrades. There's no eco upgrades whatsoever, right? So things are just like ugly on the side of Alyona's economy, and I think this is going to come home to roost soon as these Varangians start to disable this economy by raiding. It's just going to start feeling worse and worse. If this flood can continue from Myriad, I think Alyona's in big trouble. Big trouble.
The problem is there's no more food sources for him either. Like, these berries are gonna get denied the moment the army arrives here, and there's nothing he can do. He just needs to pull back and call it a day. Because at this point, there's only stone. He's got 2 stones he can fall back on, but with stone you can't do much, right? So right now these Varangian gods just able to tower dive as well, because they now have +2. And guys, +2 Varangian gods when you are very much stuck on just +1 means that it's time to call it. And I think Alyona is going to be like, okay, I'm still up 2-1. What can I do about this? So we'll see what the man cooks up for the next game. But this is going to be quite a difficult one. It must be a difficult one after a spawn like this, because you feel this is something that affects players. You feel like I had no choice. There was no way for me to even get a gold, not even a sneaky one. You just constantly had pressure and everything was denied because everything was on the same side. There's not even a wood to fall back on here.
Yeah, things kind of falling apart now, Alyona. Everybody, we got a traffic jam here. It looks like that famous crosswalk in Japan, right, where everyone goes different ways. It felt a little bit like that, where all the vills are like, where are we supposed to go now? So going out to the hunt now, but this could be spotted and found very easily. So many vills have just gone down. The vill lead for Alyona has all but disappeared, and that I don't even think he had a better economy when he had all those vills, right? It's simply because of the upgrade side. And we're going to go into clown car mode. Oh boy, the chiropractor, he's here.
The
He sees a
chiropractor.
lot of stiff joints.
Oh yes, he says, I'll start with the barbecue here, heat it up a little bit, and then if you guys, once your muscles are nice and warm, just come to me and I'll crack you guys wide open. And that's exactly what he's ready to do. Those singular camel lance are desperately trying to do something. These longbows just picking up every little bit of the army Alyona has, and he calls it. He says, okay, I've had enough. Cool. Let's try that again.
Yeah, and the GG gets called there. Wow, that's a tough game there for our good friend Alyona. That's tricky. Myriad just had it on lock, even though we kind of questioned a lot of the early game. Like, it felt like there was some just free damage from those Camel Lancer, Desert Raiders at the start of the game, right? They were able to pick off like 1 or 2 vills, and then during the early push from Myriad, even some more raiding was happening. So definitely had to handle a lot, but Byzantines just sort of got going, and it felt like the Ubid play from Alyona was very like hit or miss. Like things kept happening and nothing ever got like smooth and like rolling, if that makes sense.
Exactly.
Definitely felt that through that game.
Oh yeah, I feel like Myriad, he was on the back foot for a while there, but he definitely got back from it. He was like, okay, I got punished. What do I do next? How do I come back from this? And he definitely showed us how to do so. So well played by Myriad. Now, Winston, we're gonna head into the next one. We have Jean versus HRE. So, Aliona, on a very big fan favorite, I love myself an HRE, and I think especially against the JD, give me HRE every single day for the rest of my life. But the problem is, when you play this on Prairie, I feel like it's not as safe. You don't have the same amount of wood to protect your chapel, you're open to raids, and I think Myriad now is out for blood. Does he just overwhelm him with knights, or do we see the Chamber of Commerce from JD?
I think we don't. I think we see School of Cav here simply because it's Prairie.
Yes.
And the wood is so exposed. And yeah, HRE is a lot worse on this map because, well, it is good that you have all that gold at home and you can, if with good scouting, get a lot of sheep. And you saw both players on Prairie opening up with that second scout in order to secure as many of the sheep as possible. But I think one of the big questions here, if you're Aliona, is where's a good chapel, right? Your wood and gold did not spawn together, and it's just a lot less likely for that to be the case on this map. And I think that makes HRE really bad. It's kind of hit or miss because you could get a map where both the gold and the wood fit under the chapel, but because it's not here, it's going to be a lot trickier, right? Like, where's Aliona going to build the chapel? Just on the wood line? And then, okay, like, it's a very tiny wood line.
Yeah, I think Leona might not be too happy with this position that he's in right now. This is very, very susceptible to any type of aggression. The gold here, super exposed. There's not even like a cheeky little piece of wood that you can make a wall around. Oh, this poor guy. Yeah, no, he's in a lot of danger. I think HRE is one of those civilizations. You thrive on just having enough wood. Not too much, but just enough. And this is not enough, brother.
Yeah, this is not enough to play the game. It's like Prairie is really, really tricky for some civs to play on, even. So it's just when you have it in a tournament with a civ draft, you have to think ahead. I know HRE has been pretty popular on this map in the past, but I kind of think if we have a lot, if Prairie was in like an S tier tournament, I don't think we'd see HRE on it, just because of the inconsistency, right? And we see School of Cav here from Myriad. And there's the chapel placement. So it's going to be grabbing the berries and the sheep and the trees, right? So we'll see if that plans out. It's also quite forward, so the knights are going to be able to easily pressure this wood line. Like, it's just a risky game, I feel like, for Aliona.
No, it definitely is. This is one of those awkward situations where you're like, okay, I know what my opponent is going to be cooking, and it's 100% going to be nice. Yeah, so we see the School of Cavalry being plopped down. So this is something I'm going to need to defend, but from all angles the whole time. He does put the mill down here. I don't know if this is going to be included in the range, but it should be. It should be. I actually think that needs to be one tile backwards, but we'll see very soon when this guy gets inside. For a second, I thought he might be thinking about just going fast castle, or trying to go fast castle, especially because you have had 4-1 gold here, but he has rerouted them and he's like, let's just play feudal. I am HRE. I do have a little bit of an advantage here and there. He opts to go for wheelbarrow, which I love, because I think the wheelbarrow here is probably the thing that's going to keep you alive once your villagers get chased down by these knights.
Yeah, it's going to help, but it's also going to slow down the early defenses, right? You're going to be slower because that's 150, that's 200 res essentially, right? Of resources that you had to gather that are not a barracks, right? Which can mean that this will get dicey quickly. And remember, Jeanne d'Arc also comes across the map pretty quickly. And if she's an archer, this wood line is cooked, right? Like, there's problems coming the way of Aliona right now, and a lot of this is going to come down to draft and tempo. Like you said, FC. I don't think FC is even possible on this map with HRE. Like, I think if you do it, it has to be on with so many sheep, and you have to like you have to tower the gold probably, right? And horseman going to be the option.
I am very surprised in this. Oh, it was a misclick. Was it a misclick? Please
Well,
tell me that was
horsemen are
easy.
good against ranged Jeanne d'Arc, right? So if she becomes an archer, the horseman, if you get 4 around her, she's just basically dead if there's no like spearman to defend. So it's a bit of a micro battle there, but we'll see if it even becomes archer, right? If you see horseman or a stable already built, you can always choose to do something else with Jeanne. So we'll see what the choice will be.
What I like is that he stopped with the stable and he went for the barracks just because he knows the knight is coming. The moment the Aja popped out, he's like, oh, I'm not going to have time. Let me get my guy out here to defend. Because that's exactly what you're going to need to do. Because that knight is coming in hot and he's queuing the upgrade right after. And guys, this is one of those very important things to remember. When you are making stuff out of your barracks, don't get upgrades when you don't have units. So a lot of people will opt to get the upgrade first and then your spearman is just a little bit too late. So this knight will get initially denied, but he could still get a charge off and get a kill. The villagers do try to fight back, but a Vilg will go down, and that is massive, especially this early in the game.
Does the knight live? Oh, no.
He goes down. And I don't know if that was worth it. It's a very expensive unit, but with the fact that Alyona might lose a lot more in that way, and Myriad having another knight out already, if he can keep the pressure up, it's worth it. But it's a very expensive loss to have. Oof, the transition is already underway.
And John's just out there farming XP on that boar in the middle of the map. And then we did see the horseman, with the idea being that if Jean is an archer, you sort of have some options. But melee Jean does quite well against the spear horseman combo, right? It's not perfect, but those AoE attacks can kind of do a surprising amount of damage in a melee fight, right? If you just have a brawl over some resources. And we now see Jean running to the right, looking for that boar on the right side as well, while most of the army from Alyona is tied up defending the Aachen. And we do see a small transition into farms as well, so Alyona looking at this game for like the long term, but I feel like the problem is going to be very short term when the wood becomes a problem, and these archers show up as well. Like, things are going to get dicey here quick.
But the problem is one spearman is just not enough to keep these knights at bay, especially when these numbers do increase. But Jeanne, I'm very surprised she went for the melee, for the choice of the melee though. I think the range Jeanne would have been such a unique addition, like you said, to this wood line. It's just going to make it really hard to keep. But like you said, with horsemen, if you did not get melee Jeanne, she would just melt. But I love this. Alyona using that mobility too.
Yeah, it's trying to apply some counter pressure here, and we do see the knight on the north side, or sorry, the right side getting completely caught out. That is bad luck for Myriad there. Losing those knights for free is really problematic. Did kill one Vil early, but so far this knight opening hasn't led to too much, and Alyona might have a bit of tempo on their side. Seven spearmen in queue here for Alyona. A huge investment, but it's going to be enough to both defend and potentially apply pressure elsewhere.
The problem is, Jeanne loves these fights. She's like, let's keep going. The problem is you can't get a call out right now. Myriad, brother, oh no, she's going to be stepsister stuck right now. Jeanne needs to get out here quickly, but the army, the reinforcements are moving around, but I don't think they'll be here on time. She gets caught out. Is she going to hit the ground a little bit aggressively, do some damage? Not before she goes down. The woman at arms takes a fall into the next game.
Yeah, that was definitely a great catch for Alyona. Gonna be feeling great about that, as now the spearmen and the horsemen are able to push forward, but with the knights to defend the archers, they're gonna fall back, just kind of camping this boar at the moment. You can see Jean's body there, just face down. That's rough. And once again, onto this gold line is that horseman just being a little annoying. Not getting any full damage in, but a little poke here and there. Keeps the Vils on edge. They're like, this gold mine is not a safe work environment. They doth protest. Did he buy Jean back just now?
Yes.
Can you check the TC cooldown? I think he did, right?
Was that?
Yeah, it's on cooldown.
So he actually
bought Jean back.
did. And it
Paid
feels like
250 gold.
he'd waited a little bit long to buy her back, though. I would have expected him to spend those resources one way or another much quicker, because this is just... There was a situation here with the horse as well, and you want to get every ounce of experience if they're in your base. But if there's no action going on in your base, buying her back is just a waste of 250 resources at that point. And there was no other aggression happening. So I guess it was the choice of either waiting it out or going for it. But here, again, the horsemen doing such good work. But the army is coming for him. And I feel like the only way Alyona can lose this is if he loses this fight. This one singular fight. But Jean is not paying attention again.
No.
The thing is, the archers are in position, and they could get a pretty good hit off. But, oh, Myriad is just throwing away Jean left and right. These archers not really meaning too much here right now. They're going to be able to target fire these horses, but oof, Jean might make it out alive.
And by the way, to your point about Jean buyback or whatnot, she her cooldowns don't progress if she's dead. So like if you want more charges of Consecrate, for example, you want her alive as much as possible. So it can be worth it sometimes just to have her alive, so her cooldowns are ticking.
So she can consecrate more buildings. Oh, that's amazing. That's what I like.
And if you use a lot of like charges of her Q, right, as well, like you want to have those, right? So just a note there. I mean, there's some nuance to whether or not Jean is worth buying back, I think. And in this case, I think it kind of was. Obviously, he got more experience with her, which is the end goal. And the heal is going to be off cooldown now. So we'll see how this goes.
Yep.
The army, though, for Myriad, going to be pushing forward. I don't know if I like that. I feel like you kind of need another good defensive fight. And the chapel is so sad already.
Oh, the
It's
fact
11 minutes into the game and the chapel is completely empty. Why on Prairie?
this is such a difficult position to be in. And this little tower here, while it might look like it's going to help, it's going to be so difficult to keep this thing alive when the raids start to come. And, not the tower alive, but the people alive. And this is just a problem with Prairie. God, I was like, maybe you could put a little wall, but no, there's a very big wall that you need to do to get there. A 2 out of 10 Arcane, we see Zatra saying, this was doomed from the start, but that raid has come, and Jean is just going to be snacking on horsemen that go way too deep. 12?
12. Yeah, getting some good XP there. Oh, and going to be progressing a bit. Yeah, this is a very awkward situation for both players. Prairie can just force you into these awkward game states where no one feels safe. Would love to see Myriad trying to like find damage with the knights, but I guess that didn't really go well earlier. Oh, Alyona coming around the back though, going to be spotting these vills in the gold well before Myriad's army is going to be anywhere meaningful. Myriad in the middle of the map right now. Let's see, does Alyona wait to get the proper surround here, or do we going to get the early... Yes! That's what I've been wanting to see.
And he actually takes down 2 more. Let's see. Oh, 3 more. But now let's see if Myriad can do the same. And honestly, looking at this flimsy defense, he might be able to very much do this. These villagers right now, they're just sitting in the tower waiting for their death. Realizes maybe I just pull them out and let them work a little bit more before they're gonna die anyway. Oh, the chapel. The villagers are just trying to get in. The spearmen are holding off as much as they can. But this tower is fighting a good fight, just not good enough.
Oh, the Goldvilles again, and in the front, John's going to be taking a big engagement. Goes for the heal. And the cleave attacks did come in as well, it seems there.
And Jean now just snacking on so much experience. If she can stay alive, this is such a valuable experience to get, because these knights can dive. And the +1 is about to kick in too, so Jean is just trying to stay alive, get experience, and wait for that +1 to take the next fight. These archers are going to kite, but we did lose a lot of ills on this side. 9 total already. So, Alyona is still okay, but he needs to start winning a fight, because if she gets that last bit of experience, those +1 men-at-arms are going to be so hard to kill.
Yeah. It's tricky, right? It's a very awkward situation, especially if you're in Myriad's shoes, right? Like, you feel like your army's been a little bit better. You feel like you have Jean and you should be winning these huge engagements. But, I mean, Alyona just has so many units at all times. 1,000 gold in the bank, too. So Alyona certainly struggling with this map as well in this moment. And we're going to have a big fight brewing in the middle of the map. The men-at-arms, though, count. It's up to 9.
Men-at-arms
9 men-at-arms on the field.
They're difficult to deal with, but if you have enough knights, usually just charge them down. So we can see if this micro is going to work out perfectly for him there. But Myriad, he's just standing back. He wants Jean to heal up a little bit more. He's going to try to get these knights to get a good charge off. But just now, nothing too scary happening. The knight at the back, though, these villagers are not full HP. And he might be able to get a good snacking off here. 1. 2.
Yeah, some good damage comes in. 2 vills do go down, but a fight in the middle here. More XP for Jean as the archers are sniping down the spearmen. It's going to be tricky. A big cleave comes out on the units, but is it going to be enough? Okay, Jean tears up, spawns some units in.
Gets back
Oh
to
my
safety
gosh.
as well.
What a huge fight for Myriad here. This is really well executed, and that might just be enough to turn the tides here.
The fact that those guys were just able to keep all these other units so busy means that this is going to be a quite heavy push for Mr. Myriad here on the Arcane. There's just no way to defend this. And Jean, she doesn't take damage at this point. The spearmen are trying their best because that's the only way to kill her at this point, to impale her. But she doesn't care. She's just going to run around, smack the ground angrily, and run back to safety between all her knights.
Yeah, what a fight here for Myriad. A lot of idle economy at home. Something weird happened there, but now he's going to absolutely mop the floor with Elyona's army here. The Aachen Chapel, the only thing that remains, the sad outpost, which once stood firm against the attack from Myriad, now with no defensive army, not going to be enough. Is there enough room at the end? 15 vills trying to find a place to garrison. And they will run past the TC. The outpost is going to be targeted. The farms are idle. And in just a moment, it feels like Myriad could just swing to the left and pick up so many Vill kills over there.
And that's exactly what's... Oh, gosh. And guys, I know this is just a bunch of units attacking farms, but on Prairie, this is more than a bunch of units attacking farms. These farms are so expensive to replace, especially when you have just no food. Oh, and he ages up with a burger. Now, the problem is you age up with your burger, but do you have the income to make any units from this? So the burger may be the answer to something, but it is not the answer to this game, I think. And especially now,
anything here, yeah.
it's being pushed off of gold too. They're getting inside the DC. I'm gonna have a little bit of a party before they call GG. One of the knights goes down, but the tower is next, and there's no gold for them either. So there's 342 gold. But we need to figure out what we're gonna make with that. So once the burger comes out, let's see what gets queued up instantly.
Oh, there's a raid on the board.
Galeona.
Some archers to defend.
And he gets the men-at-arm upgrades. So he's not going to get that upgrade. He's going to get a few men-at-arms, but that's going to be about it. He does still have the villager lead, right? But most of them are idle, and most of them are just not getting the optimal resources they need. Jean escapes by the skin of her teeth, but they're just going to find villagers out of position now. And no upgraded towers.
Only 7 military on the field here. These horsemen going to try and take an engagement against the knight, but instead they'll spot the vills going to the boar. The boar vills will retreat. Now the vills in the north corner of the map are completely exposed to this archer and knight mass just running through. 2 man-at-arms going to be the only thing in the way of just death and destruction for all the HRE vills in the north here. And the military count isn't looking any better now that the military production buildings don't even have a TC to protect them, and the vills and are finally found out. Oh boy.
And now they're just
damage is going to be coming in.
Oh, he splits them apart, desperately hoping for some better days. Still raiding. Behind all of this, the man is still hoping for a miracle. But the miracle is not coming today. It is just laying on the ground in sadness. One red coat at a time. They just hit the ground. Let the bodies hit the floor, Jean says. She was a woman before her time. She understood the good raps. And now, more villages going down from Myriad's side, but it is not enough. When you have only idle economy, running around desperately, there's just nothing you can do to keep this going.
Yeah, and the final horsemen go down, and now Eliona down to 5 military units. I don't think that's enough here. What a cool game this was, though. A lot of back and forth. It looked like, you know, at times you were like, oh, does Eliona have enough units? And it looked like Eliona did, but then that huge turnaround with the Jean Age tier up, right? Spawning in the units, providing the heal, giving the big cleave attack to the main army, and it just gave so much space for those knights to really have their time in the sun. As these vet knights just chase down these knights from Eliona.
Oh, and the reinforcements will
much
even
left
catch
here.
them eventually. The problem is these are Castle Age Knights, right? But they're low Castle Age Knights, so these Royal Knights are going to have a field day with them eventually anyway. Oh, he loses another one, but unless these arrows start shooting fire, nothing is going to be able to kill this army. Even the Burger is idle right now. Eliona, he's everywhere and nowhere at the same time. And now Myriad is responding exactly in that way. He's asking himself, where do I deny resources? And he's denying on every single point.
Yeah, Leona's trying to be sneaky on the left corner here. We'll see how long that lasts or if it even matters. Just trying to get to the stone.
I wonder what he's going to do with this stone. Myriad is macroing up to Castle Age now, though. So he realizes I'm in the lead. This is not going to cost me anything. His knight's taking quite a beating, though. They're able to keep him engaged and busy. But now the ram is out there, and he's just going to start doing work. The knight is going to be able to come and kill Jean's champion, but there's a lot of villagers already dead. He's already dead, Winston. What do I keep doing? I wonder if he's going to try to keep drop here. But I don't know.
In like 3 minutes, maybe it's enough. I don't see it. I think he's gonna get GG'd out before that keep stone comes in, or enough stone for the keep comes in, right? Oh man, what a game! This is a bloodbath.
Yeah, now we're just waiting for them to do that big push. More villagers going down. Everyone here. Johanna! She's running, and you know when someone builds an outpost under their TC, you know how dire it is. You're either bronze or you're desperate. And that's exactly what's happening here.
Or both.
Or both. And they realize this is going to be a landmark elimination. We've taken our one landmark. Let me do number 2. These stone villagers still chilling, waiting for a miracle. These guys are like, we're going to get this thing inspired, actually. We're going to get that emplacement. And these guys are not going to be able to do anything. The emergency repair gets clicked. Trying to stay alive in this game. Eliona says, I still have 42 villagers, guys. I got this. It's the upgrade that comes out first. No upgrade. No, never mind. Oh, the spring autumn placement. He's holding on to the idea. But the knights have something to say about that. Jean is getting target fired there, but she's barely taking any damage.
She's been taking forever. Yeah, she just healed up a lot of the damage that came in. And we're down to the final landmark. Jean goes down, but I don't think Myriad cares. Just instantly buys her back. And she's coming across the field again, and now it's the final town center, the final hold.
The final thing to break, and just like that, guys, I see people asking, how can I speed it up? If they finish the game within the next 5 minutes, you can speed it up. Because there is a 5-minute delay, and that is why we're going to our final game between Myriad and Eliona.
Eliona. Yeah, this has been quite the series, right? Like, so much cool stuff, a lot of back and forth. We're tied 2-2. Mm-hmm. What fun.
Exactly. I feel like both of these players, Eliona being up 2-0, that is a little bit of a distraction, honestly. And now, it's match point both sides. There's an opportunity here for Myriad to take this game. And the final match is going to be Malians versus Ottomans. Now, I remember you telling me that Malians has an advantage here, Winston. Right? Right? If played right.
I believe so, yes.
You believe so, okay. Now guys, Winston has been testing this for a while. I'm guessing you played a lot of 2TCs, right?
Well, I like the 2TC builds. I can't deny that. I can't deny that. Guilty.
It's okay. I will trust the judgment of Winston, and we'll see what the final game on Gorge looks like. So, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of our stream today, and the final game for these two players to qualify into the Empire Duels main event, 3K event, is going to be Malians versus Ottomans. Now, we do see a pretty standard opening from Eliona here. No weird shenanigans, as we would expect. And, on the other side, Ottomans with the barracks, though. Not the most standard opening, I would say.
Yeah, it's a way of applying pressure even earlier. Keep in mind the barracks is cheaper. It's only 100 wood for Ottomans, so it's actually kind of a fun... It's a fun setup you can do where you get the spearmen out even earlier than the military school would. And you don't get that early investment that's going to pay dividends throughout the rest of the game, but you do get earlier pressure, and against Malians, they sometimes don't expect the timing here. So I could see Myriad just coming in with some hot tempo here and really pushing Eliona off the comfort zone. Especially if Eliona is trying to do one of those 2TC builds where what we've seen players do in the 2TC build is go up to like 7 houses on the pit mine, which is really tricky to do against aggressive civs, which Ottomans are generally a bit too slow, I think, to fully deny the TC, but this style of Ottoman is certainly not going to be. Already pressure onto the pit mines, so immediately in this game, we're going to have some action.
The problem is, as well, he didn't go for 6 houses. So getting the gold for that second TC, I don't think it's going to be possible with that. Even if now they're going for the pit mine directly. I'm actually quite surprised. I thought they were going to go for the houses, but they're going directly for the pit mine. In these numbers, though, it makes a lot of sense because we see they keep getting made. Malians now realizes, hey, I probably need to contest this. So I'm wondering, is this going to be a barracks drop to get Donzos? But it might be too late by then.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the plan is from Eliona here, going 5 on wood, because now you're halfway macro to feudal age, right? Like, I feel like you have to choose to either give it up or to fight right away, and so chopped 50 wood and then went back to the sheep. So it was just all a fake. We got faked out. There was no plan. Maybe enough for a tower, but wow, the outpost coming down from Myriad. Punishment coming in.
He's doubling down. He says, I know Malians is absolutely busted with 2TC. I'm gonna stop this from the start. But like you said, he chopped that extra wood. And now, I don't know if this was a mind change or if it was just him adjusting. Is he gonna need that 100 wood? What is the plan? And now he pulls them back on. He's gonna go get himself a nice little old building. Now the question is he gonna go on an alternative gold? Is he just gonna go and get himself some houses? This is the problem with Malians, because your houses are this far out, you're just going to lose them after losing the pit mine as well. And behind all this, we see Eliona on 91 gold right now. He should be able to get off one more tick, and then that's going to be the gold that he has for the early game. 103, that's the gold God has given us.
What an incredible opening for Myriad. Honestly, this is tempo to the extreme. I love it. This has been so aggressive and well executed. Obviously, we're not up to feudal age yet on the side of Myriad, and we're not going to be for another like minute or two, but you could put like 6 or 7 vills on the Berry landmark and suddenly you could find yourself back like caught up in terms of military count. We'll see what Eliona goes for. It's going to probably be an archery range right away, right? But Myriad can just start torching down these extra 2 houses that are on the edge. I think 2 of these houses are too close and aren't torchable. Maybe the one on the south is, yeah.
Even this one, I think if you stand over here, the TC might not be able to hit it. We've noticed before that the range is a little bit bugged on the TC recently. So, but we did see before that it, on the uphill especially, it does show a little bit strange. So we'll see if these boys can reach. Oh, and yes, they do. The uphill, baby. Oh.
That height advantage. These guys are actually just 8 feet tall, so they're just able to drop the torch on the house.
Well, to be fair, like, if you look at them this way, they are actually quite taller than the house, and a house is on average, like, maybe 8 foot tall. So that's very possible, Winston.
They're just, like, tossing torches. This is underhand torching from the Ottomans here. A lot of damage done, though. Like, all that investment, it definitely doesn't pay off, right? I mean, you got enough to age up on the side of Eliona, but yeah, it definitely feels bad to just build this and not be able to defend it at all. But that's the beauty of the game, baby, right? It's like being able to do something surprising sometimes. Ottomans pulling out a completely different build order, and now with just 5, you can just hop right back into the outpost here and be completely safe.
The problem for Eliona is there's no way he's getting back on this goal. This tower was perfectly placed. He doesn't need any emplacement. He just needs his Dark Edge Spearman to stand across the map. So, obviously, you're going to go for another gold. And this is when Ottoman is like, actually, I can make a unit and deny that one too. So, with this, does he just get a Sipahi right after and go and deny the rest of this? But he's done so much damage already. He's going to be able to just sit back and see what the playstyle dictates. He knows he's denied a second TC. You're going to have to keep making units because you don't know what I'm doing either.
Yeah, there's definitely some open question marks for Eliona, like how do you handle this? We're going to see Wheelbarrow And even the stone outpost, that's a big investment into holding that position, especially given how valuable stone can be for Ottomans early game with either TCs or military schools. So a big choice there to go for that, delaying any military just to kind of see what happens. Is that a stable going down? I think we just saw a stable.
Oh yes, that's going to be the Sapahis right on top of that second goal that Alyona is desperately going for.
What a situation. What a situation. Things are cooking up. Things are cooking up.
It's getting real hot, Winston. I don't know what to tell you, brother. And with that amount of food, he's going to be pumping out 2 Sapahis in no time. This landmark is just doing its best right now at supplying food for the army. And the best part is this landmark is right next to the berries. So it's just going to be able to drop that off too. We don't even need a little mill. We're all good, brother. We're all good.
That's so good for Myriad as well to spot this new pit mine, right? That's such a big play.
The thing is, he needed gold, and not just gold to, start the Malian economy, but he needs gold to take this thing down. So that's what makes this so difficult for Alyona from here on out. Because now this thing isn't reinforced. You're no longer going to be able to just make a bunch of spearmen, hope for the best, and go burn it down. You actually need a ram. And that's what I think that was the intention behind. So you invest that 100 stone, and you invest the 50 for the emplacement as well. But what your opponent is investing in is a lot for a ram, a blacksmith, and the research for siege engineering. So I think in the end, this one will definitely pay off just because you're forcing your opponent to do so for something he can't even afford right now.
Yeah, now Alyona has to kind of ask himself, do I go out and defend another one, or do I build a new one even further away? And look at the scouting from Myriad immediately spotting this. That is so smart to check all the golds, be actually diligent about this, and now there's going to be no question marks about where Alyona is getting gold. And Myriad has all the time in the world now to make a choice, right? Obviously here, he's going to get pushed off by some of these archers, but as Myriad adds more units to the game, you can just see the pressure here on Alyona's positioning. Completely split on 2 sides of the map. Myriad can choose which one to attack, and Alyona has to try and defend both. It's a very tricky position. And we did see that second TC come down on that hunt.
What I love is that he didn't go for a military school. He sees the value of his stone, and he's just making sure that he uses it to its best ability. Military schools are great, but if you can afford a second TC, boy, we're getting a second TC all day, because we can get a military school at any point. The later, the less they pay off, but they definitely pay off within 3 or 4 spawns. So now you may get your free gold, says Myriad. But for now, let me go punish the other one. Because now again, he's already damaged this. He's already instilled this sense of fear. And Alyona,
by scouting this one.
Yeah, exactly. And he also knows that, hey, you're going to have to split up your army. I don't. I'm on 2 TC, but you don't know what I'm cooking. Because you haven't scouted my base in ages. So he's just going to keep going. Because this one is just more valuable at this point. It's a bigger pit mine. You know that he's going to try and protect this one. So let me just go burn down the other one. And again, this outpost just... You have to take it down with a blacksmith, and he still hasn't been able to. This is putting him in such a good position.
Yeah, and it's been a lot of just wood invested in all these pit mines. Like, you can see Alyona just lacking infrastructure at home. Just still so many villas on wood. Just now starting to get some buildings up, and we'll see. This might get put into the burning state here. And now the army from Alyona will be there in time. Has a much larger force, but might not be fully aware that behind this, Myriad getting damage in with a smaller army while booming is just, it's exactly where Myriad wants to be. 2 mill schools built now. The military count for Myriad is about to explode in classic Ottoman style.
And the fun part about this is, with Malians, you're so used to getting all your upgrades pretty early on. And now Ottoman is the civilization that gets those first. But yeah, these 2 military schools are going to start paying off with every single minute the game goes. And the more he idles this army, the more it's going to pay off. And you see now, they're going for the other goal. They burn down this one. Yes, it's going to get rebuilt. But now you have to go respond to the other one. You cannot push forward. If you do, you risk losing another pit mine. But the thing is, with this army differential, you should push forward. The thing is, we have God vision. We know this. He doesn't know this, but he's still doing it. Aliona making a pretty good call, but at the cost of possibly a pit mine.
Yeah, things are definitely heating up here. The gold will be exposed. Several of these mill schools are on the front, right? Like that one on the left. It's definitely on the front side. I think I'm lagging. Am I lagging? No, we're good. We're good. Yeah, we'll see if this army is able to do any damage. Looks like it just goes for the poke. No vills dropping, though. And now Myriad knows where the army is. And how's that pit mine in the south? Is it going down?
Pit mine in the south will definitely be going down, even if these guys are rallied this way. It does still have a lot of health, above 50%, but these guys are getting ready for the +1 under mesh, so we can ensure... Oh, I say that it's going down definitely, but it's going pretty slowly. The boys are pushing in a little bit, but the villagers are pulled off. They're not getting any kills just yet. So far, doing amazing work here, but the Donzo should be able to kill this Abahi too. These guys just not able to find damage right now, and what I would have liked to see here from Aliona is a ram. I know he didn't research that he got the +1 upgrades here instead, but if you get a ram and you take down this and this, or this and this, you'll still be in such a good position to keep your snowball going and to stop the Ottomans from getting double military school production. These guys, again, idling the army, but keeping them on his toes.
Myriad's food.
Oh,
So much.
it's just because
Like, he's been sitting on 1,600 food for like a couple minutes now, and it's like literally can't produce units fast enough to. That's how good the economy is right now. 1,100 food per minute, and we're gonna be seeing a castle age behind this, which is kind of ballsy. But I mean, I guess if you have this much food, it just kind of makes sense.
Yeah, in this scenario, I feel like we have a really strange position here for Ottoman. Not strange in a bad way, but a really strange thing where you just have too much food that you can't spend because you didn't go for the normal production. You went for the double military school right on top of one another. And that's great. But yeah, now you just have all this float, and it is actually going to help you so much in Castle Age. When you don't need to wait for the upgrades, you can just start pumping out men-at-arms, or in this case, lances as well.
Yeah, I think Lancers are going to be okay. Probably Men-at-Arms is the bet, though, just because it'll deal better with the crossbow-archer combo. But we'll see. I mean, Aliona playing super passively here, maybe to their detriment, right? Because not fully aware of how far behind they are economically. Like, did Aliona spot that TC on the north? I think it
Yes.
kind of looks like...
It looked like it did. Yeah. He did.
So this might be an attack there, but it feels like it's too little too late. This TC's already paid dividends, right? Like, the mill count differential is huge here. And they're still Spahi raiding the southern pit mine, right? Oh, no, they're not.
Yeah, they just put pressure. The thing is, if he went for that early siege engineering, I think he could have burned this thing down so quickly. But this waiting might have just cost him another few villager lead for his ally. Or for his opponent. Oh my goodness, wrong side.
Allies.
Whoa! And Myriad was
Can't
able
wait
to
for team games.
catch up a little bit with the army. He was able to produce even more in this time. And Malian's not really known for its castle age compositions, right? Unless you're just doing sofas.
Well, that's kind of the thing, is a castle age composition, you don't really unlock anything, right? You just sort of upgrade everything. So it's sort of the same composition, right, as you're running in feudal age, whereas other civs suddenly get a lot of ways to handle whatever composition you've leaned into, right? So here Aliona has leaned heavily into Archer Donso. And that's going to leave it exposed to maybe some man-at-arms, right? Or just more archers, as is the case with Ottomans right now from Myriad. The Mangonel coming out as well from the MIA. Aliona looking to take the fight. Has 20 more units for now, but soon we're going to hit a quality issue on the side of Aliona. There's no chance in heck that we're going to get a Castle Age anytime soon, right, from Aliona. Still setting up the cattle. Like, this boom is so delayed. Like, everything is so slowed right now. But we'll see.
I just want to point out how much value this tower has gotten. It's forced
Huge.
his opponent to just like go out on the map to get gold, constantly putting your villagers in a very vulnerable position. When losing a few sofas, those are so expensive to lose, especially at the state of the game where you need to age up soon and get that cow eco to just speak for itself and overwhelm your opponent. But the thing is, these guys are going straight for the kill, and the kill is the gold because there's no other gold that he can go on.
Where's Aliona's army? Is he just retreating? Is he
He's
just
just
stacking these hills? Like, what? What?
He doesn't realize this is now the time. And his Sofas are trying to do a little bit of work, but these guys, they should be able to hold this. But it's definitely just for now. Ooh, is he going to be able to snipe the mech there? He does try. Ooh, the Archer's doing good work, but the Sabahis are so good at dealing with them in return. And the Donzos are just out of position, some of these as well. They do clean up a few of the Sabahis here, but these guys have done so much work already, and Myriad's army is still just looking good.
Yeah, Eliona had the numbers at the start of this fight, but not the types, right? Like, not the quality he needed in order to take these engagements. Vet Archer's in, Vet Sipahi's in. I think that's Vet Sipahi, right? And it's just absolutely destroying, right? Oh my gosh.
And these
so
Lancers,
far going to be doing their work.
there's just nothing to deal with a Lancer right now. And Eliona, he was like, oh, I could go up to castle, but just a little untimely. And that will mean, ladies and gentlemen, that Myriad is going through to the $3,000 Empire Duels tournament for the pro circuit. The man has qualified like a boss. Finally.
Indeed. That was like a hell of a series. I was really happy with that. Myriad played super well. I thought that was really fun. The games are good. Can't complain, can you? Just a solid set there.
I'm very glad to see this from these two. I've really been worried that we will get a lot of 3-0s, but honestly, from that performance, I think both of them could have deserved to make it through. And I'm really proud of them because I know how much this means to both of them to get there. So really good job by Myriad. I'm very, very happy with his performance. And I'm excited to see him in this tournament that we're having very, very soon. 2 weeks from now, Myriad will shine alongside the best of the best to see who is the best team gamer out there. Now, Winston, let's quickly go back to the bracket and see what is in store for the rest of the stream. Guys, all of these games are open for viewing and open for casting, so there should be some community casters, but we have a LAN going on, and I want to make sure we rated them. That's why I wanted to make sure we have a short day, and as we can see here on our bracket, we have SAS Avely, which, some tea for you guys. It was 0-1 for Avely. And Sassy and Avely had a game where Sassy was in the lead and Avely had a crash. So we got the logs. It was an actual crash, but we had an admin decision to make. And now that thing is still going on in the background. We're making sure to consult with top of the top players to make that call, because we know that us lowly conquerors cannot do so, and also not our platinum admin. So that one has some spice. The B and Mr. Senpai gonna play a little bit later today because B is playing in a Stormgate tournament at the moment, and Cat and Scatterbrained gonna be fighting out for this one. I think Cat is a little bit favored to take this bad boy down, but we'll see how it goes. So yeah. All right.
Yeah, my money's on Cat there. Cat's been playing out of his mind, I feel like, recently. Super excited to see that. That'll be good.
It's just so amazing to me how the top, I would say the top 10 are quite clear. But then from 10 onwards, we just get new shuffles. We get people to demote and promote the whole time. And I love that. That means the game state is healthy and we do get to see this going forward. So Winston, I want to thank you so much for being here and enjoying the time with me. I know it was a short day, but I prefer those two.
It's not too bad. I liked it. The games are great. It was a really fun set. 2 sets. Really fun.
I'm really glad you enjoyed it. And thank you always for being the greatest co-caster and in our team game events. I know that we're not going to have you available for the next ones, but it's okay. Enjoy your vacation.
It's not a vacation. We'll see. I mean, I might be around a bit, but I don't know what my setup will be like. I'm not going to have all my stuff, so we'll see what happens.
We saw your headset mic sounding great. Most of us did. And guys, we will be doing a little bit more promotional stuff for next weekend for the long COVID awareness. I'm really looking forward to all the players who will be featuring at this main event, where we have coordinated other events as well. So guys, the eyes will be on here. I hope you boys are ready. See you next weekend, and on to the next one. Enjoy the LAN, guys.
Bye.
Okay.
Have fun at King of the Rockies. Too late.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Winston. I know this was like a 3 to 350 viewer stream, But the reruns get really good views, by the way. We actually get like
Yeah, I've seen
200,
that.
200 views or so for the reruns that we put. And it's all different people. So we've identified how to reach more people with this way as well. Probably knew the other events were going. I was hoping to... My main goal was to get some of the viewers today so that we can send them over to Rising Empires because they're really sad.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday. Their
Sad.
viewership was super, super low, right?
And the
Felt
previous day, I rated them with 550 viewers as well. On Friday, I rated them with 550. Because I don't know if you know what is happening between Beastie and Rising Empires.
Oh, is it negative? Some negative stuff?
Yeah.
I saw the comments. I saw some comments in the franchise partners, but I don't weigh in on that stuff.
What comments did you see?
Oh, it was very, very subtle stuff. Wasn't there a little chat about tournaments overlapping?
Oh yeah, they molded about Corvinus. Oh no. So basically, Rising Empires has been shit talking Beastie behind his back the whole time. And some of the screenshots got back to him, and they've been doing it for months. And I knew about it because they come to me as well. But then the words came back to him, and they've been shit talking me too. We had beef. We had big beef. But luckily, it was just the one guy. Oh my god, people playing with the whatchamacallit? What is that thing called? The dome. So yeah, it's
Dome
been
of Faith.
yeah.
Fun.